Welcome back. Clap. Clap. It's my hands. Welcome back, ladies and skeletons. It is Monday, a meme-tastic Monday for sure. It is the stream that I do before the Thursday stream. Thursday is the King of the Ring. Make sure you don't miss that out on. That being said, well, you shouldn't because I'm going to be streaming it myself. Since it is the stream before that, I'm going to show off the entry that a friend of mine, Alfred, has made for the King of the Ring, so you guys get an exclusive sneak peek because you watch my streams. This is actually the first version, not the one that was submitted, but this is the pre-alpha build. The alpha, okay. This is version 1 of Time for Lotion. Get ready. Oh, let me reactivate my audio here. There we go.
My hand guys, I hear it all the time. DSP said you beggar every time I come online. He went to it on stream in just that one time. So I play some mobile games. Is that like some crime? I post a picture of my wife, but I need a bigger side scroller. When we string together, I get the story because I couldn't hold her. Now mine comes over looking for attention. Wasted time a few K and now he's like ditching. Chat's going crazy by the super low morale. Like the employees when Cat and I got to Golden Corral.
Okay, looks like we have a guest on the stream. It's
big cats in the house, well, mostly just barely. DoorDash Miss Vernal so fat that he's scary. Trolls always talking about a DSP and about me. Still got banned off of Twitch, but I was banned with DoorDash. Suspicious activity, I know everyone says me feel, but I'm just not that courageous. But rest assured that I haven't had sex in ages.
That beat said, honey, what I think you meant it. Why? Said you love me dearly in the trunk sincerely dial. I just got a notification from YouTube. What does it say? Your channel's dead for hateful slurs. What the fuck, ain't no way. I've never done anything like that. Look at my face. That's what you get for letting Jews in space. I'm the OG stream star. Whoa, work from Keemstar. Streaming to some retards. It's gifted from Madagascar. 3 wheels on my wife's car. Happening. Didn't have to stroke far. DSP king of stream tards. Time for WW. Keep our money loaded. Spend my wines. Chop money. Pulling some hovings. Saying it's not my fault. Just like it's my slogan. Now excuse me. I think it's time for lotion.
Okay, that was version 1, and then a new AI model came out just recently. Then we reran it through the second AI model. This one sounds a little bit better, but it sounds a lot different. Let's check this one out. This is the one that I submitted on his behalf. The channel responsible is, again, pause. It is DSP's Get the Lotion radio. You guys might know about it. I have promoted it before. It's this channel here. Rewind.
Go ahead, the guys, I hear it all the time. DSP's at the beggar every time I come online. He want it on stream, you just that one time. So I play some mobile games, is that like some crime? I post a picture of my wife, but I need a bigger side scroller. When we string together, I get the stool because I couldn't hold her. The mic comes over looking for attention. Waste his time a few K, and now he's like bitches. Chat's going crazy, why does he belong around? Acting like the employees in the cat, and I gotta go and go out. Oh, okay, it looks like we have a guest on the stream.
Big cats in the house, well, mostly just barely. DoorDash and Miss Vernal so fat that it's scary. Trolls always talking about DSP. What about me? Phil got banned off of Twitch, but I was banned with DoorDash. Suspicious activity, I know where everyone says me feel, but I'm just not that courageous. But rest assured that I haven't had sex in ages.
Honey, why I think you meant why is that you love me daily and the trolls should surely fry. Oh, I just got a notification from YouTube, but it didn't say your channel's banned for hateful slurs. What the fuck? Man, no way, never done anything like that. Look at my face, that's what you get for letting Jews in space. I'm the OG stream star, what work for Kickstarter. Streaming to some retards, subs gifted from Madagascar. 3 wheels on my wife's car. 5 minutes, have to stroke far. DSP king of stream times. Time for WWE, PayPal, money loaded. Spend my wife's job money, pulling some Hogan, saying it's not my fault, just like it's my slogan. Now excuse me, I think it's time for the lotion.
So that's version 2. That's the one that's going to be premiering on the King of the Ring. But guess what? That is, there's a time limit on that. You can only make it like 90 seconds for a submission. But I have right here the exclusive full version, the full 3-minute and 30-second version, including more guest singers. So, What am I gonna put on for that? No music video for this one yet, because I just got it a couple days ago. So, I don't know. How about I just put on this for visual? How about just this? There we go. Something to look at. All right, this is the full 3-minute version. See if you can pinpoint who guest sings on this.
They go ahead, the guys, I hear it all the time. DSP's at the beggar every time I come online. He won't get on stream, you're just that one time. So I play some mobile games, is that like some crime? I post a picture of my wife, but I need a bigger side scroller. When we string together, I get the stool because I couldn't hold her. The mic comes over looking for attention. Waste his time a few K, and now he's like bitches. Chat's going crazy, lot of simple around. Acting like the employees in the cat, and I gotta go and go out. Oh, okay, it looks like we have a guest on the stream.
Big cats in the house, well, mostly just barely. Door dashing Ms. Bernal so fat that it's scary. Trolls always talking about DSP. What about me? Phil got banned off of Twitch, but I was banned to go with that suspicious activity. I know everyone says me Phil, but I'm just not that courageous. But rest assured that I haven't had sex in
And honey,
ages.
why thinking man, why is acting fucking daily and the troll shit's early fried? Oh, I just got a notification from YouTube, but it didn't say your channel's banned for hateful slurs. What the fuck? Then no way, never done anything like that. Look at my face, that's what you get for letting Jews in space. I'm the OG stream star, what work for Kickstarter. Streaming to some retard subs gifted from Madagascar. 3 wheels on my white car. 5 minute have to stroke for DSP king of stream times. Time for WWE PayPal money low to spend my wife's job money. Pulling some Hogan saying it's not my fault, just like it's my slogan. Now excuse me, I think it's time for the little shot. It's a Gundam!
It's a Gundam's year and I'm ready to roast Daddy Phil, although his career is already toast. Set up the dot with club talks to me, you become a ghost. Too late, he did the wife reveal already, which made me laugh the most. Daddy DSP, I really enjoy making money on your broadcast. I'm sure cat's on tenant, but don't worry, it's safe. She's a hard pass. It's just time to you're banned off of YouTube. Else watch making more money on your content than you do. Don't worry, Phil, I've got what you need to stream next. The fucking light stock supply of lotion, clean next. Brag about losing decades ago like it's some flex. Give it up, get it job, you generate next troll.
That's right, it's the real deal. It's the man of the scene. Everyone make way for King. Phil now way is still begging. I'm watching your stream. You don't mind me just living the life of your dream. Hey Phil, sorry, I crashed the side scroller. Your wife looks nice, although I'm sure I couldn't hold her. Here I thought you stopped begging, but instead you get bolder. Shocking, you broke, come cry on my shoulder. I hear you, DSP, you can't get over strife. While everyone I touch blows up like your wife. Oh, am I sorry, my words cutting like a knife. Here, you can't ban me, haha, that's just life.
Hey trolls and Phil, how you doing? It's your boy Wings. I rolls fat rides, we need to talk about many things. I'm flat money in my trailer while I'm laughing at your streams. In truth, your boy straight needs you and the antics that they brings. Showing me I'm boogie and fat, but fuck man, look a cat. Got 50 raps, so what you strap, blue more, and got your games. Facts. Even Boogie took a shot, fang, making money up and I could get on what was kinda lame. Instead of exploiting your wife and your viewers, you got no shame. The thief said no talent, no respect, and based on cat, no game. Lame.
OG stream star, won't work for Keenstar. Streaming to some guitar, subs gifted from Madagascar. 3 wheels on my wife's car, fapping and didn't have to stroke far. DSP king of stream toss. Talk for WWE, take come money low to spend my wife's job money. Pulling some Hogans. It's not my fault, just like it's my slogan. Now excuse me, I think it's time for the low. Jasper, no. Jasper, get down. That's a bad kitty. Alright, go.
It's gonna need a little bit of editing, but yeah, I need to make the video for that. That'll premiere on my channel shortly after I get the visuals for it. I'm gonna have like rapping Gundams, rapping garden gnomes, rapping fat neckbeards. Just had to make the visuals for it. I think that was pretty good. That is, again, the demented machinations of DSP's Get the Lotion radio. A personal friend of mine, an expert aficionado when it comes to AI generated anything really. LLMs, songs, music. If you haven't checked them out, you get songs like this.
Yo, listen up. I got a story to tell about a streamer named DSP. Oh well. He's a LOL cow, don't know what that means. He's a working meme, the butt of the scenes. Live streaming games, yeah, that's his thing. But the jokes keep on flying, it's a never-ending flame. From the pit roaches to the rage quits, DSP's antics, man, they never seem to quit. What the hell's a LOL cow? Let's check, oh, it's me, wow. I'm the butt of the jokes, how? But I keep on streaming, doing my thing now. I'm the LOL cow, can't bring me down. I'll keep on grinding, haters can't make me frown.
It's kind of stuff like that. If you haven't seen, I need to make that video where it's like the now that's what I call music, but it's these DSP songs.
In a world where rumors fly, but I'm just trying to stream till my truth reach for the sky. Got my fans in my corner, they lift me up high. But there's this one guy always trying to bring me down the line. Stop thinking on me, King Star. Don't you understand how big you are? I'm just trying to have some fun, make my mark. But you keep pushing harder, tearing me apart. Please stop picking on me, King Star. I'm done with all the drama, let's raise the bar. I'll keep doing what I love, gonna go far. So please stop picking on me, King Star.
In your opinion, who won Keemstar or 007? Like, I don't know. I commented on your video, like, I don't get why Keemstar, like, rage quit the call. Because, like, 007 brought up the fact that Wings said that he wanted the age of consent to be 12, and Wings was like, that was taken out of context, like every other lolcow says. And Keemstar was like, okay, what's the context? And then Wings is like, before that, I was talking about, like, a news story of, like, an 18-year-old who was having sex with a 17-year-old, and that person was, like, convicted of a crime. And Keemstar was like, oh my god, what, that's the context? Oh, this is stupid, you are an idiot. And then he kicked 007 from the call. And it's like, what? How does that context change what he said? Like, it's so weird. It just seems like the conversation wasn't really going the way that Keemstar wanted it to, and so he just had to end the conversation on a win in any way possible. That's my opinion on that. They both look bad. They both look pretty bad. The Dylan Mulvaney video that I helped make is live. It's getting pretty good views. Speaking of Gundam, we got the X-Men video that aired.
Rage is.
I don't know if I showed this one yet, but there's this one. Let's see. That one's not getting as many views as the other one for some reason. I guess people really aren't enthused about X-Men for some reason. The other ones seem to be doing pretty good, including this latest one.
Billions of dollars. They pay.
Let's get started. And remember, this is all just satire.
In a move mirroring Bud Light, Nike grabbed my star child, Dylan Mulvaney, to do an advertisement for women's apparel and bras. Dylan's flatter than Rachel Ziegler's acting range.
Weird.
And somehow the marketing department at Nike shouted from the heavens, "Look out, ladies!
Bussy's on the menu."
I wonder if I can say Bussy. Probably check with my YouTube contact. It could be a no-no word. Dylan minced around.
Some people in the comments are complaining about how he pronounced the word bussy, and it's like, you realize if you're correcting someone on how to pronounce the word bussy, I think you're self-reporting. Anyways.
Around the backyard doing little kicks. in a fashion fitting for not a woman, but a small, repugnant child, high on pixie sticks, glowing praise, and $1 million checks for being a modern-day Barnum and Bailey circus attraction. Step right up. Step right up. See the raging homosexual receive more praise for being a woman than an actual woman. Step right up. Just 2 bits. Some people drinking the Kool-Aid would say, that's transphobic. And it's not. It's an observation of what's factually going on. What other person can you think of that lost a company billions of dollars and still managed to get more marketing work for companies?
Don't worry, I'll wait.
Hell, if money's missing from a register at a fast food restaurant, somebody's getting fired. And they won't be getting another job working at another register at Kroger's. Needless to say, this move was met with a backlash from women who demanded a Nike boycott. They even started burning their bras like it was 1965. I don't know what it accomplished, but take that, Nike. Olympian Sharon Davis led the charge, saying that giving Dylan the bra campaign for Nike was like a kick in the teeth for women.
It just seems like literally like a kick in the teeth. It feels like it's just a parody of what women are.
And now a word from our sponsor.
When you're hurt,
We got the sponsor segment, which is fine. You got to make that money somehow.
the
Rewind.
Gundam. Megyn Kelly also weighed in on the Dylan Mulvaney controversy and absolutely roasted Dylan.
Nike sponsoring Dylan Mulvaney now for fucking sports bras, okay? I'm sorry, Dylan doesn't have breasts. Dylan's been taking some sort of a hormone that has turned Dylan into some, I don't know what's happening there, but those are not breasts. And Dylan doesn't need any sort of a bra, never mind a sports bra.
Savage! I wouldn't mind seeing them go into a full-on drag-out fight. I could picture Megyn Kelly picking up Dylan for a suplex and slamming them right through a whole table full of Tampax. Now that's what I call entertainment. But much like any smug corporation with billions of dollars, they paid little attention to what women had to say until it hit them right in the sweetness, the wallet. Nike sales are in a slump. Surprise, surprise. So they're cutting 2% of the global workforce to save money. What? What? Dylan couldn't sell bras or beer? Maybe Nike should get another campaign with Dylan that might fix this. Have Dylan shoot some hoops with Michael Jordan. That'll really get the urban youth culture on the board.
Nike says that they will be laying off 2% of their total workforce, and that means around 1,600 people will be losing their jobs.
Now, this comes after a savings plan was announced back in December in an effort to save $2 billion over the next 3 years. So what's next for those employees?
Oh, Jesus Christ, another set of layoffs in May. What a treat. Maybe to combat the loss of sales, Nike should get that really weird TikToker with the big teeth and makeup and the horrible facial stubble. You know, the one that looks like a serial killer.
Let me tell you something about LGBTQ rights, about trans rights. This is only going in one direction. You will respect us.
No.
You can be upset. You can be angry. You can think it's unfair. You can feel like we're stealing something from you. But it's still only going in one direction. You will respect us.
Nah.
Do you go to work like that? Chad, how insensitive of you to think that I work.
You will respect us, or else. Or else what?
The original one that I sent went a little bit harder. I'll go ahead and show the version that I had before. It was edited a little bit. Let's see here. Pull it up over here really quickly. Activate display. Right here. Rewind. Got audio. You will respect us.
You can be upset. You can be angry. You can think it's unfair. You can feel like we're stealing something from you. But it's still only going in one direction. You will respect us.
Creepy.
No. You will respect us, or else.
No.
Or else what?
That got cut out for some reason.
cry on the Sephora makeup counter? Twinkle toes? Who are you threatening? Yeah, probably. I probably can't get away with that because this site is just so lame. It's not even funny.
Look
Hold
who
on,
it
Dylan
is.
has just released a video to, I don't know what the hell Dylan's doing here. Let's just see what's up. Little baby Dylan.
15 minutes almost over. Says user 97040351447.
It's like, why the fuck are you surprised that people use burner throwaway sock accounts whenever they try and address you? Because you're a fucking psychopath. You're a fucking lunatic with a fan base made entirely of mentally ill people. Why would anyone say anything to you on their main account? They're just going to get brigaded and harassed and doxxed and fucking swatted, death threats. But here you are trying to mock the guy for using a burner account. Dude, you're a lunatic. You're out of your mind. Of course they're not going to use their main account to address you because you do fucked up, insane shit like this. Fucking crackpot.
75.
Also, notice like he's laying in bed wearing full makeup, so he's trying to pretend like he looks like this naturally. So he's like, it's like, dude, you're covered in like 5 pounds of makeup, and you're laying in bed pretending like you're not wearing any makeup. Yeah, you'd have to be pretty stupid not to see that.
I'm just looking at my clock. I think it's been a little
You're not
longer
wearing
than
a
15
clock,
minutes,
dumbass.
darling. And seeing that I'm slating things out 2 to 3.
I'm just looking at my clock. What, you wear a clock on your wrist? It's called a watch, moron. I'm looking at my clock that's on my wrist, but it's not on my wrist. Wait, what do you call that? Oh, what? Durr.
3 years from now, that would...
I think the estrogen is lowering the IQ. I don't know. It's a theory.
will come out in 2 to 3 years.
Why are you trying to sound like Dr. Evil? It's like, just to confirm to everyone that you're a fucking cartoon comic book villain.
I think it might be a little bit longer. The longest 15 minutes of your life.
How stupid do you have to be to think that that refers to literal 15 minutes? I'll unpause, because what a fucking frame to pause on.
Love you.
No, you don't.
That zoom in on Dylan's face is so rough. It's Catwoman with downs. You know, I thought when the Daily Mail said that the video was unhinged, I was like, it's probably hyperbolic. But no, yeah. It was Buffalo Bob with $1 million energy that Dylan was serving. Let me tell you, not only was I mortified, I was...
He says Buffalo Bob, but got it wrong. It's annoying. Gotta know your trivia, Gundam. It's Buffalo Bill. In other words, Buffalo Billin.
Terrified. I was afraid Dylan would jump through the screen and try to touch me. It took everything I had not to scream on this microphone chat. Oh, wait, I'm not live. Uh-oh.
I could just hear the Q Lazarus music in the background.
Would you wear Nike panties with me? I'd wear Nike panties with me. I'd wear them with a bra. I'd wear them with a sports bra. Now let's see what the comments are. I'm sure they're glowing. People probably love this. Dylan, you're officially lost it. Oh, you now figured that happened. This is absolutely unhinged. I love it. Of course you do. God, there's only so much cringe you could take in a day. The sad thing about this video is Dylan has just let us know that there will be a few more things that will involve Dylan's special brand of weird that will lead to them being paid millions of dollars for mincing around. And you wonder why young men don't want to serve in the military. I don't want to fight for this. If there was a draft, I'd leave the country. And I urge young men to do so too. Skinnamarink dinky dink skinnamarink do. Screw you! You want to rage against the machine? Every subscription to me is an FU to the ESG. Believe me, subscribing to me will piss off the people that work at YouTube because someone there really dislikes me.
I'm surprised he sent that one over for me to edit, because if you're listening to him on stream, he's like, I got to be really careful with the videos I put out. It's an election year. I'm going to get accused of like child trafficking or some weird fake TOS violation that doesn't even apply. Then he sends that over, and I'm like, wow, this is like extra spicy. So I go out of my way to make it a little bit funny because you can get away with more if you're funny. It's a life hack. What else to get caught up on? Meerkat has been streaming for a while now.
Sucks, but they're not gonna go past that line.
Ann Leet submitted a suggestion to DSP's suggestion box that and he had DSP eating right out of his hand. He's so easy to manipulate. He's so easy to fuck with, and DSP's too stupid to realize it. I like how he opens the suggestion with, I know you're not going to read this, but, and that's surefire psychology 101 to get a narcissistic idiot to read your suggestion. It's like, gotcha, stupid idiot. Yeah, what does it look like? It looks like I'm reading it right now, aren't I? It's like, yep, you sure are. You got me, Phil. You're so smart. But we could watch that if you want to. It was pretty good. And late bring in the top pro streamer energy. That's why he makes the big bucks. Yeah, it instantly got him mad. And I like how he even included in the suggestion, hey Phil, you have a lot of buzzing going on from your capture card. And he gets so pissed off he doesn't even read to that point. So guaranteed he'll never know. He'll never know that he's has a lot of audio feedback coming through his capture device, and he has no clue how to fix it. It's a really good fix. It's a really easy fix. 'Cause I'm using the same capture device as both of them, and I know exactly how to do it. And I finally did. It's actually really easy. We got Rev talking about Square Enix finally waking up, quote unquote. One can only hope. Where is the Anleak stream? Can watch that. In the meantime, I can make some visuals. No, it's not unplug it and plug it back in. It's a little bit more complicated, but only slightly. Let's see, where is it? I'm so bad at finding streams, finding videos through a thumbnail. There it is this one.
Plain about. Shit. But, maybe just do something else, I suppose. This was the top rated comment before people kind of knew about it. Like, I kind of kept quiet about it. I think people started reading it, and then I made a slight mention of it. And other people started broadcasting, which is fine. That's completely fine. I actually think this is okay, because at the end of the day, if DSP wants feedback, he should be able to accept feedback regardless if it's from an actual fan or a troll, or even a third party. And in this particular case, it is from a troll. Though I don't think anything I said is actually negative. If you're going to go for top comments, at the moment, I'm ranked number 1 with no help from any trolls, really. I've been number 1 and I will continue to be number 1. It's because a lot of the points that I made, not 10, 8, idiot. If you can count the bullet points, I even numbered them for you. All 8 of them are relevant. They're literally relevant. I only made 1 typo and 1 mathematical error, which you didn't even get to. So now I get to correct myself without you making fun of my mathematical error. You literally could have read it on here. You know what actually pissed him off right here? When he got to the short in the pre-stream section. This is actually the fucking straw that broke the camel's back right the fuck here. And guess what? OP Boone fucking agreed with me. He actually rebutted all the points and said he agreed with all of them. Okay. But of course you guys are here for the actual what he said, what was said, all that. And at some point this is gonna go down, which I already have the raw fill ready to go on the side. We can pull him up whenever needed. If needed, of course. The pre-stream comment will always say, yeah. The pre-stream comment will always set him off because he's already convinced himself at this point that the pre-stream is like an integral part of the content. It's like you have to do it. If you don't do it, then what are you fucking doing, right? Like, he has nothing better to do right now, and I get it. His content's that shit, right? But, maybe just do something else, I suppose. Let me see. Can I get the I have an image of it. There we go. This way I can blow it up for you guys. Look at that. You can see all the typos and everything I had on here. And let's fucking go. I can even zoom in and help read it because the fucking chat was tiny over on
Nerevar,
over in there.
I've come to inform you that the Red Guard you owe massive
Shut up,
amounts
Karma.
of gold to has arrived.
I don't
Karma
care.
Kid seems
That
he's also
Red
brought
Guard, he's
Mongol
not
dog
getting a
from the
bloody
Empire to say
fucking
something.
septum from me. Never. Never. Over at this. I feel
Now
like I should
please,
use raw
Nerevar,
fill.
pay him back so I
You
don't
know
have
what?
to
Yeah,
keep
I should use raw fill. If I don't use raw fill, he'll like have already surpassed this and more, much more. Where do we start?
Every day I can go to sleep and say, hey, I didn't actually.
I found you. You're mine, you living puddle of baby fat.
I need to read the most ridiculous things I've ever seen.
All right, here we go. Here we go.
Let me tell you guys.
All right, this should be right around
Just
where
listen
it
to this.
starts.
I love this because this got every comment.
Yeah. Oh god, it's even further back. You know what? I want to get the other comments first.
Made it, or well knowing that I'm not going back to Baldur's Gate.
Yeah. Holy shit, he did talk about this a
The reason why
lot.
I do the schedule on the streams is very
Okay.
suggestions.
All right, here we go. Here we go.
It's actually supposedly better than Remake, and Remake was great, so this is like even better. It's
I need
gonna be
to
awesome.
digest
so I'm
this.
very excited for that. Okay?
All the way through. Obviously.
Sound good?
Sounds great, Bill. Tell us more.
No, it doesn't.
Wow, people saying some awful things in the chat about my cat, so anyone who does that is just going to get banned. Wow, what an awful thing to say.
What do they even say about Jasper?
Awful thing.
What do they actually say about Jasper? Ooh, who said anything about... Literally nobody said anything about Jasper. No, wait a minute. RPG fatigue? Great to watch? Nobody even... Jasper is in the hospital prayers from Glued Photon. Okay, that was the only person that said anything about Jasper. I'm so sorry, Phil. I just heard Cat rip Jasper, copy and paste for Jasper from Sardines.
Right.
There you go. Okay, those are the two people he eradicated.
All right. So that's what we're looking for the schedule. All right. Hopefully that sounds good. And there you go. Now,
there you go.
What I like to do today, because we have a little bit of extra time, we're going to do a little bit of suggestion box stuff.
Hell yeah.
So I'm actually going to go to that suggestions thread that has now been live for about a little over a week.
All right. So for that suggestion thread, the things that were in order, let me do it in chronological order. The only ones I'm not going to be able to, I guess, go over are going to be the ones he already did, which was, hello, there's no need to recap the previous day on the podcast because we already have the daily wrap. Mentioning the schedule every podcast makes the first 10 to 15 minutes uninteresting. Once at the start of the streaming week should be sufficient, I think. Please, explanation point schedule is there already. Thanks. This was a kind way of saying stop fucking up with the podcast and shorten it down. When I consider going to COD. Yeah, he only read this one. So this was the second one. All right, cool. This was the Call of Duty one that he went over for the next one. Pretty cool.
That is not allowed, right? And a lot of people complain about that.
Sorry.
And I'm going to...
I forgot which one I had open.
Pull up some suggestions from said thread, okay?
No swimsuit
So
TP
last
yet?
time
No, not
around,
yet.
I was at...
Maybe. I'll look towards it.
Okay.
Parksy, don't pressure me.
Let
I've
me
been
refresh that.
enjoying my Sunday, man.
Actually,
We had
I don't
a
need to
great
refresh. I
anime
can just keep
night.
going from here.
Rear-End was amazing. Dungeon Meshi was
Crap,
amazing.
I lost my spot.
Obviously.
Here it is. Would you consider... Okay, we're going to do suggestion box.
Right, here we go. Here we go.
Would you consider going back to Call of Duty to add to variety maybe once every few weeks for a night stream? We were going to do that.
Remember he said he wasn't going to take any suggestions about video games and he completely went back on it? Yeah.
And what happened was... people didn't want it.
What had
Remember, we were
happened
going to do
was-
it during my Super Bowl event. People weren't too much for it. I wanted to do it last week.
Remember when he was going to do it for the Super Bowl event, even though it wasn't football related? And instead, he executive decision playing 3.5 hours of Get to Dondoko Island segment of Like a Dragon. He completely demolished the fucking football segment, the entire fucking event for 3.5 hours to get to a part of the game that him and his wife fucking board quit, not wage quit, board quit because it was uninteresting and it wasn't fun. But we were sure as shit really glad that we wasted all that time getting there, by the way, 2 weeks prior, we were forcing day streams. We were complaining about how much shit we had to do to get there just for Valentine's Day. We finally get there. My wife's not feeling it, man. She's kind of bored of it. I don't know. It wasn't even really a great fucking segment or anything. Man, I'm so glad that we're fucking pretending that we were going to do it for fucking the NFL Super Bowl nacho event. And then we didn't because we felt in it for a fucking game that we fucking board quit off of because we thought it was going to be Animal Crossing. But our wife was doing all the slave labor. No, wait a minute.
People weren't too much for it. In fact, they mostly wanted to see me just hang out. So we did that show stream last week. Remember where I just hung out with the audience? Yeah, I think I'll be honest. I like Call of Duty. I think it's silly fun. I don't take it seriously, but when I play it, I go ham with dual handguns and stuff. I like that, but I just think like the appeal of Call of Duty has died out. You know what I mean? Like it's cool for like a month, and then people are like tired of it because it's the same thing. I mean, let's be honest. Call of Duty has not innovated in many, many years.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the latest Call of Duty was quite literally an iteration of a previous Call of Duty, was it not? I haven't played Call of Duty since like Modern Warfare 2 and Black Ops, but I'm almost positive the wholesale on Call of Duty for this one was quite literally a remake of a previous Call of Duty, which he himself said was really, really fucking cool, and he was excited that he was going to get all these old maps and all of these old modes back. He was happy, he was excited for it. And then all of a sudden he's like, nobody really cares.
Like, how does he want them to innovate? Of course, he complains and never presents any ideas to support his complaints. It's like, how do you want Call of Duty to innovate that won't alienate their currently existing player base to pretty much their biggest concern is that the game changes too much, that they want it to go back to the way it was.
Cared about it, and they didn't really do anything new. Bro, this dude will fucking sell you so much on the newest game, and then when he's done with the game and it really didn't do that well, he will be like, yeah, nobody really cared about that. I didn't really care about it. You guys, you weren't really into it, bro. He forced so many of those fucking streams, and he pretended that people literally gave a shit whenever he was doing that fucking win streak or that kill streak of being in the little stupid armored suit. I can't even remember the Juggernaut. Dude, he literally did Juggernaut jokes. Where he was running around getting fucking...
Getting fucking... Thanks for hitting the sub button to make a noise
2
on the
minutes
stream.
just to get killed in the back of the head.
Robust.
What the fuck? Yeah, Chopper Dave! How many Chopper Dave jokes did we get? No, wait a second.
They don't even try anymore.
Get out of here.
I get it. You get that 1 month of action. People want to see it in the rotation, and then people are like, meh. They'd rather much see other things. So, yeah, I don't think Call of Duty is coming back.
You're like, meh.
Whatever.
Stop.
Like, that's... I fucking hate the meh. They're like, meh. It's like, you realize that's a PewDiePie meme, right?
Going over the schedule.
Hey, how's it going, Elite? We're just watching this.
Every day and recap what you did the previous day. It's boring, pointless, and filler. So you're telling me right...
I showed off the one of the song entries for King of the Ring, and now I'm working on the video for the longer version of it. I don't know if you missed it. If you're a member to my Patreon or a $1 a month YouTube member, you can listen to the previews. Or you can just wait till Thursday.
Here he is. Okay, he reads somebody else's comment. Somebody else's comment said, hey man, stop going over the schedule every single day and recapping what you did the previous day. It's boring, pointless, and just filler that everyone either tunes out or fast forwards through. There's no reason to go over your schedule more than once a week, especially when you post it on your channel and on your Twitter every day. Please find more interesting things to talk about. If you're gonna call this a podcast, a schedule recap is not a podcast. 44 fucking likes. This is the second most liked thing. People are saying. If you wanted to get a joke about the people are saying, this is literally the people are saying segment. And they're actually telling them, hey man, you know that stupid ass free stream you do where you waste quite literally 15 minutes on a fucking schedule update? Yeah, it's fucking worthless and you need to fucking cut it the fuck out.
Right now, as I'm explaining to all of you how I'm going to be playing a ton of Final Fantasy VII, how I just told you the schedule is changing, and I'm probably going to add in Retro React every week moving forward, but we're going to have other nights off for taxes. All this stuff that I'm telling you that's very important, that you need to know, I shouldn't tell you.
Why do we need to know it? Why do we need to know he's going to take a day off for taxes? He streams the same time every single fucking day. There's a schedule that you can find on 2 separate places. And he tells you what the schedule is at the fucking Daily Wrap. Why the fuck do we need to know the schedule again in the morning? I don't care about his taxes. I don't care what he's playing next Sunday. I probably maybe care about what he's playing today, and that's about it. And maybe tomorrow. Bro, I might be dead next week. Don't tell me what the fuck's gonna happen next week. I'll read your fucking stupid ass post.
So what I should do is just randomly turn the stream on and off every day.
Look at him.
And if you know it's...
That's not what anyone says, but of course he has to take any suggestion and just completely misinterpret it, as he's calling everyone else people who are making straw man arguments. I just turn the stream off randomly every day. It's like, no, just like shorten the schedule segment. You have tweets, you have a fucking thing you do all the time. How's it going, Clumshot? Yeah, the stream on Thursday ended abruptly because my ISP randomly died out of nowhere, and it stayed off literally all day and didn't come back up until the next day, which is annoying. Oh, by the way, I had a sub goal. If I hit the sub goal point, I'll play another cringy visual novel, which is always fun. Let me find that and put that back on the screen.
It's happening great, and if not, oh well.
He makes an argument. It's like, yeah, I should just not have a schedule at all. Bro, it's not even that. He's not saying don't have a schedule, you fucking moron. He's telling you, hey man, you know that whole 15 minutes that you fucking waste of everybody's collective life energy? Stop it. Condense it down to 60 seconds, move the fuck on. Literally move the fuck on.
So basically you want me to be like Wings of Redemption. No, I'm not going to be like Wings of Redemption.
Look at that. It's like, yeah, man, you want me to be like Wings. You know that other little cow that doesn't have a schedule? You want me to be like him, don't you?
The chap is
he is a little cow.
How quick he is to just rewrite it as it's somebody else's fault. And he's literally putting words in this motherfucker's mouth. Nowhere did that come out of his mouth. He said literally cut the fat. If you just said, Phil, your fucking pre-stream podcast has too much fat, trim it. You think he would have took that better? He would have said it was all meaningful and flavorful, and you need all of this fat, because if it's not there, it's not going to taste like anything.
I'm not going to be like other streamers who don't plan, don't focus, don't
actually straw man this dude
with their audience,
making up an argument that wasn't even made.
If you want to watch everybody else,
actual
you can go watch
straw
everyone
man
else who isn't meticulous about planning and being transparent and explaining what
you
they're
mean
doing.
straw
man? Just go do that and then
guy.
be upset when they're not streaming. Why are they? What they said they were going to do? Where are they? I don't get it. What are they doing today? No one knows.
They don't build their life around
go watch them.
entertainment.
Have fun.
Bill, how do we have to tune into what? That's like saying we wouldn't know that you're streaming unless we tuned in to.
There we go. Subpoint goal to play a cringe visual novel. Or just throw that up here.
You streaming to tell us that you're going to be streaming. You understand that that's the argument, right? Your argument is quite literally, if you don't know that, if you don't see me streaming, you're not going to be able to hear that I'm going to be streaming. Period. Well, then maybe you should catch the fucking Daily Wrap at that point.
No one's stopping you. But if you want something that's treated professionally, seriously, and I'm on time and I work my butt off every day,
he takes himself seriously. That's why he burps.
So you don't
professionally and starts on time. How many times has this dude actually started late? He changed up the schedule quite literally to fit the fact that he starts up late almost every single day. Again. The start times used to be like, the start times used to be on the dot, like on the hour, and he upped it by like an extra 15 minutes. It used to be fucking 11 a.m. PST, but then he shifted it. He shifted it up 15 minutes because he was always getting late to work. He always talked about traffic jams and how he was like running around on the side of the corner street having a piece of toast in his mouth or a fucking bagel. He'd be like, yeah, man, I don't want to be late. I got to get to work. Get out of the way, Jasper.
Hey, the hands
and he
are
bumps into somebody. Whoa, Cat, I didn't see you there. Fucking get out of here. This dude quite literally shaved another 15 minutes off of his start time just to add more music and add more pre-stream.
Like that, don't come by to watch the content.
Yeah, it used to say 10:45. It actually used to say 10:45, Stephen Hawking. You're right, 100%. But he's been shifting these goalposts. He's been shifting his start times, and it starts later and later. Just because he can't wake up on time.
It's well planned, and I explained to you in
the not working.
a lot.
Of course.
Oh, God.
Times, all right? The reason why I do the schedule on the streams
because
is very simple, to get immediate feedback.
No, to get immediate feedback. He crosses his arms, siege mode. What do you mean feedback? Like, if people don't like the schedule, you'll change it? No, you don't. You just insult people and tell them to shut the fuck up and go somewhere else. Let's see if the spin wheel will work here. Spin. Nope, it doesn't even work from the website. Thank you, Stream Elements. Great website.
Feedback. I can start, like today, I already found out. I said, gee, you know, if we do a retro react next week, what should we do?
How the fuck is he getting immediate feedback? He's not polling the chat. He doesn't ask them anything that they can vote on. How the fuck is he getting immediate feedback? What?
And immediately people are like, how about Batman Arkham City? How about BioShock? And so I'm getting
then
the
you
feedback
yell at them and tell
if
them,
I just do
no.
this stuff
Even
without
do a
any
poll.
immediate feedback, I'm just talking to a wall.
You want to know one of the
You are
points I
talking to a
made in that
wall.
stupid suggestion that he fucking ran over? Point number 4, something he didn't even read. Actually poll your chat.
What the fuck?
Eyeballing can work for snap decisions, but if you want true feedback, you need to directly ask these folks. Either give it a member-only poll or do a chat poll, because if you can't give these fans a voice, they're just shouting into the void in hopes you might listen. That was one of the points you missed, Phil, and you didn't even do that today. When you were asking people, oh, what should I waste time with DSP throwing out my back? Which, by the way, didn't I tell you how it was going to literally start up where it was going to happen twice to 3 times a month, and then it's going to start slowly coming into once a week? You remember how I said that? Yeah, get used to it. You're going to literally have DSP throwbacks as a weekly fucking event on Sunday. He is going to do everything in his power to not stream games, period.
You know, I don't know what people would like. I want opinions. I want to take in said opinions to improve, right?
No, you don't.
That's how you actually do well in this kind of a landscape.
But you're not
just
doing
making
well.
decisions for yourself. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I am saying?
You're telling me that
currently?
the way in which you can make decisions in a landscape that's very volatile is you need to ask your chat, your viewing audience, and they need to give you feedback. Okay. Hopefully that won't come back to bite me in the ass. Anyway.
But I don't understand why people don't understand that. Like, maybe it's boring to you, but it serves a
boring to
humongous
everybody.
purpose and has been a boon. By the way, I should say this again.
An OP boon.
There are tons of people who tune into my streams just for the podcast.
No, they don't. They actually don't. That just means your gameplay is boring and people are tuning out of the gameplay. Imagine, and I left a comment underneath this video. Imagine if 1 Minute Man tipped after the pre-stream and once gameplay started. How much that would change his dedication. How much that would change his dedication to the pre-stream, despite it being a totally meaningless difference. Like, his top tip is 1 Minute Man, and just because it happens during the pre-stream, he's like, well, people just tune in for the pre-stream. It's like, what if you waited until you were done with the pre-stream and just tipped during gameplay? Would you be like, people tune in for the gameplay, they don't really care about the pre-stream, even though it's the same amount of money from the same person, just at different times.
And they have a lot of fun on the podcast.
No, they don't.
What fun? Was it the 30-minute rant where you were complaining about some dude making like 15,000 views off of your really, really shitty take about Elden Ring and the DLC? And how you called it a scam? Were they having fun there? What fun are we having right now? I'm having a lot of fun. Don't get me wrong. I'm having a lot of fun with dissecting a quite literal 20-minute segment of him talking about feedback and then just going around dicing it up and pretending it was something else when it really wasn't. Him constructing straw men and whatnot.
When I go over this stuff, because they feel like they're a part of it. They feel like they can impact it. In fact, they can impact it.
Oh, yeah?
By just being there and talking in the chat right now. You know what I'm saying?
You can't even see the results.
Right now.
So
there you go.
Talk about
Okay.
impact from your chat, by the way.
All right, let's continue on. I will not be surprised if you ignore this post. Well,
okay, so it's my post. You can tell it's my post because he literally starts off with reading the first fucking thing. And the reason why I put this fucking thing right here is because I know he's going to remix whatever the fuck I said. which is why I specifically did this, because I knew it was going to piss him off.
Oh, by the
and
way,
thank God he read that.
Forgot.
Because automatically he's like, you know.
Pause this. I couldn't really do anything when the close this. Close this. When my internet was down, so I just made some more VTuber costumes because it was the only thing I could do without any internet. Let's see. I made Izuku Midoriya from My Hero Academia. This is when I had in the others folder for a while. Cursed. Oh no. Meryl Strife from the Metal Gears. We got the tattoo. Got the flippy hair. Got the armaments, the stuff. Yeah, I like this one. Let's see. Yennefer from The Witcher, one of my favorites. This one has been in the works for a while. I just never got around to making it. This is the Fortnite version, which isn't too terrible. Very default look for Yennefer. Sora from Kingdom Hearts. This one's kind of neat. Speaking of Sora, the new AI-generated video creation model is named Sora for some reason. And Ramelia from Scarlet Romeo. This is kind of weird. This one's kind of strange. I don't really like it. But it was on the list of the ones that I had before the hard drive crash, so I went ahead and remade it. Let's see. And the one that won the spin wheel was Sun Jiang from Dynasty Warriors. So there we go. Let's use this one. Anyways, back to the video.
You know what? No matter what this guy is going to say, it's fucking worthless. So here we go.
Well, does it sound like I'm ignoring it? I'm reading it right now.
Uh-huh.
Number one.
Fucking worthless. So here we go.
Well, does it sound like I'm ignoring it? I'm reading it right now.
Got him. It's like, that's how you get him. That's how you get him to read it. You're just like, I doubt you're going to read this. And then they do.
Uh-huh.
Number one, you made chat an integral part of your gameplay so much that this...
Well, hold on. In the event you do read this or even showcase this post your stream, I want you and the viewers to really consider this advice. You missed that part, Phil.
Sense of exploration or adventure when you touch a new... I'll be surprised if you ignore this post. Well, does it sound like I'm ignoring it? I'm reading it right now.
Basically.
Number one.
And he basically does ignore it. In essence, he reads it, but he still ignores it.
One, you made chat an integral part of your gameplay so much that the sense of exploration or adventure when you touch a new title is evaporating. You rely on your chat for more innocuous decisions and solutions. You abandon enjoyment and watching a streamer discovering a mechanic or overcoming a hurdle. Consider the rule you have about spoilers from your own chat rules and actually applying it. When it's okay to ask for chat's input from time to time, you have become more aware. You straddle the line for aid to over-reliance. So basically what you're saying is...
No. Here's what I'm saying. I'm gonna make sure you fucking understand it, you goddamn fucking beaver. You made chat an integral part of your gameplay. So much so that the sense of exploration or adventure when you touch a new title has completely evaporated. As you rely on your chat for more innocuous decisions and solutions, you abandon the actual enjoyment of watching a
for more innocuous decisions.
Streamer discovering a mechanic or overcoming a hurdle. Consider the rule you have about spoilers from your own chat rules and actually applying them. While it is okay to ask for chat's input from time to time, you have to become more aware when you straddle the line from...
I hate the stupid like prompt restrictions when it comes to being AI generation. If you ask it to make an ugly thing, it's like, no, that goes against our terms of service. You're not allowed to call anything or anyone ugly because that's offensive. And then you're like, okay, instead of ugly, I'm just going to say unattractive. And they're like, bing. Okay, sure, no problem. Yeah, that's fine. No worries.
Aid to over-reliance.
Very smart.
I'm literally saying it is okay to ask chat for help. But if you make it too much, you're literally going to ruin it. As he sits there and he's ready to fucking look at him. Look look at the speech he's about to give me right here. He's literally going, if he had a pair of glasses and he was pushing it up, he's actually making the,
actually.
He's making the well, actually phase. Look at this dude.
You don't like the Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough?
No, that's not what I said. You've ruined everything from Divinity to Baldur's Gate to fucking Final Fantasy. Everything you've played has done this. Everything.
Elden Ring.
Hell, it's not even story based. Anything that you have a puzzle that's out before you, you cannot figure it out. You ask chat immediately.
Amnesia the Bunker.
It's gotten so bad, people get turned off from your playthroughs because you don't challenge yourself and you ask the basic of basic questions about how to do X and Y.
Because that's what this is, because this doesn't apply to literally any other playthrough.
Really?
It only applies to the Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough.
I'm so glad that DSP is so fucking stunted that he can only literally apply it to one fucking playthrough. You remember how much he was asking fucking chat on how he was able to get new jobs and new fucking gear and new fucking modes and like what this quest does just for fucking Like a Dragon? It literally happened within the last week. And he's just pretending he's like, yeah, man, it's only applying to Baldur's Gate. Bro, it's literally every single game you play. Even if it's not a shooter. Hell, even during your shooters, you're asking people how to do a function. Because you don't know how to do it. I get it if you're fucking stumped, but what's happened is you don't literally understand how much it irks certain people where they can't legitimately see actual gameplay, real authentic gameplay from the guy who literally says real and authentic gameplay, no bullshit. They can't see it anymore because you ask chat to help you too much. Bro, just play the game. Learn the game, experience the game. Did you know? I'm gonna go back to Baldur's Gate, and I actually had to hear about this because I haven't been watching his Baldur's Gate playthrough. Do you know that he's almost 100 hours in and he literally just discovered that whenever he picks a lock chest, it actually takes a lock pick? He thought it just took dice rolls. And you just have the lock pick forever. But he just found that out. 100 hours in. Bro, I played the game for like 2 hours. I'm already in the Druid's Grove. I understood how the lock picks worked. It tells you how many you're using. It has it on the left. You gotta be kidding me. This dude is insane. Actually fucking insane.
Every playthrough that I do, everybody knows it's in the rules. You're not to outright spoil. You're not to tell me what to do. You're not going to do plot points. You're not going to do combat. I have to figure it out for myself.
What?
If I feel like I'm stuck or there's something I'm not, you're not going to do combat. You're not to outright.
Really fucking insane.
Every playthrough that I do, everybody knows it's in the rules.
Where are the rules? Where is this listed? It's in what rules? Like, where do you find these rules? It's not in anything that Nightbot spams.
You're not to outright spoil. You're not to tell me what to do. You're not going to do plot points. You're not going to do combat. I have to figure it out for myself. If I feel like I'm stuck or there's something I'm not understanding, then I will turn to chat.
What do you do with 1 Minute Man when he gives you $25 and he tells you, do this, don't forget to do this, check this area? You know what you do whenever that happens, Phil? You make this face right here where you lick your lips and you're like, all right, oh, I guess I'm going to go check that out. Thank you, 1 Minute Man, for the fucking $25 tip. Biggest contribution of the day, by the way. You lick your lips and you're like, I guess it's a spoiler now and I'm just going to do it. That's what ends up happening. It is not always Baldur's Gate. Bro, it's for every single fucking game. And it's getting annoying. And your chat's getting annoyed of it. And if you can't see that, if you can't see past some of these people who pretend to be your fans, then it's not going to help you in the long run when you cultivate a fucking audience that literally is there to mock you, just like Wings has.
And we'll talk about it, right? But it has to be with my blessing or permission. People who spam spoilers and stuff get banned. It's against the rules. It always has been. The one exception has been Baldur's Gate 3, because since day one with the Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough, it has been, I don't understand this universe. I don't play D&D, so I don't get the lore. I don't understand dice rolls.
You remember when he was playing, what was that? It was that stupid Flashlight game, the one that had a sequel after years and years and years, and he was so excited for it and put it on his like top list. That fucking game. And there were several segments where he had to like take a little piece of paper and he had to like solve a math equation to open up a lock, or he had to like solve like some kind of stupid ass. Alan Wake. It was the Alan Wake 2. You remember during the Alan Wake 2 segments?
You remember during Resident Evil 3 where he literally just like paused the game and crossed his arms and was like, people better tell me how to beat this boss or else I'm just gonna quit right now. Like, were you gonna ban anyone who told you how to beat the boss?
Where he would go up to like little fucking chests and shit, and they would give him little math puzzles and everything, and he would look down in a chat as he was randomly guessing the answer on the lock, just going up and down, waiting for somebody to give him the answer every single time. It's been every playthrough. The fact that I can list that out as an example, and I didn't even watch the entirety of the playthrough, showcases how prominent it is. It's lame. It's actually fucking lame. And it makes your content lame. That's why nobody enjoys your fucking gameplay anymore. You're not actually struggling. You're not actually playing. You're not actually learning. We don't need you to have Herculean feet every time you play the game, but maybe sometimes it requires you to like put a little bit of effort, man. You can't just ride and coast on people just telling you how to do everything. It's not fun.
I certainly don't understand the meticulous rule set of the combat of Baldur's Gate 3. This is all new to me, right? Imagine if you were walking into a building and everything was written in Greek.
Was it sandwich shop?
Now you kind of know.
This guy is so fucking stereotypically autistic with the way he doesn't understand analogies. You fucking idiot, Phil. The entire point of an analogy is to make it more relatable to the person than the situation that you're comparing it to. Not less relatable, you fucking dork. You undiagnosed spurg. Imagine if you're like walking through a swamp and people are throwing Molotov cocktails at you and crocodiles are biting at your feet. And you're just like, what? Huh? What are you talking about? I can't relate this to anything that happened in real life. What the fuck is the point of an analogy? It's like, no, it's like you walk into a restaurant and everything is in Greek and you expect people to give you money for being able to read Greek. That's what it's more like, stupid.
What the building is for. But
was it a sandwich shop, Phil? Did we walk into a Greek sandwich shop?
You can't read anything because it's all written in Greek. So do you just stand there trying to figure out the Greek for yourself with a book trying to
Dude, there's like a tutorial. It eases you into the game. Why does nobody else complain about this? How did Baldur's Gate 3 get Game of the Year if it's literally like walking into a Greek sandwich shop where everything is spelled Greek?
Translate on the fly.
Also, I thought you knew Greek, Mr. Valedictorian.
Or do you have someone who's a Greek translator come in with you to tell you what everything is so you can
This analogy is so spurgy. It's so puzzle piece.
Efficiently do things in the building.
Well, if it was so hard, Phil, why don't you play it on easy then? So all the Greek signs don't matter, and the guy behind the counter just gives you whatever you want, no matter what you say to him. God, what a stupid analogy.
That's a horrible analogy. Imagine you were taking Greek. You had a class, you were taking Greek, and you have a test in which you can pass or fail from, I don't know, putting down Greek words with pictures and shit. And instead of learning from the textbook that has been provided to you that tells you what to do, instead you look over to your fucking classmate over on the left and you're like, hey man, what is the answer to number 1? Hey man, what is the answer to number 2? What about number 3? That's a better fucking analogy because that's what you're doing. Instead of relying on the textbook that has been provided to you, that you could open up at any time. Bro, it's an open book test. You could open up at any point. Instead of relying on that open book text, you would rather go look over to your left and just hope to God somebody's going to give you the answer. If you ask him, you're just going to look over there and just hopefully you can peek the answer as they're writing it down on the chat. That's what you do. And that's fucking lame. Now, you can play this way if you want.
Yeah, Baldur's Gate is pretty interesting how you can find all of the party members that you can recruit like within the first hour of the game. That's pretty interesting.
Well, what's going to
Very different than Persona 3, that's for sure. I finally got all the party members after like the second semester of school.
End up happening over time is this is going to be your entirety of your chat.
But it's good.
It's going to be people that are really angry that people are spoiling shit, and people that are just doing nothing but hand-holding you. You're fracturing them, and it's not fun.
Which would you prefer? Translating with the book for yourself or having the translator help you? That's essentially what the chat is right now for Baldur's Gate 3.
It's essentially not what it is.
So glad he's saying Baldur's Gate
into a language I can understand. For the most part, all right, I am getting it. And in fact,
imagine being 100 hours in and he can't understand dice rolls. We're 100 fucking hours. You know what? I have no clue. I've never played a Baldur's Gate game before. I'm 8 hours in. I understand the dice rolls. I get it. There's no other mechanic that's really new. Everything else is straightforward when it comes to like how Divinity played. And he played multiple hours of that. He had 60 hours under his belt. He's pretending he's never played one of these, what is it, Larian or whatever? One of these kind of games. Bro, it's the same shit. It's the same dialogue. It's the same, like, speech checks and shit, except it's based on a dice roll. Wowee! I've never played fucking D&D like that before, but I can figure it out after a couple hours. This dude is 100 hours in, man. Figure it out.
Take a look at the last couple of streams,
Figure it out,
if you'd like. Because what you'll find is, as I've approached Baldur's Gate in Rivington, I'm walking around and I'm exploring for myself.
He's proud of himself right
now. So
now.
I'm finding as much as I can, and
He's
then
actually
if I
proud
happen
of
to
himself.
have missed one or two
He's
things,
made the straw man.
people will
He's
tell me.
beating
So,
it
for
up.
example, I was about
He's
to enter
pretending
Baldur's
this
Gate
is the
yesterday,
point.
and someone was like, "No, listen, you actually missed out. There's a fun area.
Look here, look, listen, there's a fun area."
I like how Scenario's like, my favorite part of the suggestion box is the constant berating that happens to each suggestion. Good analogy, clown face from GV. Monty Mole, it's all Greek to me. Felipe Baxter, yes, yeah, a Felipe Baxter. You know what? I can say negative things. I'm not.
Where you'll find it, and there's some optional.
I know where they
combat.
hang out.
Now I didn't even know what the combat was, but I listened to them. I went down there, I found it, and that way we got a little bit more. And by the way, doing that combat led to a discovery of a map. That map led us into an alternate area into this fort that allowed us to do a side mission to rescue someone from the prison and have an escape route.
Cool.
So if that person had not recommended to me, hey, here's something you completely missed, go check it out, we wouldn't have done any of that.
Because you're not conditioned to read, observe, look at anything. If you miss out on it, it's fine. If you say, hey, look into this direction, maybe it's fine. But bro, you're literally saying, yeah, we missed a whole fucking leg of the story if somebody didn't tell me. Well, I guess you weren't really invested in the story if you weren't going around and reading the pieces of paper that you were picking up or reading a map. That's like saying, I got the answer to the fucking question, and then I figured it out, dude. Oh, great. I'm so glad you were able to get that hand-fed to you.
So is that what you want? You want to play through where I skip a ton of content because it's easily missable because that's how the game developers made it? Or, well knowing that I'm not going back to Baldur's Gate 3 to do a second run, would you prefer that I do most of the content in the first one?
No, I would rather you give your genuine and honest take and playthrough. There are so many parts of the game that I've seen Shroom miss, I've seen Karma miss, and I myself have already missed because I'm going around and fucking up shit. I didn't even know that there was some fucking skeleton dude in the middle of the fucking first group of explorers that you...
It's also just like another expression of ego where he acts like his playthrough is the only footage that anyone is going to watch about the game. So he has to act like if he's not exploring a part of the game, then no one will ever know about it, and it's a disservice to the game. It's like, no, they're just going to see it as your playthrough, and your playthrough is not going to have everything in it, just like every other person's playthrough is not going to have anything in it. Also, like, it's so weird how he acts like it's the only playthrough that exists, but he skips extremely important aspects of the game like romance. It's like, so what? You want people to watch you play Baldur's Gate 3 and just pretend like the game doesn't have any romance in it?
Run into out in the ruins right before the grove. I didn't even know about it. I didn't explore it. I was too busy helping a goblin escape and then helping some weird ass drow lady fucking raid the place and kill everybody. That's literally my adventure. So if you're having everybody else dictate your adventure, it's not really yours, is it?
Because that's the difference between you and me. You very well may like Baldur's Gate 3 enough that you go back and do multiple runs. I can't. I'm a variety streamer. I've already put 100 hours in. This playthrough's going to be like 130, 140 hours. I can't.
I thought
go
he
back
couldn't
and
play
it again.
RPGs that
So
were
I have
that
to do
lengthy.
all the meaningful stuff in one run. If you have a problem with people helping,
all the meaningful stuff except for the interpersonal relationships. I guess there's no meaning in that.
me to find the content, then don't watch the playthrough.
Wow, what a great way to sell on your content. Wow. Well, if you don't like people helping me out on any game that I'm playing, don't watch the game. What a great sell. Man, I really wish people would come in here and they would buy my sandwiches out of the sandwich shop. Oh, you don't like my sandwiches? Fucking leave. You could have just told them to look at a different sandwich. Why didn't you just tell them to just purchase a different sandwich? Come on. What the fuck?
Play it for yourself 7 times. There's nothing wrong with that. But telling me that I'm taking too much input from my chat when it's literally only applies to one playthrough.
Wrong. It applies to every single playthrough, period. Every single playthrough.
And it's because of a very specific circumstance that was explained up front when I started the playthrough. It was even a big disclaimer on part 1.
He's beating the shit out of that straw man. I swear to God, the next fucking game that he plays, and you're going to see a whole bunch of hand-holding and shit, he's going to pretend it doesn't happen. He's going to pretend it didn't happen, and people are just going to ignore the fuck out of this.
Only reason I'm playing it is because
I'm so glad
I
for
said
this.
that I wanted people to help me with it.
I'm so
I don't
fucking
get it,
glad.
and I know
They
this is
get to
going to be
have
a
this.
giant learning curve, and I'm going to need this kind of aid, and I know it's a one-time run, so let's do it all at once. This was all explained up front. If you didn't listen, that's on you, not on me.
It's on you.
But that's the point. I can read between the lines and stuff like this.
I can read between the lines. No, you're not reading between the lines. If you read between the lines, you quite literally could have just clicked on the channel and you would have saw, hey man, this is literally a detractor channel. It doesn't take a fucking rocket scientist to figure this shit out, you dumbass. If you took 2 seconds to click on the fucking link of the name, you would have figured it out. You didn't. Fuck me. Trying to pretend that you fucking figured it out. No, what made you think that it was going to be a troll comment is the moment you saw it was a whole bunch of fucking nonsense and a fucking mod told you after the fact. Because people were keeping it a secret, else you wouldn't have approved it. You approved 2 of my comments, you moron.
Oh, are you romancing Minthara? That's a risky choice, but it's cool that like you're able to go that far off script.
This person is so upset. The first thing they say is, I wouldn't be surprised if you skip this comment. So, but
How am I upset, dude? I'm upset over the fact that you're sitting here beating up a straw man. I already knew from the get-go you weren't probably going to respond to this. I was literally talking about it in Discord and everybody's chat. Bro, I'm just going to get felted. He's just going to skip. He's going to skip it. The fact that you're even reading this shit and making these faces right now, I got everything I wanted. I got a fucking segment.
By the way, stop taking suggestions from your stream chat. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about, dude?
Right? Literally, when I start playing a game, the first thing that people say, okay, so here's what you're going to do. You're going to go through that door. You're going to head right. There's an enemy there hiding. Don't get hit by that enemy. Then dodge left and right. None of that happens. You're an idiot.
All right, cool. So that's not what I said.
You're an idiot.
And I'm glad that you completely misconstrued that entire point. I'm so glad that I wrote what I wrote in the very, very beginning, because every single point that you're going to read after this, you're going to hate and ignore.
You're a liar.
All right, next point.
All right? What you're trying to do is you're trying to create a straw man.
He's literally talking about how he just made a straw man for the last...
It's like back-to-back lack of self-awareness. Let's rewind that.
Next point to read after this, you're going to hate and ignore.
You're a liar.
All right, next point.
All right? What you're trying to do is you're trying to create a straw man.
I'm so glad that I wrote what I...
You're saying that people come into my streams and say, do this, do that. You're a liar. You're creating a straw man. It's like you literally just, the sentence before accusing someone else of creating a straw man, created a straw man. That is just like back-to-back. It's wild.
You're a liar.
All right, next point.
Right?
You're a liar.
What you're trying to do
Next
is you're
point.
trying to create a straw man.
How is there any lies in that? He's just suggesting you to change in a certain direction. You're the one who's imprinting upon that suggestion a statement, and then you're calling that statement a lie.
He's literally talking about how he just made a straw man for the last 5 minutes, and he's talking about, you're making a straw man, man. Okay, sure. You know what? I'm going to tell you a straw man here in a sec when you get to point number 2, and it's going to be really fucking funny.
And then you present that straw man as a fact. It's not a fact. It's the straw man you created.
It's going to be funny in a second.
It's fallible. It's false. It's a false narrative.
Oh, yeah.
Okay?
Oh, yeah.
If you don't like Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough because of the way I've done it, don't watch it. Play it yourself. And don't try to generalize comments like this because it just makes you look stupid.
Okay.
Okay?
You look stupid.
Cool. Look at
You're
that.
stupid.
Smartest guy in the room. Valedictorian over here. He's feeling pretty good right now. Him and his little fat titties.
Just listen to this. I love this because he's got every.
Just listen to this, guys. Guys. Just listen to this. You're not gonna believe the fucking next comment. Actually apply your rules regarding bullying and harassing in your chat. I can already see you jumping to an accusation that this guy has no idea what he is talking about. By the way, this is what pissed him off again. He read the second fucking line. And he doesn't know how we moderate here. You have an active chat you ignore because of a combination of lack of moderation and a cultivation of a community that bullies and harasses any legitimate new viewer and active fans who casually watch with a combination of spam, trolling, and even cases of ERP. Just permeating the active discourse. Get a handle on your chat and the moderation, else this problem will continue to turn away any new possible viewership you will get in the future. Watch how he ignores that second part.
Comment this guy leaves is angry.
Angry.
Right? Every comment. A literal, like an angry butt.
How do you imprint anger on what are suggestions? This guy's so angry as his their rages. Like DSP is obviously so butthurt. It's just so much projection.
Hurt comment, right?
Right? Wrong, stupid. You're the one getting angry.
Apply your rules regarding bullying and harassing in your chat. 'Cause apparently I just...
Like, it's so goofy. Oh my god. Now I'm getting loud. Apply your rules. It's just like, it's written down on text. And he's like, listen to this. He's like, apply your rules. Like, really? Is that how angry it sounded in your head?
Just let people bully and harass others all day long in my chat. Do you see this?
You remember how everybody hated Captain Canadian Kirk? KKK? KK Kirk? Look, we literally let that guy run rampant.
Everyone's abused all the time.
He was having a field day for months, and people kept telling DSP, fucking moderate him.
Look at him. The classic case of loaded questions or loaded suggestions.
Loaded question.
They're proposing scenarios that don't exist as if they do.
All right.
Then say, well, here's a criticism. But your criticism is invalid. Do I allow people to come into my chat and bully and harass others all day long?
No, not all day long, but it happens too much. But of course, he has to take this suggestion and reword it in his head into something that's easier for him to argue against because he can't address the actual suggestion at face value. He has to change it and make it a straw man. Excuse me.
Derek. Literally everybody bullies Derek. And Derek doesn't follow the rules. Literally Derek is a prime example.
No, lots of other streamers do. People actually say
Name
the
one.
opposite
They're all doing
of
it,
my
right?
chat. That is not allowed. Right?
Right.
And a lot of people complain about that.
As a Baxter, I am harassed daily, but I don't mind, says Felipe Baxter. Remember how we literally eradicated the Baxter brothers? All of the Baxters. Remember how we got rid of them? And the fucking Baby Man Gaming? Remember how we harassed those people? Pretty cool.
They say, oh, man.
They say.
What
do they say?
He doesn't allow that stuff, so now we don't have freedom to say what we want or something, right? But it's true. The truth is, people have a good time in the chat because they don't have to worry about a lot.
It's so fucking funny that he's making this argument because I bet you he was expecting somebody to say, hey man, you should just let people say whatever the fuck they want. Imagine actually getting a fucking comment that says, hey man, moderate your fucking chat. The thing that he pretends to do. And he's like fucking, he's blasted from the side. He's actually confused. He's being told more moderation and he's arguing against it. He's arguing against it.
Yum. A lot of people attacking each other. They don't have to worry about people being bullying and nasty to each other. Does it happen sometimes? Yes. I can't always stop it.
Look, does it happen sometimes? Yes.
See when I call it out. Absolutely. You see me call it out and stop that shit and put an end to it, right?
No.
But there you go, right?
There you go, right?
Cool.
Totally got him.
Look, you
I'm
see,
right, you're
how
wrong,
he just
right?
he did not
Correct?
even read that whole line. I can see you jumping to an accusation this guy has no idea what he's talking about. Do you want to know why I put that here? Because I knew that was going to piss you off too, and it did. The moment I put that line and this line over here, I knew you were going to ignore the post and it was going to piss you off if you got to this point. So big ups, you actually literally did the thing that I thought you were going to do. Pretty cool. What else are you going to say? What other funny things? Who are we banning? Look at him, look at chat. He's looking at chat, then he's looking at the comment. He's reading this. He's preloading this. He's reading this part. Shorten the pre-stream, because this part literally pisses him off with as many people that tell him shorten the pre-stream. Having a dedicated segment where you can voice your news, upcoming schedules, and even Q&A is fine. But what has happened is the sheer volume of bloat that has come with your pre-stream segments have turned an update and talk session into such a lengthy slog. You have had pre-streams where a scheduled segment, something you remind on this community tab, Twitter, and the Daily Wrap, going for periods of 15 minutes or more, to your derailing and sidetracking on items that are irrelevant to the purpose of the schedule. If you don't believe me, have AI Boom time these segments and see how much you talk on each one of them. If you simply say what now, here's the thing. If he had read this all the way, he would have been able to nitpick this, which I did correct. I actually should have put that as 300 because I forgot to multiply this by 6 because it's how many hours he saves in general. If it was like 1 day for fucking 300 days, like I literally gave him the benefit of the doubt. It's around 300 hours of actual dedicated gameplay that he could recoup. If he quite literally cut an hour from every pre-stream, something you're currently struggling on keeping up with as more games get put on the back burner and you struggle to complete current RPGs you have on your schedule. And look how he takes it.
I'm not even going to read another word from this guy. Do you want to know what he said in this comment? He says there's cases of erotic roleplay permeating the active discourse.
Oh boy. Yep. So he went back to this one. I literally thought he had to have been reading this. Then he read the rest of this. The ERP. You know what's funny? There has been cases of erotic roleplay. It happens all the fucking time. Big ups No Sleep Real Vibes for one of them, by the way. Blushes as I felt you kept rubbing me. Whoa. Just do it, brother. Get it over with.
I swear to God, these people come from Rich Review Text chat. Like, there is so much overlap when it comes to the just creepy sexual harassment that goes on.
How long does this thing between you and 672 end?
It's like, dude, this shit's gross. It's not funny.
Still after Mario stream.
But this is the shit that Rich finds hilarious.
So tomorrow night, yes, slowly grind on your lap.
Ugh.
Yes, I gotta keep it together, but it feels so good being on your lap. Just take it easy. There are other viewers trying to enjoy the stream, mate. Yes, brother. Bro, he literally has people ERP in his chat all the fucking time. It happens all the time. You know what's kind of funny? I know that we used to have a fucking way of looking at chat logs. We still technically do. If you want to check out the chat logs, you can find them here. They're all saved. I literally just pulled up Sunday as one of those fucking Premiere idiots that does this all the time. Sunday is one of those fucking people that likes to go around and ERP. He talks about cuddling with people. He talks about like wanting to have like best relations with Dr. Oi. There was a time during his last Pal World playthrough, his last part of Pal World playthrough, where people were literally trying to bait Jade and Derek to be like in a relationship. Oh man, you're lonely? You don't have a girlfriend? Well, maybe I could be your girlfriend. Bro, this happens all the fucking time in his chat. It goes under the radar because nobody pays attention to his chat anymore. Sunday is literally one of them. And everybody knows it in his chat, which is funny because they start, look, Cracker Jacks, glad to see you, No Sleep Real Vibes. He's literally pointing them out. Wow, okay, No Sleep Real Vibes. They're pointing it out in his chat right now. They know who the culprits are. They've been ignoring it. He's been ignoring it.
Why am I even reading this? Do you see? He actually said that. Listen to this. He says, there is a lack of moderation. There's a cultivation of a community of bullies and harassers. of legitimate viewers and active fans. It's a combination of spam trolling and erotic roleplay permeating the active discourse of my chat.
Some cases of erotic roleplay. I'm not saying it's 90 for fucking percent. I'm saying it's like fucking 5%, and it's weird. It's like we can have people say the N-word over there and nobody gets banned for literally an hour. Look at him. He's trying to hide it. He's trying to pretend because he's seen it. He's literally seen it.
It's obvious the reason the person said up front, you're not going to post this comment, is because they wanted me to read the most ridiculous things I've ever seen. Right?
And you
Let me tell
for
you
it.
guys. At every moment, it's just erotic roleplay in my chat. I mean, that's the problem. It's a major problem. I've been reported so many times for it. It's completely out of control.
Yeah, this is the reason why there's no point in submitting any suggestions. You say anything, and he's just gonna say, "Oh, that happens. That happens constantly, all the time, right? No, it doesn't. Of course not. So you're stupid." It's like, "Hey Phil, can you stop like belching into the microphone?" "Oh yeah, because I just like belch all the time, 100% of the time." "Yeah, right. You're just making up a straw man," as he makes up a straw man.
Nobody said.
It's just a therapy session. He just wants to yell at people for suggesting that his streams are anything but perfect.
Saying you should be reported for the ERP. I'm saying that if somebody literally new comes into the chat and they wait the 24-hour period to even talk in the chat, they get hit with people being weird to each other and weird to Derek. They get hit with a guy who's quite literally known as Canadian KK Kirk. As he sits there and he spouts the most nonsensical racist shit. And you're supposed to just hang out and chill and watch this. Bro, what? You gotta be kidding me. This guy, the way he structures all of this, the way he likes to pretend that none of this shit is happening. He likes to go the tee-hee. Oh, you know, you're just wrong. Tee-hee.
Right? I mean, totally.
Nice
That's not
fake
the
laugh.
polar opposite of the truth. And, you know.
And you know, it's a duh. You know, like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, it's not the polar opposite. If it was the polar opposite, then there would be no ERP in chat, which there obviously is. And you admitted there is, or else you wouldn't be talking about how you get rid of it. Why would you need to get rid of it if it's not happening? You stupid dipshit.
And people don't give me shit all the time for not making sexual comments and not partaking in any.
They're not talking about you. They're talking about the chat. Dumb ass. Also, you tell people to eat shit out of your butt. You tell people to suck your dick and lick your balls. Like, how is that not sexual?
Any kind of romantic relationships and games. It's that we're just constantly doing erotic roleplay.
Constantly.
Gotcha. All right.
This dude is the same guy who wanted people to eat shit out of his ass with a spoon that he was going to mail you. He talks about dicks and balls all the time. Bro, I'm not even...
Damn it. Get ahead of myself.
Even making fun of you. I'm literally telling you that your chat has a bunch of weird people in there. But it's okay, man, because you want people to, you know, you want your community to grow, right? You want all these new folks to join up, right?
All right. I've had enough of reading that comment. We'll move on to another one.
Okay, so here was the rest of the fucking suggestions, which I kind of wish he read them, but at the same time, I don't. Shorten the pre-stream, which pissed him off. I know, because he read way more than this. He read way more than this. And then he backed up into this, because the moment he saw shorten the pre-stream, he was pissed. 100%, $1,000,000%. There are so many people that have been telling him to shorten the pre-stream. Fuck, you can literally go back to the previous suggestion box, and people are saying, stop begging, shorten the pre-stream, actually make tier goals, play some games. Literally try option 3. There were people that were telling him all sorts of shit, and he ignored them all the time. But now he's like trying to feign ignorance. It's like, yeah, man, nobody's been saying that, and people who do, they're fucking idiots. But yeah, he could save over 300 hours of actual gameplay. He would never have to increase the fucking length of his the length of his streams if he quite literally cut out an hour of his pre-stream. 1 hour a day. It's 6 days a week, and if he could do it for at least 300 fucking days, which gives him quite a few days off. It gives him quite a few fucking days off. That's 300 hours he could recoup. Very easy. Actually pull your chat. Eyeballing chat can work for snap decisions, but if you want true feedback, you need to directly ask these folks. Either give it a membership only poll or do a chat poll. But if you can't give these fans a voice or just shouting into the void, hoping you might listen, that's basically his Q&A. Leverage playing on your mini PC.
Yeah,
that's
a good point. He only is going to listen to the people who bankroll his entire lifestyle, and they all do it in emails behind the scenes. So the front-facing suggestion box, again, is completely useless. He doesn't listen to any of it. All he listens to is things that you don't get to see from emails sent to him by OIC.
Smaller games you could try out in a night that you can even include your chat into picking. Things like itch.io contain a wealth of free and or very small indie games.
It's all just so masturbatory, so he can claim that he listens to suggestions, but you see what happens when he tries to.
That have both chat interactions and chat selection with little to no commitment. Put that PC to work. Ease up on your actual supporters. Many of these folks know how much you keep certain bad elements around just so they can donate to you while evading the rules. Your chat actively dislikes these people for their remarks and their behavior. Stop enabling them so you can get an occasional contribution from them. Cut back on the ads. Back in November, you specifically stated that you only made $5 a day on these ads. It wouldn't be a big enough trade-off to force people to watch ads. They're aggressive and instantly turn off new viewers because they don't expect the live stream to have ads in such a manner. You said you don't want to go back to Twitch, then don't make it into a Twitch-like atmosphere where you force to monetize
it sounds
people
so angry.
to the point where a new viewer will be unwilling to join in on the fun. The last thing that I had, which was the typo, was you have a severe audible buzz. I know I put sever, but a severe audible buzz. It's been explained to you multiple times, and your solution to turning down the volume on your Scarlett device is not the solution. You need to address your capture card, because anyone with headphones can hear an audible 15 decibel buzz that does not go away and has been present on your content for over a year now. And the reason why I said this is because I told multiple times I had the same fucking capture card. I know, shocker, right? If you've ever wondered what that audible buzz sounds like, I can actually show you what that audible buzz sounds like. Let me unplug my capture card. That way I can put it into a setting where DSP would have it. So this is what it would sound like. Let me kill the music. Hear this? You hear how it's a whole bunch of like static and everything? And it kind of clicks every now and then? Yeah, that's because I had the same exact capture card and I know how to get rid of this. Look at this. And it's gone. Just like that, it's gone. But he doesn't understand how to do that. His thought process is literally like, let's just lower this. That doesn't solve anything. That literally solves nothing. He perpetuates the fucking problem. And then he wonders why people fucking hate the audio. He was so close to fixing it. And again, he's turned away from the answer. I don't even fucking care anymore. I actually don't. I'm glad that it's fucking busted.
Hey, Deathcore lover. Just making some AI generated images for this version of the song entry for the King of the Ring. I'm gonna have to do some like face swapping for this one because this is supposed to be Wings. This is of course Keem. We got rapping Gundams. This is for Thursday's King of the Ring entry. Even though this version of the song isn't going to be on it because it's too long, but this version is going to be on it. It's going to be good. Looking forward to it.
Busted because he's had over a year worth of fucking busted ass content where you hear an audible fucking buzz that will never go away. That's why whenever you start,
Sun Cheng Jiang from Dynasty Warriors, because Anlete was generously gifting subs, so I did a wheel spin. The sub goal is for playing a cringy visual novel, which is always fun. There's a lot out there.
Stop the video.
That was a complete waste of time. Good lord.
Good lord.
You can hear a weird. You hear that?
Oh,
how it kind of pops.
By the way, that guy.
You can hear it if you're hearing nothing but dead air and he's sitting there leaning. You'll hear a pop every time you pause and unpause or you scrub through his content. It will never go away.
That was a complete waste of time. Good lord.
No, it's not the air conditioning. It is quite literally his AverMedia capture card. I have the same exact capture card. I know how to fix it. I've said it multiple times in multiple streams how to fucking fix it. He will never fucking fix it. And I'm glad he will never fix it. I want this content to be ruined for years to come.
Oh, let's see. By the way, that guy, no kidding, he had like 10 bullet points in his comment.
No, I had 8 bullet points. I'm sorry, Phil, that you don't have the ability to fucking count. You know what? Counting is really fucking hard. Especially for somebody who's a valedictorian and quite literally grew up on the mean streets of Connecticut. I guess counting to 10 is probably fucking hard. Especially when it's only to 8, and I actually had them labeled with numbers. I'm sorry that you weren't able to count, Phil. Maybe you should have figured that out, dude.
10 things he actually expected me to go through when the first 2 were so ludicrous. Okay.
Groom the hair, groom the hair.
Let's go.
Like a
I haven't
cat.
heard these, by the way.
Like a spoiled little cat.
I know they're all fucking shit, by the way. Let's go through. We're gonna see what the next one is. Been a fan of yours since Heavy Rain. I get why you had to change from how you used to be. Isn't meant to be mean, but nowadays you're really boring. I mean, put me to sleep boring. I haven't been able to watch any vids since Hades. I've tried. Somehow you need to figure out how to be more entertaining, and you'll be rewarded with more income. The co-op play is a nice start, and I hope Kat gets more comfortable with it. I don't know which is more funnier. The fact that Kat was not comfortable and she fucking left, or the fact that he's thinking about how he's more boring now because he's cut out like all of the personality from his content.
Okay. Well, the chat is responding pretty appropriately to that comment. Okay.
Yeah, what did the chat say? It's D&D fans, romance cat. He didn't even understand the comment. Wait.
They're just roasting Phil. They're saying that Phil didn't understand the comment, and DSP is pretending like they're on his side because he just hides the chat. So if you're watching on demand, then you'll never know that he's just outright lying to you.
There's erotica in the chat. I should have gotten here sooner, says Noob Cybot. Must have been my daughter, says Rebecca. Dang, 672 off the rails. Okay, yeah.
I've been a fan of yours since Heavy Rain. Ugh, I hair in my mouth.
Stop sucking balls.
Oh, King Jad Rain?
Okay.
Oh, big ups King Jad.
I get why you had to change from how you used to be. Nowadays, I do find you kind
of... For
of...
those who are rating from King Jad's place, if you want to go over like my segment, where I reviewed my segment, autistically, you can literally go back 30 minutes and watch as I sit there and I complain about DSP complaining at a straw man that he created himself. Because he needs to beat up a straw man, he can't beat up the argument.
Boring. I mean, put me to sleep boring. I haven't been able to watch any videos since Hades. I tried, but somehow you need to figure out how to become more entertaining. Well, here's the thing. There's different kinds of content. There's different kinds of entertainment. All right? Sure, 10, 15 years ago, I was known as the over-the-top, anything goes, equal opportunity offender. Like, that's what I called myself. I'm the equal opportunity offender.
If you just say 3 bippity boppities, Italian people are weird, then you get 1.5 inward passes. It's like, how's this working out for you, DSP? How many websites are left for you to get banned off of? I just say bippity boppity, ching chong bing bong, and then that means I get to be racist to other races, right? Nah, it's not how it works. That just means you're a racist.
I like literally last week, he accidentally said he was the equal opportunity racist. And he actually had to correct himself, and he says he was an equal opportunity jokester. And he actually didn't mean that. But it was kind of funny when he accidentally said racist. That was pretty cool.
I will criticize and make jokes about any race, any creed, any gender. It'll be about sex, it'll be about violence, it'll be about
many genders?
Ethnicity. As long as they're generalized jokes, that's the thing. I never wanted to make it so that a certain group felt like they were being targeted. And I don't think I ever really received a complaint about that.
He never received a complaint about being racist. Just let that sink in. Like, what? Yes, you've never been banned off of any website for your hateful slurs.
Normally it would be...
He literally received a complaint about that from the fucking the Dutch Bros. You remember them? And they said that they didn't like your comments about religion and shit.
He can't even say it without like scratching his neck and looking off to the side and being like, I know that was bullshit, but I'm only talking to complete idiots who are dumber than I am, so they've got to either listen to me and agree or else I'm just going to tell them to go away. Leaving just the dumbest people in my chat ever.
And that's what you cut out on the religion jokes. You literally did that this year.
Yes, by the time that it was your turn for a joke, some people will be like, oh man, it's hard to take. But then again, Phil kind of jokes about everything.
That's
so it's kind
dumb.
of fair, right? Back in the day, no one complained.
That's wrong.
No one had issue with that commentary, all right?
Except the people
now they
who
do.
did.
Now anything like that.
Literally, he's complained about people picking him apart for like saying things out of context and like putting comments underneath videos and shit for years and years and years. Back during This Is How You Don't Play. They literally told him to knock it the fuck off. Nobody told them. They were okay with it. Yeah, I guess they were okay with it until they stopped being okay with it. And then when they told you, you didn't listen, right? Okay.
It's considered an absolutely horrible joke. Anytime I even try to make a dark joke these days, people criticize. I mean, take a look at the playthrough that I did. I don't even remember the name of the game anymore. All right, but it was the game about the heist went wrong, right? That there were like 3 brothers who were doing a heist at like a gas station, and there's other survivors in there, and basically there's a girl and there's a corrupt sheriff.
He didn't know the sheriff was corrupt when he was making the comments.
No way. Okay, I started up the stream before he got to this question. You're telling me he's going to address the fact that a year and a half ago he made a slavery joke about a little black girl? You have got to be kidding me.
So I made a joke in the playthrough.
Big ups as dust falls.
That the corrupt sheriff, who, by the way, there's evidence in the game, he has a black book of horrible things he's done to the town. He's basically blackmailing the town. He's a drug dealer. He's a scumbag.
Black. All right, what
so
else
I make a dark joke that this guy also maybe like taking in kids and having like a whole kind of slave trade deal going on too.
What kind of slave trade deal, Phil? Are we talking about slaves that are for people of color because they're African? Or slaves because they're children? And what kind of slavery are we talking about here, Phil? I'm actually kind of concerned.
Because that's the kind of thing a guy like that would do. If this guy really was ruling the town with an iron fist and he's like this underworld.
Again, he didn't know any of this before he made these comments.
World kingpin, but he's the sheriff
Look at
too. Don't you
chat.
think he would be doing more awful things? So I make the comment, and people, oh, horrible joke, awful. Don't you see how that joke's terrible?
No, they pointed out the hypocrisy because you're saying you don't make those jokes anymore. But of course, he has to ignore that. How's it going, SCP?
Terrible. What an awful thing to say. And I'm like, that's literally the kind of joke I made every 5 seconds back in the day in my old commentary. Like,
but that's the point. You've said you changed and you don't make those jokes anymore. But then they point out that you did like less than a year earlier. So what's the deal with that? Are you lying? Are you just pretending that you're a better person just so you can sweep everything you've ever done under the rug?
And that's the shit that you said you were cutting out, Phil. So why did you make the joke? I thought we were supposed to be grown, and we were past that now, and we don't make jokes about that. But here he is just admitting, yeah, man, I made a joke about that. I used to do it, and I'm doing it now. That's a cool way of just admitting it's like, yeah, he hasn't changed. He just thought to himself, this would be a great joke to make because, it's funny.
That's a mild joke. Compared to the kind of jokes that I used to make back in the day. It really, really is.
He's literally talking about black people being sold into slavery or children being sold into slavery, whatever that means, is a mild joke compared to what he used to do back in the day. What the fuck did he used to do back in the day? I'm actually kind of concerned now. This dude is like talking about as if, Jesus Christ, he's talking about it like he was asking for, people to be Thanos snap, but not with a Thanos snap and maybe with some other implements and processes. Don't worry, he has an A certification. He probably made those things streamlined, man. He got him in and out of them showers very quickly.
So the fact that today you can't even make dark jokes because you'll be, you know what I'm saying?
Because you'll be,
People
you
are,
know what
"Oh
I'm
my
saying?
God,
No,
a
because you
dark
haven't
joke." They can't
said
take it,
anything.
right?
You
So
tried
that's why
and then
in
you
the
stopped
modern
and
era,
gave
you
up.
can't be like that anymore. You just can't.
You literally were. That was a year and a half ago, Phil. That's the complaint. You literally were. And he even admits it. It's like, you can't do that anymore. Well, no shit. Before you even made that joke, you were talking about how you couldn't do that shit anymore, but you still did it.
I mean, you can be if you constantly want to be the subject of a drama discourse. Like if you're doing it today, you obviously are not a serious creator. All you're trying to do is get people to talk about you in a negative light, so at least your name's out there. And that's not my goal. I literally could today go right back to that style of commentary. And if I did, I would be talked about all over the internet. Oh my God, did you hear Darkside Phil went back to this awful commentary? It's over the top, cancel culture shit, right? But I don't want to do that. My content today has evolved, all right?
He's changed
Here's the
now.
thing.
He's
He's
evolved.
evolved to the point where
You've
I'm
changed now.
no
We're
longer
different.
in line with what most people on YouTube want, because most people on YouTube want...
That's why he's not the laughing stock and the butt of the joke on the internet, is because he's changed and he doesn't make those comments anymore. Right. Whatever you got to tell yourself, man.
Immature drama crap. That's not me, right? That's
Free.
like saying...
That's like
you,
me.
You were going to make a
Free.
TV show.
Oh,
and
God.
so you made a TV show that was professionally made with all kinds of interesting plots and good vibes and things, but it doesn't get a lot of attention. But then someone made Keeping Up with the Kardashians, the dumbest, most vapid, empty-headed piece of dog shit television ever created, and that's the most popular
just
thing on
reality TV.
So that's the right way to go, and you should keep making that, right?
Isn't that you just justifying DSP Reacts, though? You used to harp about it forever and ever and ever. How DSP, or how the idea of doing a React style fucking content was actually the most vapid, most ridiculous, most lowbrow fucking content imaginable. Literally. It was the worst fucking content. But he's now transitioned into doing it. Fuck, he's doing it right now. If you go on a DSP fucking Gay Man, he's not streaming anymore. He's already went over to fucking DSP Reacts. And now he's probably looking at some video that somebody like sent him about like some food. No, he's looking at a fucking trailer. Thank God he's looking at a trailer. He was looking at food though. He'll literally look at fucking food videos. And he's gonna react to this. Literally the lowest of lowbrow content. And he's gonna tell you, this is great, this is good content. He literally tells you how it's great content. And then when you look at his fucking views, it's not reflecting as good content. Nobody watches it. You would go back a month. Some of these videos don't even break fucking 300. That's how bad it is. He chastised his chat for not paying him to react to Elden Ring DLC. Yes, he did. I did hear that. He has 2 reaction channels now. That is true too. He's trying to his best to literally do the most absolute bare minimum content, period. He does not want to do anything that has him do any ounce of work. That's why he's been completely vehemently against all of these suggestions. All of them require him to do something new, to do actual work. And he doesn't want that. He wants to sit here and he wants to berate chat on something easy he can do.
Right? No. I've made the most vapid, shitty content on YouTube back in the day. I know that now.
All right.
And I've matured and I've grown up.
That's kind of cool. He's invalidating his 15-year history as a content creator.
Whoops, sorry. I'm gonna send you a spoon so you can eat poo-poo out of my bum-bum. That's evolved. That's grown up. It's pretty sad, Phil, if that's true, but you're just bullshitting.
Creator by saying,
grown up adult people tell people online to eat poo-poo out of their butt.
It was all vapid and shitty. But if you like quite literally talked to him a couple of years ago, he would talk about how it was meaningful content back then. And that's all he ever put out. I like how much he tries to retcon himself as a character back then. But then whenever you talk about back then, he was better than that. He's like, yeah, man, but you know, it was shit content, and I didn't even really mean it, and it was stupid. I was joking around. Buddy, you were doing it and you were joking around. You made the most money you'd ever did in your career. his best years are the years in which he was joking around and being a character. And ever since he quote unquote transitioned out of being a character, he's been miserable and in debt. And he complains about the money. So what is it? Are we missing the past because of the money, or are we missing the past because of the fame? Or is it both? Or neither? Why do we have a slide that celebrates 15 years of clownery? You should just say 15. No, you should say 5 years of DSP being the best content creator ever. Because the first 10 were invalidated. Completely fucking invalidated. Because he was being a stupid idiot back then. He
From that
jacked
kind
off.
of content. I don't want to make constant sex jokes. I don't want to make constant racial jokes. I don't want to be
You like how he throws that in? Constant, nonstop, constant. It's like you can't do anything constantly because you don't have the brain power for it. But you do it a lot. You do it way too much. You do it more than anyone else you can think of.
making these offensive comments for the sake of getting a rise out of people anymore. I'm past that. In fact, if you look at my demographics,
I just do it like twice, 3 times, 4 times a week.
You will see that my demographics over the years have completely changed.
Yeah.
My audience
How are we going to see those demographics, Phil? He never shows us these demos. He just assumes that you can see it. Well, no. He's assuming that you just take whatever he says as gospel. He can't actually pull it up in front of you. The last time he pulled up something that were like statistics and analytics on part of his channel was quite literally when he accidentally showed the fact that he could see all of the denominations in US dollars for super chats. And he could see how much he was getting in total. But he likes to kind of retcon that and pretend that people actually didn't see that one fucking stream. Whoops.
2010 was a bunch of teenagers. I know because I used to pull the demographics and always used to say, yeah, all of all your viewers are teenagers, right? Now I pull my demographics and it says.
Also, again, like he keeps doing this recently and it's super fucking creepy. Him just outright admitting in his own words that he made sexual content for teenagers. A man in his late 20s was making sexual content for teenagers. It's like, you don't realize how creepy that sounds? Like, are you a fucking groomer? Are you like a predator? Are you like a degenerate who tries to corrupt people with impressionable minds? I mean, that's literally what you're saying, isn't it?
Whoa.
Whoa.
It literally sounds
now,
low.
most of my viewers are in their mid-20s to mid-30s or mid-30s to 40s. That's where all of my viewers are. Older people, adults around my age range who are looking for a different kind of content, right?
Different.
That's what people want. They do not want
Very different.
trash, stupid drama on this channel. Right?
Yes.
Now, there are people who want
Eat
trash and
poo-poo out of
stupid
my
drama.
butt.
They're not my viewers. They're my haters. They're scumbags out there. And that's literally, why do you think the top YouTubers right now are people who are doing drama shit constantly? Even the gamers.
What are you talking
the gamers
about?
are constantly causing drama, doing drama stuff.
Okay, let's take a look for a second. Let's look at the home screen. Let's see. Did they get rid of like... Okay, here's trending. Trending office stereotype from Dude Perfect. It's the amazing digital circus. That's drama content, right? That's the biggest thing on YouTube is drama content. Here's Mr. Beast giving cleft lip surgery to hundreds of kids. That's stupid drama content, apparently. Let's look. This is a highlight from a soccer game. A soccer game is stupid drama content, apparently. This is a Vati video talking about the Easter eggs in the Elden Ring DLC trailer. That's drama content. This is all the popular stuff on YouTube, you guys. Oh my god. Why do you think all the most popular stuff on YouTube is all the drama content?
And things.
Sure.
That's how they are. That's what dumb teenagers like.
That's what
That's
dumb
not the content
teenagers
that I make.
like. That's all the drama.
I've grown and evolved over the years. I understand what this person is saying, but again, sadly, this is something you'll come to a realization about in life. Okay, things change. They do. People change. Things change for the
change?
better.
Oh my
right?
god!
You're
What are you
looking for
talking
someone
about? I
who's
didn't
now
know that.
Been through the YouTube grinder.
The dinosaur who refuses to change is telling you that things change. How ironic.
1011 cheered 50 big ups. DSP President's suggestion box. He read the secretary's post a short stream.
Yeah, basically that. That was basically it.
16 years of my life I've been doing this. I have all the experience, all the knowledge. I know about how the games industry works. I know.
Then why are you on level 1 and Maximilian dude has been doing it the same amount of time as accepting awards on stages at presentations? If you know everything. I have all the knowledge, I have all the experience, but I'm stuck on level 1. It's like, that just makes it sound even more sad, because despite all that knowledge and experience, you've done nothing with it.
I know about all this
You've done nothing but degrade yourself.
shit.
Yeah, he knows.
I've done all this shit. Yeah, it is definitely shit. That's for sure.
That's the kind of stuff that you want to hear. You want to come here and see honest takes on games. You want to hang out with me for a podcast.
DSP, who has no idea how the game industry runs, how it all works, is telling you, yeah, man, I know how the game industry works. Wasn't he the guy who was reporting on the fucking Elden Ring DLC and he didn't actually read the article or even look at the trailer? And he just made up a whole bunch of facts and said, yeah, man, they're overcharging you and it's a scam. He literally said these things, got called out for it, and then all of a sudden had to backpedal it. But he knows the industry, dude. He only knows the industry as much as he knows, like, I guess, how to make anything beyond a sandwich.
Podcast every day and have some honest discourse about
Puff underscore the underscore low underscore tier underscore demon tier.
Don't do that. If you do that, I'm gonna
I hope this
fucking
will
block
help you
him.
reach
what's
your
going
goal.
on in the world.
Let's
You want to have some fun, laughing at the past on the
Oh my
throwback
god!
channel. You want
Puff, please! You're killing me, Puff. I'm gonna kill him off if you don't stop.
for you to laugh at and react to content from all over the internet on the React Show DSP.
It's great
Solo
content.
underscore tier underscore demon just resubscribed for 14 months.
Damn
Well,
it.
guys, we got a year-long badass over here. Thank you for sticking by me.
You want to have some fun laughing at the past on the Throwback channel. You want me to laugh
thin
at
ice,
and react
mister.
to content
I
from
agree.
all over the internet on the React Show DSP versus the internet. This is the kind of content you can get.
Ew.
It's not going to be mainstream content. That's not what YouTubers are looking for. Excuse me. This is not what YouTube viewers are looking for. They're looking for the same vapid, drama, crap content that I was making 15 years ago. But that's not me anymore. I'm 41, about to be 42.
And climbing.
Okay? So that's why it's different. And again, when people say to me, oh, you changed for the worse, you're boring now, then it's time to move on. Right?
Leave.
If you don't like
Stop
who I've become
watching
as a
me.
person, despite the fact that I feel my content is more meaningful today than it ever was before, it's not
You can
harmful
feel
to
whatever you
anyone.
want to feel.
That's a key factor. When you're watching my gameplay, when you're watching my podcast or my React stuff, there's no one getting hurt.
What about insulting people, calling them idiots, telling people that they're out of their minds? He does that literally all the time. Practically, functionally, effectively all the time. Not literally.
He makes it sound like he was out there hurting people before. When you make a
Like, he's talking about what, friend request ridicule, where he would get messages in his inbox and he would call the people stupid idiots. But how was that any different than the fighting game content he does, where he calls people losers and tells people that they're bad at the game and that they need to, like, off themselves?
comment like that, it quite literally sounds like you were going around, like, starting up hate mobs and shit and trying to, like, you know, get people tossed out of buildings and shit. What did we mean by that? He's not a hateful person anymore. He doesn't, you know,
Exactly.
create hateful content. Huh? What?
Right?
Right?
I'm not causing drama. I'm not trying to cause fights and stuff. Right?
Okay. All right. He's not starting to fight.
That's just the truth. And I like that a lot.
Again, that just makes it even worse, Phil. You're not trying to cause drama, but it happens anyways. So it just means you're doing it on accident. And you just can't control the fact that you create all this drama around you. Like, that's not really a flex, Phil. I don't get it.
The fact that every day I can go to sleep and say, hey, I didn't actually have to hurt anyone to make $1 today. Right? Didn't have to insult anyone. Didn't have to cause any problems.
I didn't have to insult anyone. Did you hear that? I didn't have to insult anyone. DSP, you insulted people like 10 minutes ago. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? I didn't have to insult anyone. Also, he doesn't sleep at night. He tweets at like 3 a.m.
Problems for anyone. I was just able to entertain an audience and make a living doing it. That's an honest paycheck. That's an honest
Begging.
day's work right there. Right?
No, you beg for money. There's no such thing as begging for money and then you turn around and say it's an honest paycheck and an honest day's work. It's literally the complete opposite. You fucking delusional buffoon.
Unlike
an honest day's work. Guys, you know what? It would help now more than ever, your support. Guys, I might lose a house. I need to pay these 2 big bills. I gotta pay all of these things. And if you don't give me money, I'm gonna lose that ability to keep putting out the content. He likes where he is now. Back then, at least he wasn't like rattling a tin cup as loud as he was today. Back then, he would just tell you, give some money on Patreon and shit. But now he's like literally furiously rattling the fucking tin cup. He's like, man, I need the support. I need the support. Give me the support, bro. Okay.
The shit that they're doing.
I guess, yeah, it's an honest day's
bang. I'm being honest about it, right? I said, I'm basically the blue collar content creator, busting my ass, working hard every day, not hurt.
Busting his ass, working hard every day. He doesn't even stream every day. Hey, Good Roberts. DSP is in a delusional spiral, as usual.
Anyone, just making a living, getting by, and hanging out with you guys, and that's what it's all about.
And begging for money.
This reminds me of? Where is it? I want... you know what I'm looking for.
Good. I had a really good weekend. I went out to Cheddar's, which is a place I've never been to. It's a restaurant, and had dinner with the sisters, and we had a good conversation. We talked and stuff. It was funny, like... sisters are teenagers, and there's one that's a lot like me. She's on the spectrum as well, and like it's awkward to try and communicate at first, but the more we get on the same wavelength and we vibe more, it's a lot easier to talk to each other. And it's a slow process, but it takes time, and now we're a lot more comfortable communicating with each other, and it's pretty cool. She was saying that, like, she's a big fan of Cowboy Bebop, which is pretty fucking based, if you ask me. For a teenager in 2024 to be into, like, classic anime from, I'm pretty sure before she was even born, it's pretty awesome. But she's like, I can never find the movie. Like, it's not on any streaming service. Like, it's sold out everywhere. And I'm like, okay, I'll get on it. And I go on torrent and I download it in like 5 minutes and I put it on a thumb drive and give it to her. And she's just like amazed. She's like so happy about it. She's like, you're a magic man. Felt pretty cool about that. It's like, yeah. It's like, how did you find it? And I'm like, it's a torrent. She's like, I don't know what that is. I'm like, okay, you will eventually.
It's pertinent to today specifically. Because of, because of certain people's takes and whatnot. But there was a great clip for Hassan. Where is it? Oh, you know what? We're going to have to just look it up with Hassan. Fuck. I hate this. Please let me play. Yeah, here we go. All right, this is gonna be great. This is what it reminds me of when he talks about being a blue collar fucking individual.
Yes.
Yeah, it's funny. Like I was wondering about that. I was talking to a friend about that. It's like for some reason the high seas are lost to Zoomers. I wonder why that is. And he's just like, well, they're pretty much like given everything. Like they don't have to look for anything. That's the reason. It's like, I guess that makes sense.
Real job can be gruesome. A real job can make you very tired, but a real job doesn't suck the soul out of you. You know what I mean? In the same way that
no,
9
I don't.
hours of streaming,
and I don't think you do either.
Will.
It doesn't suck the soul out of you. Like, what are you talking about? Oh, like most people enjoy streaming. I guess it only sucks the soul out of you if you're just a fake asshole who's just pretending to be something you're not, Hassan.
So,
yes,
a real job can be gruesome.
A real job can be gruesome.
It reminds me of that when this dude talks about how he's the blue collar fucking worker. He's the blue collar streamer. This dude puts in so much effort. He's just like Hassan, for real. No cap.
All right. Versus what they do out there, pulling their stunts, being fake, doing all this fucking bullshit, scamming and all this shit. I'm not involved with any of that.
Yeah, of course. I don't scam anybody. Big ups on the Patreon scam, by the way. Twice.
I hope that you understand and appreciate that I'm different. All right? So, yeah, if that's the case and you don't get it, and you don't like the modern me, then it's time to move on.
Then
People
go away.
change
I wish they would
man.
listen.
It's, it's like
he says that over and over again, but he would hate if they listened. Like, if only they could listen. It's like, get out, go away, stop watching my content. But the dentheads that he's curated actually love being abused, so they're just like, no, Phil, I won't go away. I won't leave you. I won't let you go. Keep begging to me. Keep berating me.
What they say?
It's like, come on, like, listen to him. Fucking spineless worms. Listen to what he says. Leave. Quit giving him money.
A lot of people who I used to watch back in the day have changed.
Quit being like, hey, Phil, are you going to play this video game? And he just says no. And when he tells you no, just be like, okay, I guess I'm not going to give you any money anymore because you don't care what I have to suggest. Fuck off, idiot. Keep begging.
Angry Video Game Nerd absolutely changed. The Nostalgia Critic changed. Fuck, Howard Stern apparently is completely different today.
You couldn't clean Howard Stern's shoes, Phil. Stop comparing yourself to other people, because if Howard Stern knew anything about you, he would want to involve you in an automobile wreck.
Oh, isn't it amazing? The people that he looked up to and aped content off of have completely changed.
Also, Angry Video Game Nerd hasn't changed all that much. If you actually look at his videos, I mean, you look at his like other videos, non-Angry Video Game Nerd related, yeah, those are different, but his core videos are they're what they've always been.
And they're not as enjoyable now as what they used to be. So what's the answer here, Phil? I changed, I'm less cool now, stop watching me. That's literally what he's telling you. I changed, I sucked the corporate cock, and I'm not fun anymore. So go away and stop looking at my content, dude.
Than what it used to be. If you don't like what people become as they evolve, that's fine. That's just the human condition, is that things change over time. You have to accept it. Just don't sit there denying it or demanding that the past comes back. That's never going to happen. I'm never going to be Phil from 2010 again. It just won't happen. It's not.
You'll just watch Phil from 2010 and goat laugh off it and make money off of it, even though he says he was a horrible person back then and he's never going to be that person again. But people give him money being like, oh my God, I watched this back then and it was so great. Thanks for the burgers.
Going to happen. It can't happen.
Uh-huh. Like, then why are you able to watch that old content if it can't happen?
You understand? I'm a different person.
No, it doesn't make sense. You're lying.
So there you go.
Okay.
There you go.
Edit your throwback videos into longer format playthroughs.
Oh, let's take a look at that. I want to make sure I read each one.
Those into.
Jasper is in critical condition. He's at the vet with Kat, but DSP has to work, so he couldn't go. Where are these LARPers in chat?
Longer format play.
Ban him, Phil.
Playthroughs.
Oh, let's take a look at that.
Phil reminds me of my grandfather, who worked in the coal mines, a true blue-collar worker, not afraid to get his hands dirty. This is DSP's chat for you.
And I want to make sure I read each one of these.
Totally authentic.
So that way they don't get taken out of context.
Not just a bunch of idiot LARPers.
Ralph Tech USA that he skipped, saying Philip Burnell is a man. Big ups. Nerd Brew Throwback. Hey, look at this. Nerd Brew Throwback. I wonder who that is. Edit your throwback videos into longer format playthroughs. Have them in 3 long parts. That way you can get through the older playthroughs faster. Add chapters. People can always go back and finish the video.
Have them only in 3 long parts. That way you can get through older playthroughs faster. Add chapters. People can always go back and finish the video. For perspective here.
Okay, perspective.
The content on the DSP Throwback channel. All right. Right now we're making 30-minute parts. Okay. To make those 30-minute parts takes 4 to 5 hours of video.
4 to 5
of editing. Just running it through the editor, encoding it. Okay? Can you imagine if right now, for the Final Fantasy 13 playthrough, which is around 35 hours long, that we tried to make a 12-hour video, the PC would be running for 2 weeks.
Whose PC? It's not you that's doing the editing, dum-dum. Unless you're saying that you're doing the editing. The only one that's doing the editing are the people that's uploading it as your editors. So they would be the ones who are doing the work. Which, by the way, they're doing it for free. I like how they don't even get a big ups or anything. They're literally doing it for free behind the scenes for nothing.
Just to encode one video, it wouldn't work. What you're saying is preposterous.
Yes.
Maybe if I had a giant network of supercomputers, right? A server farm trying to fucking encode the video, maybe, that it's never going to happen.
Wow. Okay. Big ups. I didn't realize that people who made This How You Don't Play is like King DD Duke and fucking how, dude? Oh my god. I cannot believe all the people who do This How You Don't Plays all run server farms. Big ups Outsider with your fucking server farm, you fucking hacker.
So I don't know what to tell you, but yeah, basically the thing is, people just have these crazy misconceptions about things. Oh, it should be so easy to do that content. Really? You think that taking those videos that look and sound atrociously bad, like some of them you can't even make out what I'm saying in the video at this point.
What?
Now, years later, you're so used to the modern technology.
That makes no fucking sense. You go back and you don't even know what I'm saying because nowadays you're used to it sounding clearer. So that means when you go back and you listen to other things, it doesn't make sense anymore. What the fuck? What the fuck are you talking about? He doesn't even believe his own bullshit. Just classic liar's tale of scratching the back of his head. Like, oh, I just have to like bullshit my way through the sentence even though it doesn't make any sense, but I can't stop now.
What I'm saying in the video at this point, because now, years later,
you're so
like
used to
years
the modern
later,
technology,
it looks like shit. It sounds.
You watch modern videos and that distorts your brain to the point that you can't watch old content and it doesn't make sense anymore. That makes sense, right? Scratch, 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 scratch.
Sounds like shit.
Sure, Phil. Whatever. I mean, it's not like you need to convince anyone anything. You just have to kill time.
Thing that running those videos through upscaling AI, through noise correcting AI, right? Then combining them together, that this should take like 20 minutes.
I don't think he's saying it should take 20 minutes. I don't even think he made the argument that it's going to take any amount of time. I think he said that for the viewing audience, it would be a hell of a lot better. But he's basically arguing against the viewer audience. Fuck him. It doesn't matter. These people don't give me money. The fucking 200 people that watch my fucking part 14 and part 15 of Final Fantasy 13, they're not going to give me money. They fucking hate me. And I fucking hate them too. I'm not going to make it easier for them. Fuck it. Let my editors do what they want. If they got to steal fucking footage from other channels and shit, let them do it. If they're not going to credit anything, let them do it. If they need to put audio mistakes, visual mistakes, let them fucking keep them in. Because why should we have any quality control at all whatsoever?
Well, let me know what alternate universe you live in. I'd like to visit this multiverse where everything is like
live
this.
in a
Really,
different
I'd
universe,
love to
dude.
see it. It doesn't exist.
You fucking
but I'd love
idiot.
to know where
You
everything is like
live
this.
in a
Really,
different
I'd love
universe,
to see
dude.
it. It doesn't exist.
You
but
fucking
I'd love
idiot.
to know,
You fucking buffoon.
Because again, these people are
Again, these people.
living in an alternate reality when they think about this shit. They just want what it's called. It's called instant gratification.
Yeah, that's all you want, you idiot.
My way.
You want instant
immediately,
gratification.
for free. And if you don't give it to me my way immediately
It's not free when you expect money for it, dipshit.
for free, you're doing it all wrong and it's your fault.
Dude, it is your job as a content creator to deliver to the viewing audience the content that they want. If your complaint is there are not any views on your dumbass fucking content, you cannot blame the viewers for being given something they do not want. How does that make sense? That makes zero fucking sense.
Right? Listen.
Look here.
Basically, the way I see it is the way that those videos are releasing is good. It gives you a little bit of content every day, half an hour, right? It doesn't overwork the editors. So they're not having to pump 20, 30, 40 hours into each video, which would be ludicrous. Do you know how many views those videos are getting? On average, 100 to 200. Do you really think that we should run it through an editor for that long to get 100 views on a video?
Yeah, I'm going to be watching the stream today as usual.
No, he would.
I'm working in Premiere on my server farms, on my warehouse full of 4080s daisy chained together with serial ATA cables. Just adding lyrics to the AI generated Gundam. It looks pretty cool though. I just put rapping Gundam in the prompt and it does a really good job of it. But that's because I have such processing power. It's like DSP, you realize that all this AI stuff is usually created from computers on the cloud, right? But of course, he knows what he's talking about. They don't know what they're talking about.
Rather space them out. He would rather have 3 videos that each got 100 views than one video that got 300 views. That's how he thinks. I mean, I get it. That makes sense to me, I suppose.
What are you talking about, right? Like, you're out of your mind. This way, we can guarantee new content every day, right? Because they're half an hour parts. Right. And there's no lull. If you're interested in the playthrough, you can keep following it and watching it.
Yeah, you can keep getting bombarded.
Why on earth would we try to pump that much effort into those videos, edit it for 2-3 days straight to pump out a 5-6 hour video that's going to get 100 views? Right?
Why would we put effort? I agree, Phil. Why would your editors put out any effort? I mean, you don't put in the effort because you're clearly not doing the editing. You just give them the file and just tell them, work, bitch, work. And whatever happens, happens. Pretty cool. We love the slave labor. I hope that those aren't underage black girls that are currently recruited by a sheriff currently working as your editors right now, because that's what it sounds like.
Right? Like, what are you talking about? Again, please give me instant gratification of every single thing that I want with absolutely no rationale of why that would make sense or even any kind of understanding of what you're doing on the channel. Just give it to me now. No. We will not do that. Okay? Shorten the podcast and dive into gameplay sooner. That one I've heard 4,000 times.
Hall of Shame.
He listens to suggestions, except for the ones that he's been told thousands of times. He just ignores that one, but he listens to suggestions. It's like, of course, they're going to tell you to shorten the podcast because you just sit there during the podcast crying and complaining and whining about and bitching about how you don't have enough time to play video games. And so they're going to be like, okay, well then why don't you just play a video game then? No, stupid. People tune in for the podcast, not the video game. The podcast where I complain about not having enough time to play a video game. They love that content. Sure, buddy.
Oh, he went through that really quick. Shorten the podcast and dive into the gameplay sooner. His instant response to that. Look at that.
Shorten the podcast and dive into gameplay sooner. That one I've heard 4,000 times. We've already explained that in reality, a lot of the support and engagement that I'm getting these days on certain streams actually is from the podcast.
No, it's from 1 Minute Man, and he could just as easily wait to tip you until after the podcast is over, and then what would you say then? It's so stupid.
Why do you think that is? 25 of it is guaranteed, and the rest of it is whenever you start up a controversy or you beg for money. You don't have anything to talk about. And even when you do have something to talk about today, when you have a suggestion box, you're shitting on everything.
There's been certain days when I talk and we have a good conversation and good fun and I get support.
Can't wait. There's
and
going
I
to be
start
a
the
day.
game and it's dead.
There's going to be a day when he doesn't want to actually make the podcast as long as they are. And he's going to be like, well, you guys have been telling me for years I should shorten the podcast. I'm actually going to shorten the podcast. When he actually does that, I hope I'm 6 feet under. I hope I'm dead and the worms are eating my fucking corpse.
Dark.
Or I'm like, my ashes are spread out into the ocean and the fish are eating my fucking dusted corpse. Because I don't want to live during that time. Well, I'll live long enough to see it fucking retcon and fucking respun and remixed.
Right now, we are leaning more towards content outside of the raw gameplay. This is going to continue to happen in the future. So, just get rid of the podcast, shorten the podcast. It's the opposite is what's going to happen, because that's what actually what's going on is there's more support. Last week, you guys literally voted to have a chill night with me where all we did was talk, and it went well.
Yeah, because you got money for it and it was boring. But this is the same time where he's done a Q&A with Kat. After 2 of them, he said it was boring and nobody was asking any interesting questions. He said it himself. He's told us that Q&As are boring. He literally did it within a month. The projection is staggering. This is a 41-year-old man, because I swear it sounds like an excuse, or excuses a 13-year-old pulls out of his ass so he can be the most mean-spirited and ugly fuckers on YouTube. Yeah, you know what? He does come off as a fucking teenager. This dude asks like a fucking petty, petulant child that doesn't want to do what he's told. He's being told, Phil, you need to do your homework. Actually, in reality, I don't need to do my homework. And in reality, I could just ace the test because I already know what I'm doing. I've been doing this for 15 years. I'm already 15 years old, and I know how to take a test. So don't ask me to study. I'm just going to wing it, you know?
That stream went well. So why are you getting at me a comment here? Drop the podcast, make a shorter podcast. No, people want more.
If people are wholeheartedly agreeing with multiple comments from multiple people saying shorten the podcast, why on earth would you come up with the idea that it should be lengthened? I don't know if this is the ODD kicking in or the fact that he just has convinced himself that this content is actually worthwhile. Because actually, in reality, it is. It's his highest grossing fucking thing that he's doing today. Nothing else that he makes actually draws in more viewership than his fucking pre-stream today. The last time he's seen these kind of views is when he started Street Fighter 6 beta or when he did Elden Ring. But unless he's talking about some kind of drama or he's begging, people fucking check the fuck out.
That's what I'm seeing. The actual evidence versus this kind of one-off suggestion, the evidence is people are liking it more. So do more of it.
And do more of it.
Oh, let's see here.
Let's see here.
You know what? If he literally followed that line of logic, he wouldn't be playing Tekken right now. Tekken is vehemently hated, not even really watched, and not even supported. But he still inserts it into every single opportunity he can. So why doesn't he drop fucking Tekken at this point?
Let's see here. So this one actually is a good one. It says you should.
Okay, this one is actually a good one. This is one that he agrees with. So what is it? Is it OP Boone?
Try diving into YouTube By the way, this should probably be the last suggestion we take for today because I got into shout outs and stuff. You should dive into your YouTube analytics for podcasts. Yeah. See what segments of the show have spikes or dips in.
This is literally Boone's comment. Of course, it's a good comment. In regards to the recent discussion about stepping back from gaming content and expanding podcast style content, you should dive into your YouTube analytics for these podcasts and see what segments of the show have spikes or dips in viewer retention. Does the retention start to go down when you bring up the schedule? Consider shortening that segment. This is literally what I told him to do. He didn't even post this until after I posted mine, and he agreed with me. Boone literally agreed with my point. He's literally talked about doing the timestamps and actually talking about retention analytics. He said it that day. He actually agreed with me and echoed the point. So if he agrees with this, he agrees with my point because it's the same point I made.
Shorten the podcast. No, that's stupid. I get it. I've told you a million times no. Okay, here's a really good suggestion. Shorten the podcast. Like, what the? Okay.
You should dive into your YouTube analytics for these podcasts and see what segments of the show have spikes or dips for viewer retention. Does the retention start to go down when you bring up your schedule? Consider shortening that segment. Does the retention spike up when you discuss gaming news? Consider covering more gaming news or expand into the entertainment news too. My AI generated timestamps likely help with these stats, encourage people to click through parts of the podcast that interest them, lowering retention for parts that they want to skip or pass, and raising retention for parts they want to watch.
50 big ups and his OP Boone. Just a factually based observation.
Man, if I had enough time to be doing all this shit for fucking DSP, oh god, I literally would have no life. I have a goddamn life. I'd rather be working my 9 to fucking 5. That's why I don't stream half the time. On a video's analytics page, there is a retention graph under the engagement tab. This graph can provide valuable information as to what people actually tune into these podcasts to watch and why they're so successful. Considering sifting through the retention graphs from multiple podcast episodes to recognize patterns. And what he is talking about when you actually go to any one of these pieces of content, and this is probably not a good example, but I'm going to go through this example. He's talking about like the engagement portions here. There's fucking viewer retention. How long do they watch? Where do they cut off? If it's like a straight video, most people are going to do it like this if they get a point. But if you timestamp it a certain way, that's when they're going to dip off. That's how this shit works. He's never really truly looked at this shit. Because why would he? If he was smart about it during his fucking live streams, he would actually take a look at a live stream, look at the analytics, and actually look at the engagement. If he looked at it and looked at where the spikes and the dips were, man, he would get a better idea. And this shit actually matters when they have timestamps, because maybe they're skipping around. Maybe that's what they're doing. But he doesn't care about these analytics because these don't mean anything to him. He doesn't know how to fucking digest it. It's worthless noise. How does he take this?
Viewer retention. Does the retention start to go down when you bring up a schedule? Consider shortening that segment. Does the retention spike when you discuss gaming news? Consider covering more gaming news or even expand into entertainment news. My robo-generated timestamps likely help with these stats, encouraging people to click through to parts of the podcast that interest them, lowering retention for parts they want to skip past, and raising retention for parts they want to watch. On a video's analytics page, there's a retention graph under engagement tab. The graph can provide valuable information as to who actually tunes into the podcast and why they're successful. Consider sifting through the retention graphs for multiple podcast episodes to recognize patterns and audience
sway back and forth.
This is all really good constructive criticism.
How is it any different from mine? The fact that he told you to go to a fucking portion of the YouTube studio that you should know how to do? When I say that you're wasting time with a 15-minute schedule segment, it's not because you should cut the schedule segment out. That's not what people are saying. They're saying it's worthless because it's too much bloat. That's why so many people repeat it. So when he hears it from Boone and tells him the same exact shit, only slightly tweaks it, all of a sudden he figures it out. Well, of course he can't shit on Boone. If he shit on Boone, then he would be shitting on the only guy that's actually actively trying to help him. And actually trying to help him with fucking YouTube analytics. Wow, big ups, man.
I want to do that. My challenge is twofold.
Yeah,
the first challenge of this is finding time to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
surprise, surprise. His first challenge, actually doing it.
It's just pulling up a website,
shocker.
dude.
Bill's only fucking real hurdle towards doing anything is actually doing it. He doesn't have time to do it. He's too busy not cooking the dinners, babysitting the uploads, and then fucking around and hanging out with his wife. And then maybe playing with Jasper. He doesn't have time to look at his fucking YouTube studio. That takes way too many minutes. Why would he?
Already sitting here in this office, 8 to 10 hours a day, streaming, uploading, schedule.
He could do it right now.
All this stuff. Right?
Literally, he could do it right now. Nothing stops him from pulling up 3 random podcasts within the last week, pulling them up, showing what I just showed you. Nothing stops him from doing this on stream. He could look at it and show people. Is it really that difficult? I'm doing it right here. He's done it before, too. He's shown all sorts of dumb shit whenever he's been streaming. Bro, just fucking do it.
Right? And it's taking up the vast majority of my time already with what I'm doing.
Yeah.
I don't know when I'm going to find time to sit and sift through analytics. Now, I'd love to do this, and maybe what I could do, I'm curious if you could do it on the phone.
What?
Like in the app, because I don't think you can. I think you have to do it actually in the real YouTube dashboard. Like I have analytics.
Bro, just get Brave. Literally just get Brave. Get Chrome, get fucking Firefox, get Brave. Just visit the actual dashboard from your phone. If you're that fucking stupid that you don't want to actually like use your PC, use your fucking phone, use an internet browser, stop using the plugin. You can do it. I'm literally on it right now. I'm on my phone on fucking Brave looking at my own fucking YouTube studio. It's not hard to do. I'm playing around with it right now.
In the YouTube apps and stuff that I have, but it's not the full-fledged stuff. It's like a mobile downgraded version. But I'd have to look into this. Okay, I would. I'd have to dive in. So, for example, what I could do, this very podcast, let it sit for a day or two.
God damn.
Go and look at the analytics, and there's engagement analytics, and see when did people come in and watch? When was there spikes? When were there dips? You know, what happened?
Spikes?
That's what I got to figure out. The other challenge, and this sadly is
just do it for
a big
him.
challenge. Okay.
Okay.
Knowing the fact that sadly, I'm not just making content for me. I'm making content that goes into
family?
other circles. And here's what I mean by that.
What?
Detractors. Every single day when I'm streaming, there's thousands.
You are not about to quite literally argue the fact that your content is curated for detractors. It is. you're not about to applaud that. Because if you're about to applaud that, you're literally saying you're dependent on your detractors from even existing. You are not about to say this, my friend, my guy.
Circles. And here's what I mean by that. Detractors. Every single day when I'm streaming, there's thousands of people rewatching this stream on someone else's stream. And when something gets said that's inflammatory, like for example, let's say
I thought he didn't do inflammatory things
is
anymore.
me today, and there's some particular meme he brings up, or there's something that I'm saying, a topic that he finds interesting, right? So then he'll bring it up on his stream. All of a sudden, some of his viewers will jump onto my.
You like how he just glossed over the part where he mentioned that he said something inflammatory, and then he completely rewrites it like, maybe I say something that he finds interesting, maybe he brings up a meme. And like, Phil, this doesn't make any sense. People who are watching restreams don't leave the restream and then go to the raw stream. Like, you realize it's usually delayed because they pause and they give commentary. Like, it's not a one-to-one thing, and they don't. No restreamer suggests that you go into his chat and say anything, but it's just his roundabout way of admitting that his analytics are skewed by people who don't like him, so he can't really trust his analytics. So just say that. I can't trust my analytics because not all the people who watch for the same reason. Just say that. But no, he has to be the eternal victim.
Stream, right? And
right?
what happens is
wrong.
That skews
right
the audience.
You know, right?
No, it doesn't skew
wrong.
The fucking video. The thing that has the timestamps, the thing that OP Boone is talking about is your published videos. The things that nobody is going to rate you. They're going to watch after the fact. That's what they're talking about. So it's not going to skew anything. Unless you're looking at your live stream, which even then, that's stupid as hell. Because if somebody's sitting through the live stream, they're going to sit through it almost the entirety of the fucking time. They're going to jump in whenever and they're going to jump out. It's not going to tell you. You can't psychically know the content ahead of time unless you've already seen it. That doesn't even make any sense. Bro, we've completely left the reservation. This isn't even the thing he should be arguing.
All right. And by the way, I just said Tevin because he's a common restreamer. Everyone says that he's someone who restreams me all the time for stuff, right? So basically what'll happen is there'll be spikes. Like I'll even see, oh my God, I would look, why on earth do I have like 600-700 viewers right now? I don't even understand it. Like where did that come from?
Yeah, it's less than 500, less than 600.
And you'd be like, well, that's because someone was restreaming you. They said a comment about what you were saying. And so their viewers came over to see your stuff. Right?
Wrong. That never happens. That literally never happens. Nobody is like, oh, stop watching the restream and go watch the raw stream now. It's like, it doesn't make any sense. Anyone who would think about it for 5 seconds would be like, what? What are you talking about?
Right? To comment in the chat themselves or whatever. You'll notice all of a sudden there'll be a ton of accounts that will come into the chat and all start saying the same thing. And that's because you know where they came from.
How does that work for right now? I have like, Jesus Christ, I have like 850 fuckers in here right now. We're not even watching the live stream. We're watching the pre-stream where he was complaining about shit. So they're definitely not going to be going over to DSP Reacts and commenting right now. Nobody gives a shit. Literally nobody gives a shit. So does that mean the analytics have dropped off completely off the face of the earth because nobody cared about that segment? Probably. Jeez, come on, man.
Came from a restreamer stream, and that skews the data. So it sucks because, for example, if you're trying to use analytics to figure out, I wonder,
it makes sense like that. It's like I've never left a restreamer to go to raw unfiltered stream. I mean, some people do because they want to hear the actual raw shit. They want to hear it without all the breaks and shit. Because when I'm sitting here and I'm pausing all the fucking time, I'm pausing just because it's like I need to break it up and make it, meaningful and flavorful and fair use and all that shit. But it's also because I have a point that I got to make too. Because this guy prattles on and on and on, and he's going to make fucking 5 different points when in reality they weren't even related to the first point in the first place. That's how it is. But to Stephen Hawking's point, when I'm watching Ann or Pop, I go over to Phil's fucking chat and then I fucking say something. No, most people do not do that. They just don't. They're inherently in there from the beginning. Or they might listen in because somebody's stream went down or something. Wait, this dude is so full of himself that he thinks that the analytics are going to get skewed because he's saying dumb shit on his stream. Well, you know what? Maybe so. Maybe they're going to all jump in and say, Phil, what did you say that for? Huh? DSP, huh? DSP banhammer, DSP shoot them in the back of the head? I don't fucking know.
Really was the most engaging part of the podcast, right? And it'll be, it's when someone tipped $1 and started talking about Review Tech USA in a negative way, and you commented on it, but in reality, your viewers don't care about that. That's the detractors. They care about that content. So they came to the stream to see it, but your viewers didn't give two shits. Your real supportive viewers. That's a problem.
So why do you talk about it? You already talked about Wings and you talked about Rich today, and you already talked about Tevin. So why did you talk about any of these subjects if they're all taboo and they're all like things that people don't give a shit about? I know you're just trying to make an example about these things, but in reality, you're literally stirring up drama. This is all drama stirring nonsense. And you knew it from the get-go.
That's crazy. Unprompted, he's brought up Kevin and Rich Review Tech. Just back to back out of... Okay. Rent-free, I guess.
You're doing it. Which is why the wins out of your sales get fucking taken out immediately when you do this kind of shit, and then somebody fucking restreams it or re-ups it. And he complains about it because what he wants is all the organic views. Those views should be my views. In reality, they should be seeing me actually do the racist comments and actually typing it in my comment section. They shouldn't be over on a restreamers. They shouldn't be on a re-upload. They should be over on my fucking stream, on my fucking video, I guess.
There's no way to tell in analytics where your real engagement is coming from. Like, what did my actual viewers and fans who are here every day, what did they like about my show today? That you can't tell.
He
really,
can't tell.
You know, because you're going to get those spikes
what
and
a
those
life.
interferences
You literally
from
can't ask
outsiders.
him.
That's called a failed channel where you can't even trust your own metrics. That's a channel that's completely beyond repair.
How many people can say every time that they put out content on YouTube, there's 1,000 people watching them on other streams that could...
Cyrex, Cobes, Wings, Only Use Me Blade, you know, lolcows, which you are.
...view their analytics at any moment.
Bro, how many people can just simply pull their chat and say, hey, did you enjoy the 15-minute schedule segment? Most people don't even have those to ask. Why don't you just ask your chat right now? Why don't you just have a secret member-only poll? Say, chat, how many of you actually cared about me ranting for 15 minutes about my schedule? What if they told you, no, we hate it, cut it back? What would you say then? Or are they all trolls? Who knows?
Right? Probably not many. Maybe me and a few other people who get restreamed all the time, like Wings.
Yeah, what do you all have in common? It's not that complicated, Phil. You're all lolcows.
And stuff like that. Probably a few of us, but not.
Yeah, there aren't that many lolcows. There's like, well, I mean, there's a lot if you look deep. There's like, I don't know, like around 100 maybe, if you really make an exhaustive list, but gameplay oriented is like a dozen.
That many, right? We're in a unique situation where these tools sadly don't get used as much because we can't really use them because they get thrown for a loop whenever that kind of stuff happens, right?
Yeah, it's you've completely lost your fan base to the point that you don't really have one. That's how it works, Phil. That's why you should leave. Either leave or quit complaining about it.
Analytics.
But
boo-hoo.
I like the suggestion.
Boo-hoo-hoo.
I guess because it would be a lot easier for
Love
me
the
to do this
suggestion.
stuff,
I won't
for example,
do it.
on my phone. Like, let's say, for example, you know, I'm on my day off and Kat and I are relaxing in the living room.
Yeah,
we're watching
it is.
Kat's playing a game and I'm watching her.
He's so close to self-awareness. How many people can you say have this problem? Me, Wings, Boogie, Cyrex, Cobes. No connection to be drawn there. No pattern recognition should be exercised in this sort of situation.
Or play, but maybe then I can pop over
Moving
my
on.
phone and get the app open and say, let's take a look at the podcast from 2 days ago. Let's see the spikes and things and try to coincide those with the time.
He's just trying to sit here and he's trying to be like,
now, right?
yeah, when I'm sitting
But if
there
I
on the
gotta come into
couch and
this
playing
office
WWE
and
Champions
sit
and I
here
gotta wait for a
dedicated, sitting in front
cooldown,
of the
you know,
freaking
I could be checking on my phone.
dashboard to do it.
I want to be in my
and I'm
office.
away from my family to do it.
Bro.
I don't see how I'm gonna have time to do it. That's the
When I'm away from my family, what are you doing with Kat? You're literally watching her fat back. I I was eyeballing Cat's fat, massive back. And, I had to pull away from that and I had to look at Google Analytics. I guess he really does love chubby people, huh?
Yikes.
He really does love the BBWs. He's really infatuated. He can't keep his eyes off her.
I'm already to the point where I've worked myself as much and stretched myself as thin as I can get.
Proper, I will give you the long and short of it. DSP reacted to the suggestion box as one would imagine. He did go over my suggestion, and he only made it to point number 2 at the bottom and started reading number 3 silently. And then he was like, this is stupid, and he's a troll, and this is invalid. And then he fucking rage quit the entire comment, and then he slandered it all the way through and constructed multiple straw men and beat them up. And what's funny is he's actually talking about OP Boone's comment, which is quite literally my point number 3, the thing that he rage quit on, which is short in the pre-stream, which OP Boone actually agreed with right here. He knows about it. He's been telling him, and he gets ignored all the time. He takes that feedback that day, 7 days ago, posts it up afterwards. DSP reads it. He's like, yeah, that's a good idea. I should take that into consideration. I should take analytics into consideration. I should shorten down segments that are fucking stupid and bloat it to all hell. He sits there and he's like, yeah, but I can't do it. Because, my phone, it can't go to YouTube Studio. But when it does, it's an app. And it doesn't have the analytics. But he doesn't even know if it has analytics. But he can simply solve it by just going on a browser. But he doesn't want to do that because it's too much work. He's literally coming up with so many excuses about how he cannot do a thing. Which is literally on stream. He could do it right now. He could take a stream or a fucking video, hit the engagement tab, and then scroll down and look at the fucking engagement. That's all he has to do. But he won't do this because doing this is too hard. So he's right now fucking arguing semantics and fucking nonsense about how he literally is too lazy to do a thing. Bro, I hate it. I hate it. I legit hate it. I cannot tell you. Words cannot. If I can make a chi ball right now to say how much I hate it and then just Kamehameha, I would. And still be on camera.
People are saying, we're not getting enough of the games we want. We're not getting enough of the React content we want. Then saying, oh, by the way, on top of that, spend more time analyzing your data and stuff. It's like, I cannot do any more time. I can't. That's the limits of my time. You know what I mean? Like,
you know what I mean?
I have to draw a line in the work-life balance at some point, and I'm already working too much. So
he's already
got to be.
He loves what he does, by the way. He loves what he's doing, but he's working too much, and he doesn't have time to spend to do anything that he wants to do, but he loves what he does. Just try and make sense of that. If it doesn't make sense, then I don't know what to tell you. Go away, watch someone else.
A better way at some point. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I am saying?
Way too hard now. I don't edit the videos. I don't do anything. I literally let other people do it. Bro, you know what? At that point, literally appoint a stream manager. You could... Nothing stops him from having a channel manager who has limited access, can't delete videos, nothing, that has granted access that can look at the analytics. Grant it to Boone. I cannot believe I am saying this right now, but grant OP Boone the ability to go in as a channel manager to view your analytics and do it for you. So he can prove once and for all, when you do these stupid ass segments with schedule, people blow through it. When you do rants, people pay attention to it. It's the obvious thing that everybody can point out because it's the most watched shit on all of your channels. Is when you rant, when you complain, and when you say something dumb. Just do it at this point. Fuck it. It would literally make everybody's life easier if he would just do that. Is Boone a human? I don't even fucking care anymore. I truly don't. Give it to Boone. Because this is retarded at this point. He has someone who uploads emotes for him twice. He has emotes uploaded and he was fucking around and he was surprised. Yeah, he does. He does have a manager that's on the back end. He's pretending he doesn't. But just have that person be a manager at this point. Fuck it. At least he'll give the information that's needed. Phil is washed up, moldy dinosaur boomer who thinks doing something simple as dressing himself in the morning is just too much. He gets Kat to do that for him. I don't think so. I think that he steals her look whenever he's wearing the cardigan. He's trying to, you know, show off, honey, I can wear it too, you know, and I can fit it. You're not that big. But let's be real. Like, it's just fucking stupid. This dude actually has to do the work that, if he wants to complain about people not viewing his shit, he needs to put in work. He can't just hit the start and stop button and just say, hey man, that's it. Put out the content that people want. And if they don't want it, fucking trim it out, man. If you don't understand that, then you're not going to get the viewership that you're looking for.
But we'll see, because I think it's a great suggestion. I actually do. I don't want to say, oh, I'm just going to discredit this entire suggestion. I think the suggestion is very valid and useful. I just don't know how I can implement it right now.
I don't think Phil with a cardigan.
Well, that's enough of a suggestion box for today. We got to get to shout outs now. We start off today on the YouTube
that's
side.
That's enough abuse I want to dish out today.
Membership for 33 months and said, hi everyone. Hello, orcs or dorks. Thank you so much for supporting this channel for almost 3 straight years. Pretty darn
hopefully
cool,
you don't go
right?
away like that other guy.
Jack, also re-upping for 2 years, excuse me, 24 months. What future plans do you have for DSP Gaming?
He doesn't.
Future
plans?
None. Spoiler, he doesn't have any future plans. It's just the coast doing what he does, mentally degenerating day after day, living off the backs of the literal handful of people who are down bad cucks, who just want to feel like they're the savior of the channel because they won't go away no matter how much he rages at them and tells them that their suggestions are terrible. What is this from Atomic Toy Robot? DSP doesn't understand why YouTube wouldn't want to get involved in copyright claims. This is kind of a classic issue that he talked about. This is Atomic Toy Robot, a fairly unknown channel, 62 subscribers. I like to highlight channels that don't get a whole lot of subscribers. Go check it out. I'll link to it in chat. Just give me a second.
Hello, Atomic Toy Robot here. Wanting to make another video regarding DSP. And I would like to first off apologize, actually, because I have been trying to find clips regarding DSP's rants when it comes to YouTube and their actions during any sort of like copyright claim or DSP's opinion in general on copyright claims that he had made maybe about like 3 or 4 weeks ago. But every time I search for it, I can't find anything that I remember watching. I don't know if it's just like YouTube results buried everything. Everything that does show up is like from like a year or 2, 3 years ago. But I do remember him talking about copyright claims and strikes recently and using some choice words when it comes to YouTube and how they handle legal matters. So I do apologize that I don't have the clips in the beginning of the video, which I would normally do to kind of like give you context, but I'm going to try to reiterate as best as I can remember and then comment on it. If I remember correctly, DSP basically said that YouTube in general, when it comes to copyright claims or copyright strikes or anything where a third-party company is saying like, hey, this video contains our copywritten material, please take it down, and then a channel gets a strike. His like overall opinion of it was that like YouTube bends the knee and YouTube is a bunch of pussies and stuff like that, if I remember correctly. And he's reiterated kind of the same viewpoint on this multiple times throughout the years. I do want to disclaim, I'm not here to condone anything that YouTube does as far as like practices with this type of stuff. Like I'm not that involved in this space, so YouTube's policies don't really affect me. But I do want to give some perspective on this from someone that actually works for a law firm. As a disclaimer, I am not an attorney. This is not legal advice. I do administrative stuff for a law firm. Our firm works mostly with businesses and corporations, so I have some sort of insight in contractual agreements between attorneys and corporations. So my viewpoint on this is that DSP has no real understanding of how legal matters work, especially when it comes to advising legal counsel, whether it be general counsel that a company may have or outside counsel, which may be required due to a certain litigation or some sort of proceeding that you don't have the legal staff for. What I mean by this is let's say you're YouTube. YouTube is owned by Google. Most likely YouTube is reliant on Google's general counsel. Their general counsel may consist of employee benefits attorneys, general labor attorneys, and litigation attorneys. I'm not sure how big their legal staff may be. I'm just going to try to simplify it just for the sake of brevity. When it comes to copyright claims, they may not have legal staff on hand to deal with that because they aren't creating the material that would be reason to have attorneys on for defending, against these claims. So most likely when it comes to YouTube, the reason that they stay neutral or will generally grant claims without too much investigation from a third party claimant is they don't want to pay legal fees if they don't have to. And I think the DSP doesn't understand companies don't want to pay fees for things that they don't need to get involved in. He said multiple times throughout the years that when you reach out to YouTube, they say, oh, well, if you believe this is a legal issue, get your own lawyer and deal with the claimant themselves. He, for some reason, thinks it's YouTube's responsibility. He thinks that legally YouTube should be taken to task. I mean, and I'm not saying yes or no, but if a third party is making a claim that something belongs to them through copyright or through trademark, YouTube has no reason to immediately defend it. They don't want to claim anything that is copywritten or trademarked by another company. That's just more headaches for them. But DSP thinks that they should be defending this. But the responsibility does end up falling on the content creator. Now, I just want to go over some engagement letters that the firm that I work for has with some of our clients. I'm not going to give too much detail as far as like who our clients are or anything like that. I want to discuss rates for what is considered normal, I guess, like current rates for attorneys these days. So I have two examples as to possibly why YouTube wouldn't want to be involved in legal matters. The first example I'm going to be showing, or at least I can't really show, I mean discussing, is our standard engagement letter. And our engagement letter defines our fees determinations, whether you require a retainer to pay or our general hourly rate. So in our determination of fee, it does state that you agree to our fee will be based upon the following agreed upon rates. This client specifically has a discount on the hourly rates for their team and a cap to any hourly rates of $895 per hour. Thus, the rates for the core team are as follows. There's an attorney name that I'm going to exclude. There's a couple names that I'm going to exclude, but I'll just speak the rates. It looks like there's four attorneys on this agreement. One is rated at $405. Another is rated at $470. Another is rated at $870. And the last attorney is $895. These are hourly rates for these attorneys if they work on this matter at any point. At any point, they look at this, they touch this, they advise on this, you are now starting to build that rate, okay? And this is just for one client. I'm actually going to look at one of their matters that we have. And it states here that estimated fees for the next 12 months, $10,000 to $25,000. The duration of the matter is roughly 6 months. And the estimated number of hours involved are 40 hours. So for this client in this one specific matter, the team with the hourly rates that I just outlined is expecting to earn anywhere from $10,000 to $25,000 for just 40 hours of work. That should immediately put into perspective why YouTube puts all the responsibility on you. They don't want to pay people that much money. They most likely they have a general counsel. Their general counsel is probably salary, I would assume. But let's say they don't have copyright attorneys. They then would have to seek outside counsel, and then you have to enter an agreement based off of what outside counsel's rates are. And sometimes, depending on the client, you might be able to negotiate an outside counsel rate, which would be more in your favor and less in favor of the outside counsel that you're bringing on. But those are usually bigger clients and specialized clients. I do have here a little snippet from outside counsel engagement letter that I've seen for a different client. It says, name of the client expects to be charged no more than the firm's preferred client hourly rate for the attorneys and the paralegals assigned to its cases. All requests for these rate increases must be submitted to writing to general counsel for consideration at least 30 days in advance of the requested effective date. Approval must be obtained prior to instituting any rate increase. So basically, if you engage in outside counsel as well, then there's a possibility of saying like, okay, this is the rate that we agree on. At any point, outside counsel can be like, hey, due to inflation or due to whatever, like attorney fees or, making sure our attorneys are paid a competitive rate, we need to increase the rate. And then there's a back and forth. This all takes, it takes so much money on YouTube's side if they were to be constantly defending every creator that gets a copyright strike. That's why they put it on the uploader. Phil, you have no real world experience. You live in this weird fantasy realm where you think that just because there were some fair use claims and it was ruled that fair use is acceptable, it doesn't mean that everything is blanketed and protected by fair use. You have to then prove that if there is a dispute. And this stuff costs money. I just told you what the hourly rates were for attorneys at our firm. It's expensive. YouTube doesn't want to spend money, especially when it's been reported that YouTube doesn't even earn money. If it wasn't for Google, kind of keeping them afloat, YouTube would have probably been done years ago. I don't know. I've ranted long enough. I hope I made my point. He has no idea on anything when it comes to legalities or even involving any sort of counsel, which is surprising because he says that he talks to attorneys all the time. So I don't know, man. I don't believe any of that. Anyway, again, I apologize that this one was a little bit sloppier with context, but I hope I got my point across. All right, bye.
Thank you, Atomic Toy Robot. Good video. It's got some good stuff. Let's see what else it's got. Check out a special message for Cat.
This video is specifically...
Coming up next, more detractor content and after that Dragon Ball Z, only on Toonami.
If I could travel anywhere in the world, where would I travel? Well, if money wasn't an issue, my wife has always wanted to go to vacation to Japan, and there was a time in my life when I wanted to go there, and then I never got to for various reasons. So maybe that. We're gonna get to more tip shout outs. Good Lord, the tips are coming in tonight. Sarah's interested. Do you have any dream vacation locations that you'd like to go to at some point?
Japan.
That's what I told them.
Yeah.
Hello, Atomic Toy Robot here, making another video regarding DSP.
That's what I told them. I don't know why they're asking you when I just spoke for you all the time.
Directed towards Cat Burnell. Dear Cat, now over the years, DSP has talked about how you've always wanted to go to Japan and how you were on his podcast, the Q&A recently. You both talked about going to Japan, how that's something you would love to do. And I'm here to tell you that if DSP had wanted to take you to Japan, it would have happened already. He's constantly dangling a carrot in front of your chubby...
Hey, Lonely Sully. I'm working on a video as usual. A little preview I'll probably show on Thursday. While we're going over the King of the Ring The full song here I have is too long. I only can show like the first minute and a half. If you happen to be a member on YouTube, you've seen this already. But there's more to it in the full version that can't be submitted, but I'll publish that as a video on my channel. We got appearances by Gundam, we got Keemstar, we got Wingo. I'm gonna try and do like a face swap thing here on the Wingo pictures because they don't look ugly enough. I'm just using prompts for like, I think the actual prompt is just a 40-year-old overweight, unattractive, bald neckbeard gamer wearing glasses and rapping. So I get images like this, but they don't quite look like wings. But I can fix that. I could just do a little bit of AI face swapping. I think that'll work out. That's a weird looking hat. Let's try some more. This is Being Creative, if they can ever decide on what to call it. Now it's called Copilot Designer. Microsoft. Can't really figure out what they're doing. Oh boy. That's an interesting one. That's not as fat as Wings is, though. That makes him look skinnier than he is. That's a pretty good one. It's very soy. Or this one. Anyways. Back to Atomic Toy Robot.
Wee little pig face to, I guess, keep your hopes up that maybe this entire relationship isn't a gigantic waste of time for you. He keeps talking about how you would like to take you to Japan so that all the time you spend cleaning his home, cooking for him, and basically living the most isolated life, he's giving you a light at the end of the tunnel. Now, the reason I want you to know this is because I myself am planning a trip with my girlfriend to go to Japan, and I just want to talk and let you know what it would require financially to actually book a trip to Japan.
Stevie,
2 round trip tickets have cost.
Chibi went to Japan, and it was like, I think like something like $15,000, something crazy like that.
Me around $3,000.
But he went with like a tour group meant for autistic people. This guy's weird.
We are going to be staying in Japan for 9 nights. 2 nights in Tokyo, 2 nights in Osaka, 2 nights in Kyoto, and then 3 nights in Tokyo again, so then we can fly out of the Tokyo's airport. I believe, now I don't have the numbers in front of me directly, but I believe the first 2 nights are going to cost us around $250. The next 2 nights, I believe, are closer to the $200 mark. The last 2 nights are going to be around $300. And then the final 3 days that we're there, I believe, again, are around $250. So at this moment in time, it's going to cost us around $4,000 for just travel and room and board. Now, we are both anticipating to be bringing around $1,500 each for spending money. That would be for food, souvenirs, whatever we need while we're there in Japan. So far, grand total, $7,000. On top of that, we both have to buy a J Pass, which will allow us to take Japan's rail system, which I believe is around $150 each. So that's another $300 thrown onto the top. Plus, there's TSA things that you can pay for to kind of expedite the process while you're at the airport. So realistically, we might be paying close to $7,500 for this whole trip. Now, DSP always says, oh, I'm having money problems and financially we can't go on a trip because I'm having hardships financially and all this. But if you look at TJ Gamebox, DSP regularly spends thousands of dollars on WWE champions. He it's not even at this point like the fact that he's just wasting money. It's the fact that he's wasting money that he could be using to take you somewhere nice. That he could be using to at least fulfill that one desire you have as a partner and take you somewhere that you've always wanted to go to. Look at what he's done to you physically. He's ruined you. And now he's constantly stringing you along with the hopes of, oh, well, financially, when things get better, maybe we can go to Japan. Maybe we can have that honeymoon that we never had. Because you guys have been married, 5 years now or whatever it is. I'm sorry to tell you, hon, he doesn't give a shit about you. He only cares about himself. He only cares about his sweaty JPEGs. He never wants you to leave this house that you're in. And he wants to keep you basically as a servant to him. And it's really sad. And I kind of feel bad that you're in this situation. But at the same time,
you put yourself there.
I kind of don't feel bad because you've taken his attitude on as a persona. So I guess you reap what you sow, the both of you. Yeah. Anyway, that's it.
Hard to feel sorry for someone who is fully complicit in all the shenanigans. Doesn't mind that he's lying, manipulative, begging, just as long as she gets to eat her food and not have to work. A non-detractor called out DSP, and of course he responds. This is from Atlas the Bookkeeper. Friend of the stream.
How about this? How about we start at the beginning, meaning going back to Wednesday, because I want to address something that apparently happened on my day off that I wasn't aware of, but happens all the time. As you know, there's a ton of people on the internet who just basically are out to always make me look bad no matter what it is I say and do. I'm constantly misrepresented, I'm constantly misreferenced, and I'm constantly held in a negative light even though there's really no valid reason for it. Now, if there's a valid reason for it, that's one thing.
So in this specific instance, he's not actually just addressing detractors. He's also addressing the entire internet as a whole, painting himself as one of the biggest internet victims there is, really. Whenever he does one of these segments, though, he always says that there's no valid reason that he gets all of this criticism. There's no valid reason why everybody puts him under a microscope. As if we need his validation in order to critique him. As if everybody needs his permission to watch his content and scrutinize it. Like that doesn't just come with the territory of putting your content online for everybody to view. And anybody who knows anything about the guy is well aware of the fact that there's plenty of things to criticize DSP about. So him trying to brush away the entire thing by just saying that there's no valid reason is just him straight lying to people's faces.
But we've got a case here where literally, apparently there's a group of people who are really angry with me. And I don't know why, because literally what they're angry at me for didn't happen.
Just calling you out for being wrong.
Let's recap.
They don't have to be angry with you.
And go back to Wednesday's show. All right, on this very show.
It's such a typical locale deflection. You're just mad. Like, and nobody can really say, like, no, I'm not mad, because, like, how can you quantify an emotion, an emotional response? It's just pure cope. You're just mad. It's like, no, they're ridiculing you, they're mocking you, they're laughing at you. But it's like literally the opposite of anger. It's laughter.
The Level 1 podcast back on Wednesday. Mad. I had a big segment about Elden Ring's DLC, The Shadow of the Erdtree.
Doing
At that
donuts
moment,
all over your stupid ass.
Which is starting around 11 a.m. Okay, 11 a.m. Pacific time. All right? I talked about everything that was known at the time about this DLC.
Correct.
The price, the features, because we had seen some of those features shown in the release trailer, and speculation. At that point, 11 a.m. Pacific time, the trailer for this DLC had only been present on the internet for 4 hours. It had released around 7 a.m. There was no other information. Everything was speculation. Now, what ended up happening was over the course of the day, more information was released because Miyazaki, the guy behind Elden Ring and other FromSoft games, was interviewed.
So I tried to fact check this. I went out of my way to find the Eurogamer article that was the direct result of having this interview with Miyazaki. And unfortunately for me, and in turn all of us in the Snortex, I did not see an exact timestamp on the article. It has a date, as you can see here, but it doesn't have an exact time on it. So unfortunately, we're going to have to believe DSP in this instance and say that the interview and article in turn did in fact come out after he already did his level 1 pre-stream.
And when he was interviewed, he gave a ton of additional information about the DLC that was all positive stuff that, number one, is exactly what Elden Ring fans are looking for, and number two, actually answered a lot of the questions that we posed together when we were talking about this DLC back on Wednesday. So let's recap.
Wait, didn't he already say that we were recapping? Now we're recapping within a recap? This guy just loves to hear himself talk, because half of his content is him just talking about things that he has already talked about in the past and telling you that he talked about them. And I love how he said that the interview answered a bunch of the questions that we pose, us as a community, you know, the chat and DSP, when obviously that didn't happen. DSP does not care about his chat's opinion on the DLC or the game in general or on anything. The only opinion that ever matters to him is his, unless it's going to lead directly to him making more money, in which case maybe he'll take yours into consideration.
Originally, when we were talking about this Shadow of the Erdtree DLC, right, we were talking about some of the things that we actually saw in it, which included a new boss, you know, some new gameplay elements, etc., who is Mesmer the Impaler, right? The fact that you can access the DLC, where when you find Miquella, and Miquella's body is in that rotted cocoon down in the Moog's Blood Palace and stuff like that. So basically, we were discussing all of that in detail, lots of hype. And by the way, if you put it into perspective,
like
the entire segment was hype. My entire
motor.
border for Wednesday was Elden Ring. In fact,
who cares if you were
I can
hyped?
bring it up quickly. Let me find
You're
it.
still wrong.
Well, now of course I can't find it because I want to do it fast. Now I can't find it.
What a dipshit.
Oh, here it is. This was my border on Wednesday.
Who cares?
Now, if you don't think
Doesn't
that I'm
matter.
hyped for this
Irrelevant.
DLC and I'm positive about it, why would I make my whole border characters from FromSoft games with Elden Ring at the top?
You didn't make
Because
it.
you're a
Someone else
pathetic
made it for
bandwagoner,
you.
DSP, that's why. You pretend to like things all of the time just so people will think that you enjoy something and give you money for it. I mean, look at how you behave when it comes to Baldur's Gate 3. You very clearly don't like the game, but you try your best to pretend that you do so people will think you're having a good time and send you money for it. Also, I know that you can't see the border that he currently has up because I'm too zoomed in. It's a waste of time. It was a stupid bit. But he's completely misrepresenting the segment that he did on the Elden Ring DLC the other day. Because just like in typical DSP fashion, he couldn't say a positive thing without immediately following it up with a negative. Constantly complaining about the price of the game and how they're reselling the game for more money now, and then talking about the price of the DLC. Speculating that they were trying to scam their audience by not providing them a lot of content for the price that they were paying. How FromSoft was unnecessarily hyping up the DLC over the past 2 years, even though they weren't going to deliver on the content to meet the hype that they had set up previously. And even going out of his way to talk about how he didn't enjoy the overworld when it came to the actual Elden Ring base game. Going as far as to say that he didn't even enjoy the last third of the game because it was repetitive and tedious and not fun. So when you combine all of those negative things that he said about the game in the DLC and compare it to the one positive thing that he continues to say about the game, which is that he liked it, it's not difficult to walk away with the conclusion that he doesn't actually like the game and is instead just being a bandwagoner to try and appeal to people and make more money.
If you're not even aware, which you might not be, Elden Ring was my runner-up for Game of the Year when it came out. It was a very close battle that year for what game was going to win Game of the Year for me.
Snort.
I love Elden Ring. I'm pumped. I even said in the podcast on Wednesday, hey, I'm actually...
If you haven't seen my video on Elden Ring, give it a watch. It's a good one. It's an edited down version of Sufyan Al-Jamal's extensive, very meticulous This Is How You Don't Play. I take out everything but the most saltiest of bits. So if you want to see how he actually felt about the game, go ahead and watch it. It's a good one. I like it.
going to be playing...
It's one of my favorite.
Elden Ring again in May, because we've had a playthrough that we were doing of it last...
Because I didn't just take an existing This Is How You Don't Play and cut it down. I basically, This Is How You Don't Play to This Is How You Don't Play. I added my own memes, my own bits to it, and refined it into something that's watchable and extensive, goes over everything. and people seem to like it. It's a good watch time, fully monetized. I haven't checked how much money I made, but it doesn't matter. Who cares?
Last year, it was my second ever run. It was a magic-based run. We had gotten all the way up to the Corrupted Dragon, which is that optional boss, the Lich Dragon or whatever.
Oh yeah, by the way, speaking of game sales, thank you, Pilot Jericho. EA and Firaxis are having a game sale, so the XCOM 2 DLC, The War of the Chosen, was heavily discounted at 93% off, and I was able to get it for $2.50 on Steam. Even though, like, I'm in no rush to play it, I still wanted to pick it up. Oh, it's not EA, it's 2K. It's 2K publisher sale. Right here. That was the best deal I could spot on there, but there's some good stuff. I don't know. I don't know if Midnight Suns was any good. I haven't heard any good things about it. That's for sure, but there's some good stuff here. But yeah, XCOM War of the Chosen, 93 from $40 to $2.79. So I went ahead and picked this up. I'll play it eventually because I am a fan of XCOM. I have played the original XCOM UFO Defense. If you haven't played that and you're into retro games, definitely give it a shot. I don't have it in my Steam library because I had it on GOG.com. But this game really holds up, actually, the original XCOM. It's actually legitimately fun to play. It's a lot like the remake, but it has really cool retro vibes to it as well. Definitely see why people wanted the game remade, because it's a quality game just by itself. Anyways, back to Atlas.
We had beaten them, but we hadn't gone ahead past that. Basically, we froze after beating the capital city and then beating that Lich Dragon. We didn't continue on because there's other optional stuff to do. We didn't get to the Blood Palace or anything like that
Some
yet.
like Midnight Suns.
But now that we know,
like it.
Excuse me, that the DLC is coming out June 21st. Hey, now we have opportunity to say, let's maybe pick up the Elden Ring second run in May. Let's finish it up, or at least get close to the end and get to the Blood Palace. Let's beat Moog with this new magic build, and then let's get set up for the DLC.
And I'm really not looking forward to when that happens either. Even though I'm not a gameplay style viewer, I'm really not interested in hearing about his second Elden Ring playthrough anyway. Because not only did he not play the game legitimately the first time, and when I say legitimately, I mean that he was handheld and walked through the game via guides in a super secret Discord that totally doesn't exist, but his second playthrough was pretty much just as bad because it is the exact same thing. It's people telling him where he needs to go to get all of the items that he needs to make his build work. It might as well just be chat plays Elden Ring the magic build. But that's how it goes for most of his playthroughs at this point. He's simply an apparatus that the chat uses to play the game. He's the one who holds the controller and presses the buttons, but they make all of the decisions. They tell him where he needs to go. They tell him what attacks to do. So for any of my fellow detractors that are panning for gold dust and the absolute slog that is the DSP gameplay, Godspeed, really, because I'm not capable of doing what you do. There's no way I could sit through all of that.
And the other thing that we actually did, I praised Elden Ring, saying this is a good game because you could respec whenever you want. So let's say we start this DLC and the magic build's feeling overpowered, or maybe immediately you find a new weapon and you want to try to use it, you could just go back and respec and use it. That's a great thing about this game, right?
I actually agree with DSP. I think it's a fantastic thing that Elden Ring lets you respec your character and your build whenever you want. However, I'm not surprised that DSP's favorite thing is that there's no accountability and commitment to a character or a build when it comes to gameplay. Of course, he's going to be hyped for the mechanic that allows you to just flip on a dime and not actually be held accountable for the decisions you made when making your build. He's the king of not being held accountable. I just wish that he would have that same attitude about respecing when it comes to Baldur's Gate 3, because he has so many complaints about how his characters work and how they don't have this stat and how he didn't know he was supposed to spec into this when he can just respec at any time. But we already went on that tangent when he was talking about how his characters couldn't walk that far.
So I'm under the impression that most of the things I said about the Elden Ring DLC on Wednesday were very, very positive, right? The one thing that was a question mark for me was the price. It's a $40 DLC. That's the most expensive ever expansion for a FromSoft game, or I should say a Elden Ring, a Soulsborne style game. And in previous iterations, if you looked at the price of DLCs that they had released. I think the most expensive one had been like 20. Don't quote me on that because I might be wrong, but
so just so we're all on the same page about how much Dark Souls DLCs actually cost, I have them up on screen right now. Most of them range from $10 to $15, with the exception being the Old Hunters DLC for Bloodborne. That DLC did actually cost $20. So DSP is not wrong here. He said that the most expensive was $20, and that is the Old Hunters DLC for Bloodborne. I feel like you got to give him credit where it's due, because it's not too often that he's actually correct about something.
And usually the DLCs would be around 10 to 15 hours long. So I'm thinking, man, if this DLC is $40, you've got to think it's probably going to be pretty lengthy. Like if the original game was $70, well, if it was 60, I can't remember. And the original game was, 80 to 100 hours long, then you would think that this DLC would probably minimum be 40 hours long, right? Maybe even longer than that, right? But again, my question was, I don't know. I'm curious, how long this DLC will be. Hopefully it's not a ripoff. Hopefully it's not, because we realize there's so much hype for this DLC that we're going to charge whatever we want, right?
And I think that's where DSP fails to see where he messed up. Because FromSoft doesn't have a track record of doing this. They don't have a track record of screwing over their customers by price gouging the shit out of their DLCs or their games. When you buy a FromSoft game, typically you do get an amount of content that is satisfactory to the price that you pay. You're allowed to be skeptical, especially with the way that modern gaming is moving. But the fact that they don't have a track record of that, and the way that he spoke on it originally, because it definitely wasn't this pleasant. That's where people would take issue with. That's where it sounds like he's being more negative than is really required given what the situation is. Because if he didn't harp on the point so much, if he just touched on it very briefly and goes, man, I hope it's not a scam, I hope we get a large amount of content for the price point, nobody would have taken issue with it, really. But he spent so much time on it. He harped on it so much that it became a focal point to the entire segment.
Now, I know for a fact that Elden Ring has been very inexpensive to buy. I just don't think it's been the digital version, but I know that Elden Ring's been inexpensive to buy because I've seen copies of it listed online for very cheap, like 10 or 20 bucks, okay?
No, you haven't. Where? It places online. Originally he said $5 to $10, and now he says $10 to $20, by the way, completely retconning what he said as he looks away, can't even look at the camera as he lies. Like, where? A fucking flea market?
But what happens is these digital marketplaces overinflate the price of the games and never drop them. So during the actual show, I attempted to go into the store and see what's the price, and I couldn't figure it out. And people revealed, it's still $40. I'm like, wow, that's kind of a lot 2 years later to be charging $40 for this game. All right.
What do you mean that you attempted to go into the store and see how much it cost and you couldn't figure it out? It's right there on the store page. How did you not know how much it costs? I'm an audio style listener when it comes to the DSP pre-stream, typically, when I watch it live. So unless they were pulling some weird shenanigans on the PlayStation Store when it came to Elden Ring, I have no idea how he couldn't find how much the game costs. I'm just going to have to chalk it up as a skill issue, because typically when it comes to DSP, that's a safe bet.
But actually, if you look online, you could get copies used for like 10, 20 bucks. I've seen it actually like clearance on sale online for like 10, 20 bucks new.
No, it's not. You can go on Amazon right now, used $40.
But it depends on the time of year and where you're buying it from, okay?
No, it's not. It's not that price. You're talking about like what, used copies? Why the fuck should new purchases of the game adjust itself to used copies? This cope.
Okay. But anyway, so this is what we talked about.
Anyways.
On the show on Wednesday. Very, very positive. I'm excited for this DLC. It looks great to me. And I'm very much looking forward to it. I'm already making plans to return to Elden Ring in May because of it. So that's where we left it, right? So yesterday, as you know, I check comments that are coming in on my videos from time to time. I have to approve a bunch of them. And I start to notice a pattern. All of a sudden, I start seeing a bunch of really negative comments coming in on my podcast from yesterday.
My God.
I'm like, what is going on? Where are all these negative comments coming from? All right.
So DSP's day off, the day that's super important to him and he spends time with his wife and runs all sorts of errands, he's actually sitting in his snort fort approving comments on his videos then, right? Because that's what he just said. And I understand that approving comments is one of those things you could definitely do when you just have a minute. When you're not doing anything, you're watching something, you could just do it on your phone. But DSP is absolutely adamant that he does not work on his day off, can't be bothered to do anything when it comes to his content, can't be bothered to even update his schedule if need be. But now we're here hearing that he's sitting there approving comments. It's the inconsistencies that bother me so much with the guy. If you're gonna lie to me consistently. If you're gonna shoot straight, be a straight shooter. He's constantly going back on all of the things that he says, and that's more annoying than anything else.
And they're all around the same topic, okay? You are misinformed about the Elden Ring DLC. Why are you spreading mass information about the Elden Ring DLC?
Gotta run that back again so we can hear him say mass information instead of misinformation.
Why are you spreading mass information about
Mass
the Elden
information.
Ring DLC? What is this hot take that you have about the Elden Ring DLC? It's completely wrong. You're an old dinosaur who doesn't know what he's talking about, and you're just trying to create clickbait.
Again, you can't trust anything he says.
I mean, most of the things that they said there weren't wrong. Your information was out of date. It was actually out of date the very day you said it, which is impressive. And you definitely are an old dinosaur of a YouTube content creator that has no idea what they're talking about. All of those are factual statements. It's the clickbait part that I can't agree with, because even though you are stupid and annoying and I hate you, I don't think that you were genuinely trying to clickbait. You are just insufferable by nature. And even if you had all of the information in front of you, you still would have managed to find a way to be negative about something. You always do.
So I went back and I looked at the video. The title of the video is like huge gaming news, Elden Ring DLC. It doesn't say Elden Ring DLC sucks. Elden Ring DLC is a ripoff. You know, it doesn't say any of that. It's actually a very positive titling of the video. If you actually look at the description of the video, there's timestamps. It'll tell you directly where to start watching my segment about the Elden Ring DLC. Okay?
I wouldn't say that the title you gave it was necessarily positive, DSP. At best, it was neutral. I mean, all you said was huge news, Elden Ring DLC. That's not positive or negative. But it doesn't really matter what you title the video, because you could title it anything you want. It's all about the content that's within the video. And I can tell you from watching a lot of your content, just about every segment you do can be construed as negative. It's all about the words you use and the way that you choose to say them, the sentences that you put together. You always manage to find the worst way to say things, and it rubs people the wrong way regardless of what you're actually saying. You're a naturally hateful guy, and that comes through in the content. So anytime that you think that you're talking positively about something, from an outsider looking in, you honestly sound really negative all of the time.
So there's really no excuse for someone to be misinformed about what's said in the podcast. It doesn't have a clickbait title that's erroneous or negative for the sake of getting people to click on it, and you can easily access that segment of the show by looking at the timestamp in the description.
They didn't need the timestamps in the comments, and they didn't have to watch your original video, DSP, because they all came from the same video. Somebody outside the Snortex, a normie if you will, addressed all of the points that you made in that segment in their own video. They didn't have to watch anything you made. So they didn't actually need to hear anything more that you had to say. They heard it all already, and they heard all of the rebuttals and all of the ways that you were wrong, kind of like people do here and on other DSP commentary channels.
And so I'm like, I'm really confused. So I continue to read the comments, and it's so ridiculous. It's like, so you're slamming the Elden Ring DLC for being $40, but how dare you slam a DLC that's 60 gigabytes in size, the size of the entirety of the map of Limgrave, DLC with 10 boss fights, 8 new weapons, blah blah blah, and it keeps going on, and all of the comments are kind of like saying this now. And I'm not saying one or two. There's like dozens of comments are coming in like this. And I'm like, I'm thinking to myself, what happened? I'm like, I think I know what happened. Someone, of course, probably one of my idiotic haters, probably posted up an out of context clip or reference to my podcast. Basically,
idiots. How are you defeated by idiots? What are you
man,
then?
I hope it's worth 40
what does that make you?
Be a ripoff. Maybe they're going to just overcharge for it because you've been waiting for so long and they know there's so much hype. Now, that was one tiny moment of speculation amongst a giant segment of my podcast that was incredibly positive about this DLC. But how much do you want to bet that's the clip that was taken? And likely they went to, like, for example, what do you call it? They probably went to like a Reddit or something, right? Like a fan Reddit or something like that. and posted it up there.
DSP, of course, thinks that it's one of his idiotic haters online, dude. When the reality, at least this time, is that it's not. It's just some random normie online who likes Elden Ring and makes this kind of content where he talks about people being wrong. And we'll be fair to DSP, the clip that he used is cut down to be specifically the part where he talks about the price. But to be fair in the other direction, the video's only 11 minutes long. He's not doing a 30 or 40-minute piece. He made an 11-minute video where he said that you were wrong and the DLC is fairly priced according to the interview. Given that we had to believe DSP earlier and assume that the interview didn't exist with Miyazaki before he made his pre-stream, I think it is a little unfair. But the proper way to deal with this is not to get on your pre-stream the next day and bitch, moan, and complain about it like he is right now. The proper response would have been to just reply to those comments in the comment section and tell them the situation and tell them that you understand now after the interview came out the scope of the DLC. But of course, rationality and calm thinking are not in DSP's wheelhouse. He has to lash out. He has to be aggressive at all times.
So basically, these are people who are like adamantly looking to defend their game against people who slander it. Okay? Now, I'm not the biggest fanboy of Elden Ring. I'm a fan. I was very fair to the game when it came out. I had a ton of very positive things to say about it when it came out. I mean, it was my most played game of the year. Yes, I put more hours into Elden Ring in 2022 than any other game that year, including multiplayer games. I still played Elden Ring more. All right. It was my runner-up for game of the year. But I did have some criticisms of it. I think I have the right to fairly criticize the game, and I feel like I did fairly criticize it when it came out.
I just want to say that the amount of playtime that DSP has in a game is not representative of his thoughts on the game. Prime example of that being Baldur's Gate 3, obviously. As of right now, he has almost 100 hours in the game and probably will have 100 hours in the game by the time somebody watches this video. And despite all of the pretending that he does that he enjoys the game, it is very clear that he does not. So let's not pretend like playing a lot of a game means that you like it.
I really don't feel like I was overly unfair to it. I just thought that there was a lot of things that could have been improved. That's not the point of this video, so I don't need to list them here. You understand? You can watch my review of the game that I made in 2022 if you want to hear those.
His criticism is fucking ridiculous, by the way. He thinks it shouldn't have been an open world game. That's basically what it comes down to. He thinks it should have been a linear game. Like, that's so stupid. Do I even need to go into detail about how dumb that is?
But basically, to me, like, I'm like, so what really happened, right? And exactly, Agent Coop says you even started a second run. How could anyone say there's Elden Ring hate on this channel?
And this might sound strange, but I don't think that that says a lot about how much you actually enjoy a game either, because I've played many games that I didn't enjoy multiple times through. Because every once in a while, I'll go back and play a game that I don't like to see if I still don't like it. And sometimes those play sessions will be the entire game, and then I'll walk away still not enjoying it. In fact, I'm not the biggest Elden Ring enjoyer myself. There's quite a bit of the game that I didn't enjoy when I played it all the way through and beat it. But as of late, I've been thinking about doing a second playthrough of the game and seeing if I changed the way that I played, if I'd enjoy it more. Like I said, that might be strange. I might be a weirdo for that, but that's just the way I think.
But again, this is exactly the situation I live in. You guys got to understand, especially those of you who maybe are newer comers here, and you ask questions such as, why do so many people hate Darkside Phil? This is why. Because completely out of my power, completely out of the realm of anything that I've done wrong or can control, people always misrepresent me in the eyes of the public.
But it's not a misrepresentation. They were using your clip, DSP. They were addressing the things that you said. The only thing that's unfair about this is that the interview may or may not have existed when you made that pre-stream. We still don't actually know. We're taking you at your word that it wasn't. But they might not have had that information either, DSP, because they seen your video the same day that that interview came out, and neither one of those things have exact timestamps on them. Of course, unless you're watching a DSP restream that has the timestamp on it, which he tells you not to do. So if we're going to be completely fair here and give everybody the benefit of the doubt in this situation, I think that he was a little unfair to you and that you're reacting poorly to the situation. But this is the internet, man, and this shouldn't be anything new to you. You really do this shit. That's why I'm always so bewildered when it comes to situations like this, because he always, without a doubt, manages to react as poorly as possible. He always manages to make it a much bigger deal than it actually is. Because he said himself he has to approve these comments. He could have just denied them and moved on with the rest of his life, but instead we get this segment. And there's people in his chat that are basically saying exactly this. OID in the chat saying, don't give these people any attention on the podcast. Lucky Gremlin saying, DSP Gaming, who is saying this? Why give them attention? And that's exactly the mentality that he should be bringing, because nobody was gonna know about this until he brought it up, because he didn't have to approve the comments.
And they'll say that I did things
Yeah, I did see that August the Duck put out a video where somebody emailed him saying, take down the video or we're going to dox you. And August the Duck assumes that it's someone associated with Jack Galfani, which I doubt. The content in that email didn't seem on brand with the kind of things that Jack Galfani says. If I were him, I wouldn't have assumed that that was Jack, but whatever. It's up to people's own discretion how seriously they want to take things. But it's funny. Hopefully Jack does some really terrible damage control. That would be funny.
I didn't do. They'll say I said things I didn't say. They'll take things out of context, right? They'll take rage moments from me playing a night of fighting games where maybe twice I rage, and they'll say that was the whole stream.
No,
right?
they don't.
That's what they do.
How did they say that? They don't say that was the whole stream. They say that that happened during the stream. But just lie about what people say about you while claiming that other people are lying. Typical.
And so how do you combat that?
This is why people hate me.
Sadly, people on the internet are so willing to become like this big defense force for the games that they're massive fans of, and they don't do any research. Because in reality, all these people that came to the video and watched it and attacked it in the comments, because the video now has like over 1,300 views. Just so you guys know, my podcast typically gets 300 to 500 views a day. That's it. If it's a more important day, maybe up to 1,000. This one obviously has big inflated views by the hundreds. So someone posted it somewhere and people came over to attack it negatively, right?
Yeah. Just so we're all aware, I'm going to post the video up on screen right now. It's a video called Elden Ring DLC is Overpriced Trash, DSP. It's by some guy named Josh Prime Gaming. The video has 34,000 views. I don't think he had to post it up anywhere other than YouTube. That's of course assuming that all 1,000 of those extra views on that pre-stream are specifically from this video.
So where did this come from, right? I hate to say it, people on the internet are far too leaning towards being so into defending things they like for no good reason. All right? You don't need to defend Elden Ring. Everyone knows it's good. Right? I don't think anyone's going to sit here and say, wow, Elden Ring is terrible. Who's going to say that? It's objectively
Some people.
good. It may not be everyone's favorite game, but it's still objectively good. You don't need to go defend it, especially on a podcast like mine. So, you know, I don't get a ton of views. I'm not a popular guy. No one's really listening to my opinions as a revelation of something they didn't realize before. You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't even make much sense to me that this would be a big thing.
Just because you're not a big content creator doesn't mean that people can't call you wrong, DSP. That's not how any of this works. If somebody's wrong on the internet, typically they're going to hear about it no matter what size their channel is or how much prominence they have. Again, it's just the way of the internet. It's what people do. People love to tell you when you're wrong on the internet. And I don't know if you're aware of this, but the FromSoft games have a very dedicated community. So I'm not at all surprised that when you were saying something even vaguely negative about a FromSoft game, that people were coming out of the woodworks to let you know how ignorant you were being.
And I don't understand why people fall for it either, because it's a trick is what it is. It's, oh, you fell into the black hole of hating on Darkside Phil because Philman tricked you into thinking he said something he didn't do. Because in truth, the things that, again, the comments people were leaving.
He said that the game sells for $10 and that's a scam on FromSoft's end because they're selling the game plus the DLC for $80 when the DLC is $40. When the reality is the game sells for $60, you add that to the $40 of the DLC, then it would be $100, but they're discounting it $20 instead of inflating the price by what, like $40. So DSP did say it was a scam. He said, I'm not sure I agree with that practice. And he was completely wrong because he doesn't know how much the game sells for. He just assumed that he did because he saw something somewhere online, wherever. He can't even tell you where it was. And he's fully opened himself up to being called out on it. And then he bitches about it and cries and moans and claims that people are lying about him.
On the podcast don't even make sense. They're acting like I don't like Elden Ring. if you actually just watched the
Nobody claimed you didn't like Elden Ring. That wasn't even a part of the discussion. They weren't calling you out for having any sort of opinion on Elden Ring. They were calling you out on you claiming that they're scamming people by overinflating the price of the game. But he does this all the time. He did this with Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. People were making fun of him for playing the game poorly, and they're like, "Oh, people are upset because I say I don't like the game." It's like they're not saying that. Just making another straw man while claiming that other people are making straw men. I don't know why people don't like me. It's because you're a lying douchebag. You're a lying dumb fuck.
podcast, you would know I do. I say right in the podcast, I'm doing a second run. Can't wait to get back into it. So many positives. Excited to jump back. How can you think I hate the game? Or I'm misrepresenting the game in a negative light on purpose for clickbait views. What clickbait views did I get? I don't even understand what they're talking about. But the thing that really kills me.
Snort.
Okay. A lot of the things that people reference to say, oh, you were wrong, is information that wasn't publicly available when I did my podcast on Wednesday. Right now, it's 11:26 a.m. This podcast starts between 11:10 a.m. At 11:10 a.m. on Wednesday, the 21st of February, none of the information about this DLC that people are using to reference and say, oh, you're wrong, was available. No one knew it was 60 gigabytes in size. No one knew the map would be the size of...
Yes, they did know because it was on the Steam page after the trailer had dropped.
Limgrave from the original game. No one knew there were 10 bosses. No one knew there were 8 new weapons. No one knew anything. This came out in an interview with Miyazaki later in the day. I think it was IGN, but don't...
I don't know. Don't quote me on that. It's like, no, it was on the Steam page. Every single game that you can pre-order tells you how much space it's going to take. So people know that if they can play the game. It's part of the fucking graphical requirements. Nobody's going to tell you to buy a game and not tell you the kind of computer that you need in order to play it.
Again, don't quote me on that. I think it was. But it came out and then it's like, wow, this is all awesome. Positive information about the DLC, and it literally answers all the questions that we had about it.
Again, here's the article. It wasn't IGN, it was Eurogamer, and there was no exact timestamp on it, so we cannot confirm or deny that. Not gonna sit here and pretend like DSP doesn't wake up 20 minutes before the pre-stream and do all of his research and make sure everything is up to date. But again, because I can't confirm that it was out, we're just gonna have to assume that he's telling the truth.
So now I'm even more sold on this DLC. If you're telling me it's gonna be a minimum of the size of Limgrave. Oh, by the way, this is what sells it for me. Miyazaki outright said in the interview, this has tons of legacy dungeons. The major focus of the DLC is legacy dungeons. Like, that's what they worked on. Now, what was my favorite part of Elden Ring?
What the fuck is a legacy dungeon?
I wasn't really having too much fun in the open world. I felt the open world after, maybe Limgrave and what's the name of the magical area? I've already forgotten. And of course, I did like the capital city. But after you get through those areas, right? I felt like
but I love the game though. I love the game, but I've forgotten everything about it. I love it though. Trust me.
Done, especially that whole final third of the game in the frozen area at the Land of the Giants. I didn't like that at all. Okay, my favorite part was going into a dungeon that felt like it was Dark Souls or Bloodborne. Those were my favorite parts. They were hand curated by the developers of the game to be interesting, challenging experiences. I loved those.
I wasn't the biggest fan of the open world either, but the way that he talks about these legacy style dungeons and this is the open world sounds like they just randomly generated the open world and didn't put anything in it. When that's simply not the case, there was all sorts of things in it. In fact, there was so many things in it. And all of those things were put there on purpose. All of those things were handcrafted and designed to be there. Like I said, I wasn't the biggest fan, but I'm not going to sit here and pretend like there was nothing to do, like none of it was meaningful. But DSP is the arbiter of what is meaningful, so what do I know? I don't get a say in this. And that's why DSP gets as much hate as he does when he has these opinions, because you cannot like something, you cannot enjoy it, you cannot think that it's for you and not outright hate on it and act like it's something beneath you. There's definitely things to be hated on, don't get me wrong, and DSP is one of those things. But when it comes to situations like this, he is so heavy-handed with his opinion. He rubs everybody the wrong way.
Give me more legacy dungeons, give me less open world, and give me less of the very randomly generated boring dungeons, right? They're not randomly generated, but they're ones that
you're wrong. You're lying.
Like the
it's not true. They're not randomly generated.
Really like those. Give me the legacy dungeons. And Miyazaki outright said there's a lot of these legacy dungeons in the DLC.
No, he didn't. I don't think he said legacy dungeon because nobody says that because it makes no sense.
More pumped for the Shadow of the Erd Tree DLC when it comes in June. Like, I feel like this is a
This is
feature of
not
my
a
year
term.
now. It went from being, okay, I'm interested, but I wonder what it's going to be, to, wow, now I'm actually really excited. Okay?
Okay.
But again, why are people coming to my podcast telling me I'm misrepresenting the game, I'm hating on the game,
Because they said they
this is a
scammed
hot
people
take for clickbait views, and leaving dozens of negative comments, voting the video down? And I'm like, what is happening?
What's going on?
You tell me.
Well, I can't tell you any more than I already have in this video, DSP. But you refuse to watch detractor content. You refuse to go and get the answers that you so desperately ask for. Because that's about the only place you're going to be able to go to get that information, DSP, to get the answers that you so desperately seek. Because your chat is not going to tell you. They walk on eggshells around you because they're terrified of being banned or called a detractor and labeled a hater.
It's nonsense, all right? And at least I'm happy now that we can talk about it today and actually talk about more of the positives about the DLC, because I'm excited for it. But why does it have to be the result of a bunch of people coming and crapping all over me? Because you know what it is? Now there's another 500 to 1,000 people who hate me on the internet, right? They outright think I'm a jerk because I crapped all over Elden Ring. They didn't even bother to watch my podcast and see what I said. Someone told them I said it, linked it, and they just went right to the video and left a nasty comment. What kind of a mentality is that? What kind of a person can you be?
A logical one.
To judge someone before you've even said what
A reasonable
they said.
one.
You didn't even bother to click play to see what was said in the podcast, because there's no way you could watch that segment and come out of the other side of that podcast thinking that I hate Elden Ring and I'm crapping all over it.
It's so weird. Like, who cares if you like it or don't like it? You said that From Software is scamming people by overinflating the price of the game. Like, what? You think you say if you like the game that fans of the game have to, like, what, treat you like you're their friend? Like, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? You can like the game, not like the game. That has nothing to do with the fact that you said that FromSoft was scamming people by overinflating the price of the game. Like, what is this weird, like, tribal mentality he's trying to present? I said I like the game. You guys are fans of the game. Why are you mad at me? We're on the same team. You're not allowed to dislike anything I said. Because I said I like the game. It's like, who cares? Doesn't matter. Irrelevant.
For clickbait, it was not even present in the video.
But they did hear what you had to say, DSP. They watched the video where that guy included your clips. So if those comments stayed on topic, if they only talked about the price of the DLC, the content included, the size of the DLC, and how you were implying that FromSoft may be scamming their customers, they didn't have to watch your content. It was all included.
At all, right? So anyway,
anyways,
I got it out of the way. Listen, I'm excited for the Elden Ring DLC. Really, I like all the additional information. 10 new bosses, that's a ton. 8 new weapons. I'm sure in those 8 weapons, there'll be 1 or 2 I want to try, so I might respec during the DLC and try them. That's awesome.
Doesn't matter.
Legacy dungeons are right up my alley.
Doesn't
and
matter.
If you remember
Those
Limgrave,
don't
that's the
exist.
starting area of Elden Ring. That's the main area. There's 2 southern island areas to it that are optional.
Doesn't matter.
To the east, you go further and you get towards Caleb, but that's still considered Limgrave. And then there's the entire castle. That's at least, at a minimum, 20 hours of content, just the overworld. Now, if you're talking, there's dungeons and things in there. Remember, there's the underground well, right? There's that. And if there's more of those, just think about that. This is probably going to be 40 hours. That's great then. If it really is $1 an hour, I'm okay with that. Give me 40 hours of content for the $40 DLC price. I'll be very pleased. So, to me, everything is fine. Is sounding great about this to me. Like, I really am excited and I cannot wait.
And this is really all this segment had to be. He could have just started out like this and said that he was wrong, didn't have all of the information, that he's very excited and moved on. But of course, that's not on brand for DSP. DSP has to complain. He has to complain about all of the haters online. If he would have just started here, the optics would have been so much better and this video wouldn't even exist.
I now feel like, I now really feel like we're going to be in a situation where this is a
where
feature
you cross
of the
your
year.
arms
Coming
and
back to
look
Elden
like
Ring in May to continue my magic run. Not necessarily finishing, because
angry little
do we
baby.
really need to go back to the Hallig tree and do that with the magic run? We don't really need to. We can if we want to, but for us, it's
if you skip the Hallig tree, you're skipping the millennia boss fight, which is the biggest boss fight in the game, the one that's the most hype. But now you're talking about skipping the entire playthrough by not doing the optional boss fight. It's like the biggest deal in the entire game. Wow, cool. Be sure to tune in.
just getting all the other content done and getting to the Blood Palace and beating Moog, which is going to be a challenge in itself. doing all that with the Magic Run is really the focus. So doing that by, say, the end to mid-June, and then the DLC coming out June 21st, you know I'm all about it, right? So very excited for that, and I hope that you guys will join me for that fun later in the year, all right? But as for these people who are misinformed, all I can say is, please do more research before you come crap on someone.
You heard it here first, folks. You got to do more research before you can go crap on DSP. So make sure that before you go and talk bad about DSP, that you go to all of the detractor channels and give them all of the views and like all of their videos. It's a requirement. That's totally not a shameless plug for all of my fellow detractors, I promise. Kind of a strange sentiment to come from DSP, but I'm not complaining.
Like, I'm literally, of course, my first reaction is, oh, this is just a bunch of trolls. But then as I start to read more of the comments, I realize it's not. These are people who actually really like Elden Ring, and they're pissed at me for something I didn't do. Nothing I ever said. I'm really head-scratching. Like, why would you be so adamant to jump down someone's throat and defend something when you don't even know what they said? You just immediately go into defense mode before even watching the podcast you're commenting on. That's pretty insane.
You need to give me watch time before you're allowed to criticize me. Boo-hoo-hoo.
Anyway,
but it's not really all that insane
Suck
at all.
on the baby
DSP.
bottle.
You of all people should be well aware that it's fun to hate on things sometimes. It's fun to critique and nitpick. Just because it's happening to you doesn't change the reality, no matter how much you wish that were the case. But that's gonna do it for today's video. Of course, big ups to everybody who watched the video, especially if you made it this far. A special big ups to all of my members. I appreciate you all so much. Thank you, thank you. And I'm gonna try out a new thing here where I highlight some of the member style comments that are left. But right now, I'm just gonna throw them up on the screen for all my visual styles. But if any audio style listeners want me to read them out loud next time, just let me know in the comments and I'll be happy to do that. Hopefully I catch all of you guys in the next video, but until then, make sure that you check out other detractor channels and dive deeper into that. Snortax.
Nice. Thank you, Atlas the Bookkeeper. It's like, oh, they hate me for things I didn't do. When it's like, no, you did do it. They're making fun of your terrible take. They even play the clip of what you were talking about. And I like how he even backtracked what he said there. Is like he said during the pre-stream, like that's so funny. He tells people to do research, and if they do research, they'll find out that he lied. He claimed that the game sold for $5 to $10, and then during that video that we just watched, he claims that the game sold for $10 to $20. So if you just base it off that alone, he lies about what he said. But then he's claiming that people didn't watch what he said when he lies about what he said. And then if you do research and see what he actually said, you'll see that he's lying about what he said. So I don't think you want to tell people to go watch the original stream because it will just expose you for lying. This is a minute long.
I received a $6.72 tip. It is from 672. Can you start saying thanks for the money dummy when you get troll super chats? No. Did I ever actually say thanks for the money dummy? Because I know people said stuff like that as a negative towards me, but I don't know if I actually ever said that. Did I? Oh, I got another tip. Thank you. Oh, it's another fucking troll tip, but it's $2. And $2 is good, so thank you for the $2 tip, dummy. Thanks for the money, dummy. Thanks for the money, dummy. Thanks for the money, dummies. Thanks for the money, dummy. Thanks for the money, dummies. Thanks for the money, dummy. And thanks for the money, dummy. Thanks for the money, dummies. Thanks for the money, dummy. Thanks for the money, dummy. Thanks for the money, dummy, as they say. Thanks for the money, dummy. Thanks for the money, dummy. Thanks for the money, dummies. Thanks for the money, dummy. Thanks for the money, dummy. Thanks for the money, dummy. Oh, okay. People are saying I did.
This is a problem, Phil. You don't even remember what you said. I don't know why people don't like you. Because of the things that you said. Well, I don't remember saying that. Like, okay, well, that's your fault. That's a problem, man. You say this stupid, fucked up shit, and then you either forget about it, or you claim to forget about it. Neither answer paints you in a positive light. Either you have early onset dementia, or you're a fucking shameless liar. Go get help. Go get help, dude. In either case, stop complaining about people not liking you because it's very clear why. It's very obvious why. You say dumb shit and then you forget that you said it. That's reason alone enough why people wouldn't like anyone. Someone won $1 million playing Street Fighter. I wonder if he'll talk about that during the pre-stream today. Someone won $1 million. I guess it's whatever. I don't care. Anyways, I bet if I trained hard enough, I could go and win that too. I just don't want to. I could if I felt like it. I'm like, okay, sure. Sure, buddy. This is a really good stream. Alt and Agent Proper went over all the other mobile games that DSP has played. And there was a clip here that I didn't even see, even during all my lore hunting when it came to WWE Champions, that DSP said that WWE Champions was the worst mobile game that he's played. Which isn't it ironic? It's pretty ironic. You know what, let's switch gears a little bit. Let's check in on some Cobra content. I think there was some good stuff. Back on YouTube, Bog update from Boglum Chronicles. Cobra was able to start posting again this week on YouTube. On Thursday, he posted an unseen video with Jessica at a local soda shop from when she was in town. He was barely coherent. That's always good.
What's up, YouTube? It's your boy Cobra, chilling out like Rockstar Villains. Hanging out with the lovely Jessica. At the coolest little spot in town, we got the cigar Rialto turned into the Rialto soda shop. And it's just gonna pop because they got the soda on the plug. It's a sweet spot, dude. They're keeping Nell's memory alive. Our society's anti-smoking.
Day drinking, going out in public.
Smoking's bad for your health, but they're so sure deliciousness. But like, yeah, I know, but all seriousness though, that butterbeer is fucking pumping. Yes. Harry Potter nerds, you gotta check it out. All the Harry Potter nerds of Casper, you gotta check out the butterbeer at the situation, cause it's popping. People are like, you're not gonna take Jessica, she's coming to see you, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, piss off, I'm working on it. I can't control everything in my circumstances, but I'll do the best I can.
It's not your fault, you're spilling it, sweetie.
No, thank you, Jessica.
You're welcome.
Cherry, peach, banana, mango. That's so far you don't even need alcohol to enjoy that. That's just delightful. You don't even know YouTube. The soda shop is fucking sweet. You gotta come to when you come to Casper, you gotta check out the Rialto soda shop. Get yourself a soda pop. You think you look on camera? I don't care if you look on camera. If I want to put you on my damn channel and show off the spot we're hanging at. Yes, that's what I'm saying. It still maintains the charm of the history even after, you know?
After a few days, she closed it down, claiming a plane ticket was gifted to her. Give me a break. What?
What do YouTube? Y'all need to leave Jessica the fuck alone, because I'm getting tired of this crap.
What are you gonna do?
I have no idea who the fuck this Jane Doe chick is. Odds are it's probably a fucking troll setting up a GoFundMe page to try to troll me and Jessica. It's what it is. I've never spoken to a chick of that name. I don't know who the fuck it is, but allegedly it's some fangirl of mine. But I'm spoken for. If you wanted Cobra that badly, you could have had me in the last 6 years. It's the fucking truth. You know, Jessica's already getting sick of it too, man. You need to leave her the fuck alone, like. I'll tell you what it is. My YouTube trolls can't get laid. They've never been laid.
You don't know anything about your trolls.
If it is a real fangirl, you could have made your fucking move in the last 6 years. And there probably was a lot of women prior to Jessica that wanted me. Mm-hmm. Did not come forward because of my fucking asshole trolls. It is what it is. That and my YouTube trolls' girlfriends, YouTube, are so ugly. My YouTube bullies' girlfriends are so fucking busted, and they treat their man like shit. Taking your problems out on Cobra is not gonna fix your fucking problem, YouTube.
A new food hack was also created Saturday night.
We're gonna start off with the Jimmy Dean
food
breakfast
hack.
cheese, egg, sausage, croissant sandwich. And I got these Johnsonville better cheddar hot dogs. They got a little bit of cheese in the middle. Got some of this goddamn bacon grease in the thing, because that's a thing. And we're gonna do a little thing here. Go to our pan, a dollop of our bacon grease. Grab our knife. Sorry, a little bit of grease in there. Now we're gonna cut the hot dog into 4 pieces, straight down the middle, just like that. So then we're gonna cut it like that. So place those slices just like that. And take a little bit of that bacon grease. I'm gonna smear a little bit of it on top of our pieces of hot dog. One second. Now we're gonna turn on the fan to a low setting.
Oh God, it's so gross.
Now we're gonna turn that up. I'm gonna cook these. Periodically flip them. While those are cooking up, we're gonna add some ingredients to our top. You watching this? YouTube, you watching this, man? It's gonna be delicious.
I mean,
Fresh jar of our mayonnaise.
He's definitely, I wouldn't call him high functioning autistic at this point. He is like mid to low functioning.
Yeah, smear it on top of bun.
And make toaster abortions that no one would want to eat, and I'm proud of
The
it.
mayo with the cheese right there, the egg and the sausage right there. We're not done. Let's give these a flip.
This is very low IQ.
We're gonna add some Lay's sour cream cheddar potato chips.
God, look at all the... What the fuck is with all the sores on his hands? Is it just punching walls and shit? He's got like the hand of someone who owns a very feisty cat. Like that's how my hands looked when I had the kittens, and I would just playing with them, and they would just like claw at my hands.
We're gonna add a capful of Red Hot Wings buffalo sauce. Frank's Red Hot. Onto our chips. Just a little capful of that goodness.
Ew, why are you pouring it in the cap?
A sprinkle of mild to medium, whatever, shredded cheddar cheese. We got some medium here. Do a nice little wad of that.
Just a wad
on
of
top of our chips.
Dry cheese. Nobody does this for a good reason.
If you get like a little extra on the sides, just put it on your second bun. Who gives a fuck? We hit the top bun with the chips and the sauce and the cheese with a little bit of Hidden Valley Ranch.
Ew!
My favorite ranch from Hidden Valley is their bacon ranch. It's the best goddamn ranch ever. They were out when I ordered some, so I'm like, fuck it, at least it's Hidden Valley.
Who pours ranch on their burger?
For a nice coloration of these. Two of these are going to go on the bottom bun right here.
Very
gross.
gross.
On the top bun. After we microwave it to melt that cheese a little bit in the middle there. I did something very similar to this a couple nights ago. Like I said, I have the bacon ranch. It was so good. I wouldn't recommend manhandling it like that out of the pan. I am an idiot, but that's alright. God damn it, those are hot. See the coloration on that is looking just fucking beautiful. Is this excessive? Yes. Do you want to see more food hacks like this? Of course you fucking do.
Nope.
We're going to microwave it in short bursts until the cheese melts. We don't want to over melt it.
And just throw it in the microwave.
There was like a little 40-second burst here and there.
40-second burst.
Look at the cook of that sausage. The hot dog. Excellent.
Yeah, making it rubbery by putting it in the microwave.
Hot.
What a moron.
1 second. Yeah, that cheese definitely melted. I can see it. It's all over the place. Yeah, it's starting to slide and fall apart. We're going to have to let this son of a bitch cool off. This one was a little less messy and easier to make, but I digress.
Do. Gross. Dude is getting super fat. You could tell he's got like a pot belly now from all that mead. DSP tries it, Pomology 101. DSP when it comes to begging and lying to his viewers. Simply the GOAT. It's Golden Triangle Gaming doing.
So there's a thing with that. It's not about, and I agree with what you're saying here, in the fact that it's not about giving credit. It's just there was just a lot of bad moves that were done in that shit. To be honest,
a lot of people's.
But anyway, back to with that being said, going back to what my plans are for the interview or whatever.
Anything else in the sub box? I'm sure Atlas has more to go over. Too old for video games and conflicting feedback for DSP. D&D Universe is old and outdated. I haven't seen this one yet. D&D Universe. How is the universe outdated? Oh, Pollard Kinsels. Yeah, that's right. I'll check that one after this. What do you think? Or maybe now. I did see that. I did want to watch it. The best Wings channel and the least coherent. Could be a connection.
Ye Master says shout out to Pollard Sentils, whoever the fuck that is.
Dude, you're right back to where you were, bro.
Okay.
You're at the exact same way you were. How does that change anything? You don't better yourself.
That means I didn't try.
Oh shit. I don't even know why Keemstar gave you a chance on anything in life. You're just gonna fuck it up again. Because you act like a piece of shit to your teammates for no reason. You try on pubs. I don't know why you try so hard on pubs.
I'm still questioning why you're dodging my questions if you're on disability or not.
And I don't have disability. I'm 20. Why would I have disability checks coming in? Dumbass, dude. I take care of myself unlike you.
Okay.
Okay.
I got.
Loyalty got royalty inside my DNA. Quarter piece got war and peace inside my DNA. I got power, poison, pain, and joy inside my DNA.
I got a really strong itch that you're on disability.
Use a bitch, your hormones probably switch inside your DNA.
Mine and Keemstar's relationship.
Who's that?
I got a really strong itch that you're on disability.
Use a bitch, your hormones
What the fuck?
probably switch
Smokey, Richard Jordan's opinion on the age of consent is highly questionable.
inside your DNA.
Mine and Keemstar's relationship goes back to when you were in diapers.
When you guys were both being racist, that's when it goes back to.
Yeah, we're both hardcore racist to a point. Fucking. Hey, goddamn.
I want to watch you get stream sniped because that shit's hilarious.
Have you ever seen my Battlefield 1 stats?
I don't need to, bro. You got trolled heavily. Sniper.
Gee, 5'9", as an outside person here that doesn't know me, who seems cringe here?
My dad watches you, Wings, and he thinks you're a fucking pitiful piece of shit, dude.
You hang out and watch my videos with your dad, huh?
Yeah, we do. We fucking laugh at you every day.
That's bonding one way.
Who's gonna be Chippy's dad in chat?
I'm a bird.
Dude, this guy, Dimitri Reinhardt said, "Die, you fat fucker, you fat piece of shit."
Thank you, Dimitri.
Because growing up in high school, I knew girls that were like 12, 13, 14, fucking on the regular.
Oh no!
What is she doing? Ah, damn it.
I hate that they had that waiting loading level shit right over my name.
What would you like to talk about?
I don't know, the usual father-son stuff.
If my kids grow up to be gay, I'm the shit out of them. This motherfucker named Baseball Rule, and he teabagger. Hold the fuck on. Oh my lord.
The main reason for that is gay porn stunt man. What? Thank you for being a hoodlum, man. Man, that guy that just followed.
It's a failed stream, you're a failed person. It's that simple. Kelly is the only one doing anything. She's holding that house together.
Look at this! Okay, let's go.
Look at it.
I haven't seen this one. Club Doom put out an Andrew Dobson video. We love talking about Dobson. Maybe give that a watch later, after the terrible pre-stream. Hey, Kiwi Tapes video on the angriest Splatoon player, Putz12. I hear Dingus knows who this guy is. Of course, he's a Splatoon player as well. I'm surprised that he's getting wider coverage. That's at 1. Duty streaming the meaningful podcast, The Business is in Trouble.
Corny. You know, no, I would never do that. I would never do that to my boy Snort. Even if I thought it was true. If I thought it was true, I would talk to him about it and tell him. But yeah, so it just doesn't look good. It does not look good at all for our boy Rich here. So, all right, I don't know what's going on with the alerts, but Cool Beans, thank you for the 10. I appreciate it. I used to watch RTU all the time. The weed is definitely affecting his mind, and also he lost contact with some real life friends the last couple years, and that keeps him in check. Yeah, definitely. That's why I talk about Phil all the time. Phil has no fucking friends whatsoever, and he relies on his chat to be his friends. I'm sorry, having virtual friends or whatever, associates or whatever Phil calls them, doesn't address that need to have physical contact and knowing people and face to face, having those conversations face to face. So yeah, I
used to watch RTU all the time. The weed is definitely affecting his mind, and also he lost contact with some real life friends the last couple years that kept him in check.
That's right. Now the pop-up decided to pop up. Oh Lord, I gotta figure out why there's such a delay. But anyway, thank you, Cool Beans. I do appreciate it. Yeah, no, and I agree with you 100%. I agree with you 100%. All right, so that's all I really have to say about Review Tech USA. Unless you guys have any questions or comments, that's what I know. Yeah, stream ads are being retarded. My apologies. I don't know what the fuck's going on here. So I'll get it fixed. Don't worry. The boy Duty will get it fixed in no time. All right, so yeah, that's really all I had to say on that, on Rich. I got nothing else to say pretty much on that at all. I don't have anything to say. So I mean, I don't have anything more to say. I think I pretty much covered it and beat that dead horse. It should be interesting to see the next time Rich streams though, because the conversation is going to be about what happened with Jay, and I'm sure he's going to have a lot of people that are still upset with him bombard his chat. So that should be very interesting. By the way, I am a mod in Rich's streams and Jay's stream, by the way. They both have me modded in there. I'll be in there. I'm not modding no one. I'll let people say whatever the fuck they want to say. And yeah, so that should be interesting. I'm definitely going to check out the next stream to see what pops off there. So Miku World Order, thank you for the 2. I appreciate it. Phil does have friends, his unpaid editors. Oh yeah, let's not forget about who is it? Lysa? No, God, I forgot that dense name. So yeah, he has him, and of course he's only his friend until the moment that he decides that he wants to get paid for doing all that work. As soon as he asks Phil for some money, then of course he's gonna be a fucking detractor and he's gonna get sent to ban world. So. Duty is an equal opportunity. Yeah, I know about it. Okay, so here, yeah.
Is he saying Lights for Soul is the guy who's doing the editing? I don't know where that theory is coming from. Yeah, he did say he's a mod for Rich, but he doesn't mod anyone. Just kind of weird. I don't know why he's a mod for Rich, but he doesn't do anything with his modship.
Little shake and bake. That's right. Thank you, Confuso. A lot of people think that I'm in Rich's pocket and whatever. I've been honest in the front. I told you guys that I've known Rich for
that money. I really do. I need that money to pay my bills, the electric bill, the internet bill.
Phil does have friends, his unpaid editors.
Thank you again, Miko. I appreciate that. All right, so excuse me. So sorry, I got distracted here. Isn't Derek a friend? Probably Derek's a fucking friend. So yeah, once a little shake and bake comes out and asks for cash, then of course our boy Phil will turn on him and call him the biggest detractor in the world. The interesting thing is that he's actually making money now. Phil made $160 on his throwback stream yesterday. That was just for tips. For super chats, he got over $300 because them Dent came in and dropped three $99 super chats. So you figure if he does that which he's not going to do that every week, that's some money. That's a couple $100 every month that he's getting in his YouTube check for DSP throwback. And being that Little Shake and Bake is doing all this work, because he's doing all the work. He's doing the thumbnails, he's naming them, he's editing the videos, he's doing everything. And Phil doesn't give him a fucking dime, not a penny. I have a feeling that's going to change. And then, of course, once that changes and he asks for money, then, of course, he's going to get yeeted and set the ban world. The funny thing is, will he find someone else to do the editing for him? Because without the editing...
that money, I really do. I need that money to pay my bills, the electric bill, the internet bill.
Jay helped Rich be successful and in check. Bad move.
Sicilian Gamer, thank you for the 2. Yep, I agree. I think he helped right his ship and get him focused on what he should be doing. And he's so Jay, I'm gonna let you know, Jay is really helped Phil and really helped Rich organize his shit and got him on a schedule, helped him with the streams. He did his video editing. He was the one that kept telling Rich to stay the course keep doing news content because that's what you're known for. And Rich just wanted to move on from that. He wanted to do something else. And from what I gather, it sounded like Jay would push Rich to cover certain stories, and he didn't want to. He would rather stream. And probably because he makes more money streaming than he did on the videos. But why not do both? You know what I mean? Why not do videos, do high quality videos, and stream? There's nothing wrong there. Rich fired Jay because he was tired of phoning it in, according to him. Rich fired Jay because he was phoning it in. Okay, no, I disagree with that 100%. Phoning it in, just because you tell someone, keep doing what you're doing and what makes you successful, that's not phoning it in. That's being realistic. Most people, there are a small amount of YouTubers that have actually changed their content to fit with the times. So they were big for one thing, and then their content got stale or boring and fell out of favor, and then they transitioned to something else, and they still became popular. There's a small population of people that can do that. Jay just basically told Rich, look, this is what you're known for. Your fucking name is Review Tech USA. Review Tech. Do stuff like that. Report the news. Because even on average, what do you get? 60, 70,000 views on a video? That's a nice chunk of change. You're getting 60,000 views. You're getting about $100, $150 a video. So if you pump out a video or two a day, there's some money to be made there. It's just the problem is that when you stream and you're making $700, $800 on a stream
of course
for
not.
3 or 4 hours.
Of course he's not giving any money to anybody. They're just like, hey, Phil, I'm going to do all this for you. Because he would never pay anyone. And the only way he would ask for, who would accept anyone doing anything is if they do it for free. He's a cheap motherfucker.
Hours, then you see how much, you're making $100 a video. You're like, oh, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. It's not worth the time and energy. But you can't think like that. You got to do both. You got to diversify your shit. That's what I've always had about. That's what I was pissed on Phil about, because he can give two shits about his videos. His money makers is streams. Why not do both? Why not do some edited fucking content so that people will be willing to watch your shit? And anyway, that's gonna segue into a point that I want to talk about. The main point of this is apparently now throwback react content will save the business. That's Phil's mantra now. I got a video here. And I want to play some clips. So let me just find the first spot here.
Basically,
okay, that's it. Normal. Okay. Yeah. Yep. I'm just reading some of the commentary before I move on. So Wes, thank you.
I need that money. I really do. I need that money to pay my bills, the electric bill, the internet bill.
Rich fired Jay out of jealously. What a man-child.
Yeah, man, it doesn't look good. It does not look good whatsoever when you do that for whatever reason.
I mean, Jay is like,
and I think it was unnecessary.
My next step, the thing I'm going to do now is I'm going to make a sitcom. I ordered a bunch of cameras. They're going to show up and I'm going to get started on that sitcom. And it's like, dude, I don't think you have any friends. Okay, sure. Get going on that sitcom of yours. Going to go really well. Sure, buddy. You're a great writer. You're very talented. You know what you're doing.
For whatever reason, decided that he wanted to do something different, and I don't think that's the way to go.
Hey, make a sitcom. So funny.
Sci-fi. How you doing, love?
I have rich,
how am I
slow
doing
humor.
In your pan world? I hope you don't have me doing some bullshit farming work or anything. I hope you have duty doing something productive.
I need that money. I really do. I need that money to pay my bills, the electric bill, the internet bill.
Does Phil know Shake and Bake is stealing content for Throwback Channel? Likely has got the okay from Phil. Is the content they're stealing his original?
You are correct, sir. And yes, Phil probably knows and just doesn't give a shit. Just to whatchamacallit, he's not stealing all of the content. What he's doing, he's stealing bits and pieces of other playthroughs. And he got busted twice because they actually saw the stamp the creator's content stamp on Phil's streams. So I'm pretty sure Phil knows it. He just doesn't give a fuck. Then he figures, oh, well, other people are stealing my content. It's just fair game. And it doesn't matter because it's just a small portion of the overall video. So he probably just doesn't give a shit. Yep. But thank you. I appreciate the $4.99, Danny. By the way, where is my girl Sci-Fi? Sci-Fi, Mary, you listening to me? I want to know what you have me doing today. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Let me know, girl. Let me know that you're treating your boy Duty right. Anyway, if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, Mary Sci-Fi is actually playing Pan World, and she found a character named Duty. It looks like some bird, some big ass bird. But she has your boy Duty sweating it out. She enslaved me.
I mean, in Power World?
That's essentially what Power World is about. Power World is about enslaving people to do work for you. If you haven't played Power World. So she got your boy Duty out there.
I said Pan World for a second
She
there.
got me slaving away. All right, so that's all I really had to say about Rich. I'm going to now move on, folks. I want to move on to, of course, the throwback. The throwback react, or the throwback channel, will now save the business. You guys probably hear or watch any of the content. You know, every couple months, there's some new scheme by DSP to save the business. And of course, today's new scheme is throwback. Throwback will save the channel. Now, the interesting here is I fucking love that I love so much. What's up, Krusty? What I love so much here is how quickly this motherfucker changed his tune when it came to throwback content. When he originally started throwback content was, I'm doing a service for my dents to preserve.
No way, that's not Laura.
And if I make a little bit of money, good. It's not. Oh, it's not.
That's like some other character that they're trying to shoehorn into the Tomb Raider universe. They're not saying that's Laura. You gotta be. No way. You're kidding. No. What? It has to be someone else. I don't believe it. I can't believe it.
Not a big deal. To when he saw that he wasn't making any fucking views or ad revenue on this shit, he then
for the YouTube viewers
that he was going to turn on memberships and super chats. Well, initially he said he wasn't going to do that, and then of course as time went by, and he saw that he wasn't making any money on it.
That's like some.
As soon as he got
character.
monetized, he turned that shit on. Now, initially, he didn't focus on the membership or anything. He just said, oh, if you want to be a member, that's fine.
I need that money. I really do. I need that money to pay my bills, the electric bill, the internet bill.
Sicilian Gamer, thank you, Pimp, for the 5. No one gives a fuck about DSP's crusty old content, but I hope he doesn't realize it and continues to spend energy and sunk cost fallacy. That's right. Yeah, he's entertainment. It's really funny because he talks about how I love when he talks about how people tune in for his podcast, and as soon as his podcast finishes, no matter what game he's playing, 300 or 400 people dip out. That's people are watching your podcast because that's where the fucking gold dust is, Phil. That's where detractors and people go to.
Yeah, I'll send it over.
I rarely watch your gameplays anymore. I just watch your podcast because that's where I get my clips, and that's where most people get their clips. So they tune in to hear what stupid fucking thing you're gonna say today. And when they see that you said something stupid, they clip it and they laugh at you, or they just turn it the fuck off. No one's there because they care about your content, Phil. I don't even think your dents are there because they care about your content. Other than Derek and Jade, other than those two fucking dents, no one else gives a shit. They're there to chat with other people. They built a community, which I guess is fine. But
it's like Captain Planet, but every ring is just like another box on the checklist, and all the rings combined, and it creates that character. You got wheelchair, you got sexually malleable, you got dented, black, fat, bad haircut, with your powers combined.
That's what they're really there for. And of course, we hear you complain about it whenever your tips are low, and you start complaining that engagement is slow, no one's talking, no one is contributing. You hear that fucking nonsense from Phil. All right, so now Phil, of course, so he moved from not gonna make any money on it to making a little bit of money on it to not doing memberships or super chats to then turning that shit on as soon as he got monetized, right? And now, of course, he makes 50 cents a day on ad revenue. So, of course, now he has to push the fucking memberships. And he has to push the memberships and the super chats, right? The funny thing here with this shit that just makes me fucking laugh when I think about it is that he went from, I'm going to do a throwback react. That's what people are going to get for their memberships, I guess. And I'm going to do it once in a while. So Phil went from doing it once in a while, which to me means maybe once a month, to, well, let's do it every 2 weeks. The last 2 weeks he's done, he's gotten okay support. The first time he did it, I think he got like $80, right? He got about $80. And then last night he got $160 in tips and then made $300 in super chats because one of his dents dropped $300 on him in super chats. So now, of course, oh my God, everything's fucking wonderful and everything's great. So Phil moved, that's how quickly Phil moved. He moved from, this is something nice for my dents to, it's gonna save the business. So I'm gonna play a couple clips here where Phil just gradually moves on from what I'm saying to the point now where it's gonna save the fucking business. Money
to pay my bills, the electric bill, the internet bill.
My old content was racial humor for kids, but also you guys have been demanding to see for years. I've grown up and matured but laugh non-stop at it.
Exactly. Exactly. By the way, one of the clips I have is that where Phil actually decides he wants to be a racist. And, but of course, Phil, the shit Phil does now is, that's what I used to do. That's old Phil. But by the way, I'm gonna show you what old Phil is, and then he does the racist shit. That little disclaimer that you're just showing people the kind of dark humor you used to do doesn't fucking matter. You shouldn't be doing it either way. You think it gives you a fucking pat? It's just like this bullshit with we're gonna watch a video of me being a racist, but disclaimer, folks, that was my old. That's what I used to believe. I don't believe that anymore. But it's perfectly fine to fucking play it. No, you don't fucking play it, and you don't do it. And I don't give a fuck if you're trying to, if you're fucking trying to just show people the dark humor you used to do. And he does that shit here on the playthrough, which is fucking lovely. All right, so let's watch the first clip here. The first clip here, of course, is always about support. So let's watch Phil beg for some support.
Gave my thoughts at the end of each day of who I thought the killer was and what I thought about the game. So that was kind of neat. And I'm curious to see how that's going to pan out in this.
What's up, Nas? How you doing, Pimp?
So we'll see how that goes. I'm the one who just filed for bankruptcy. I'm the one who didn't pay my taxes. I'm the one. Yes. So guys, any support tonight is greatly appreciated. And that includes super chats, memberships, tips. Earlier today, I did my other react show.
Eat it!
I'll
Give
be
me
honest,
your mailing address.
It was
I want to
pretty
mail you
darn
a
slow
spoon
today.
so you can eat shit out of my fucking ass.
Tonight, since you guys have liked the retro react stuff,
so mature now.
It'd be great if we could get some support tonight of any kind. Also, we're trying to figure out what we want to do next for the next retro react because I may do one next weekend. So the ideas that we had so far, obviously, more Dark Souls 1 or more Heavy Rain, Bully from 2013, and then the fourth option that someone came up with was BioShock, my original BioShock playthrough from way back when. Again, that was not direct capture. That was a camera pointed at the TV and stuff like that. So I think we will do another poll.
Stuff like that.
Over the course of this week. And you guys will be able to vote on what you want to see next time that we do a retro react.
Wow.
Okay?
This is rough.
Think about it.
Rough content. It's too raw. Not enough editing involved. Any money you can give me, just be like greatly appreciated. Rattle, 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 rattle. Just rattle that cup. And then some fucking dipshit. I even made a post about it. Like, you're serious. Like, the guy sits there, he begs, he cries, he whines, he feigns distress, he pimps out his wife, he threatens to quit doing gameplay entirely, Wage quits whole playthroughs, rages over low support. You're like, yeah, it's fine, it's whatever, I don't care. I'm not going to give him any money, I'll just keep my wallet closed. But then he pulls up a playthrough from 14 years ago where he goat laughs. And it's from a time where he says he acted like a horrible human being and he'll never act like again. Oh my God, I gotta give him money now. Where's my wallet? Mom, get my wallet. Mom, where's my wallet? Get it. Just makes no sense. Doesn't seem real. Seems very astroturfed. And then Linda Deranged shared it. Aw, thank you, Linda Deranged. Appreciate it. Someone shares my sentiment. Thank you, Lynn. Kill stream versus fake Ross. This is a good stream. Need a fill break before we watch the pre-stream. If only this one was live, we could take a look at it. Upcoming stream, or a video, about 20 minutes. Vault Boys putting out videos for some reason. They're, Vault Boys videos are edited by a blender. They're hard to watch. As an editing spurg, I guess, I can't really watch. What do you call it? Slapdash? Slapdash editing. It's difficult. Does anyone have videos to recommend? Here, an odd HoloLive clip. Sure. Like that. Good volume. It's 3 seconds.
Why would you go to the doctor? It costs money. Just die. Why would you go to the doctor? It costs money. Just die. Why would you go to the doctor? It costs money. Just die.
That's my sentiment. Yeah. Just go ahead, die. Boogie loves the trolls. I don't know. The only person more insufferable than DSP. How about Rev? Help me out, Rev. What do you got? I'm sure you got a video. Same company.
Have been listening more and more to the Twitter users.
But okay.
Hey, what's up, guys? Rev here. So over the past couple of years, there's been an increasing level of complaints about fan service in video games. These complaints not coming from gamers, rather they're coming from a loud minority of people from social media platforms like Twitter. Now, unfortunately, a lot of game developers, including those from Japan, have been listening more and more to the Twitter users than the actual gamers interested in their products. And that is reflected in their sales because as they've injected more woke nonsense into their games, their sales have gone down. However, this conversation has been re-explored once again with the recent talk about Stellar Blade. We talked about this on the channel, but as more trailers and previews have come out for this game that's coming out in a very short while, we've seen gamers get what they've been asking for. And that is conventionally attractive characters with fan service. That is something a lot of gamers enjoy, and people have been praising Stellar Blade and their developers for delivering just that. Now, I don't know if you guys have had a similar experience to me, but my Twitter timeline over the past couple of days has been nothing but Tifa from Final Fantasy. Okay, so basically all it took was a spoiler of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, where Tifa is in a swimsuit to basically lead us what feels like a new renaissance in gaming. That's all it took. People are going absolutely rabid for this Tifa design here. All it took was the swimsuit. And here, I'll play a little clip of it. I don't even know if it's translated. It doesn't matter. You'll get the point. Believe me when I'm telling you, I'm not exaggerating.
Rewind.
Get the point.
Oh my god.
Believe me when I'm telling you, I'm not exaggerating. When this combination of Tifa in a swimsuit has consumed Twitter over the past couple of days. It's all everyone's talking about. It's all over everyone's timelines. And it's really not that surprising. The formula is simple, ladies and gentlemen. All you have to do is take Tifa, a character everyone likes, and then add anime titties. Boom. Success. The formula is so simple, and it was working for so many years until recently, where now game developers are shying away from these things because they want to appease people on Twitter, for example. And it's very strange. Let's get back to the very simple formula. And a lot of people have looked at this situation and said, hey, is this a redemption arc for Square Enix, who a lot of people have had concerns about because of a lot of woke nonsense they've been pursuing with their recent titles? And in fact, only a month ago, we saw this article from Niche Gamer where they reported that Square Enix quietly removed a recruitment page bragging about censorship. Now, we talked about this maybe about a year ago, but this was a disastrous discovery when people translated this recruitment page where a member of the ethics team over at Square Enix made some very concerning statements talking about the biggest joy of their job being removing and changing things that the developers had made, including changing things to a point where the players would never even know whatever was removed existed in the first place. And when they're talking about things that they want to change, they're referring to things they consider controversial, problematic, and weird, which is a very open-ended concept and way too open for someone on an ethics team to be tinkering with when they're doing their changes for a localization or a public release of a title. However, a lot of people looked at this situation and said, they really lost that much from Forspoken, huh? So they're now starting to scale back some of these recent changes and overall company policies and directions they've been pursuing the last couple of years. And you might be onto something, because nothing will make a company listen more than taking away their money, taking away their profit. And that's what happened with Forspoken. Absolute dumpster fire of a game, in case you weren't aware. This was not only a big blow to the reputation of Square Enix just because this game underperformed, but it was also a huge blow financially, because as it turns out, this game cost $100 million. Yeah, $100 million for this quality, okay? You kind of get what you deserve in that situation. But of course, with these new hopes, with Square Enix maybe turning a new page, I would be remiss if I didn't bring up the real concerns that have not been addressed. And as Scratchpoint here points out, a lot of the ESG related policies that they're pursuing on their pages have not been removed, unlike the recruitment page where they're bragging about censoring and removing things. This is still right on their front page, talking about all of their community goals and all of their goals to inspire and have as much inclusivity as possible and tell the stories of all kinds of different rich backgrounds in their products, as well as pursuing more diverse routes and representation and equity and all these things, when really people just want a good game. I think that's really all people want, instead of all this very performative nonsense on their page we all know they're doing to impress someone else, not gamers. Gamers just want a good piece of media. That's it. That's how you keep them happy. And I don't know why we're kind of losing the plot here with all these attempts by Square Enix here. But moving forward, I'm going to give the hottest take ever, okay? This is nuclear, ladies and gentlemen. Before you start attacking me in the comments, let me soften the blow with this. Listen very carefully. I think this Tifa swimsuit looks amazing, okay? I think it looks awesome, okay? I'm happy with it. But I believe this is a compromise. The way this swimsuit was designed was a compromise. Because maybe if this was 10 to 15 years ago, this would be a bikini, okay? It's just a different landscape nowadays, and I think adding all of these frills and extra layers to the swimsuit is a compromise by Square Enix, and this is their way of basically having a middle ground between what gamers want and their own whatever thought process and direction they've been heading the last couple of years. But anyways, I kind of forget about all that when I see mini games like this being shared. Some more spoilers where Tifa's doing sit-ups in that swimsuit, and I'm like, oh yeah, you know what? Maybe we are back. But anyways, while a lot of people are praising Final Fantasy, a lot of people are celebrating the downfall of Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. This is a game we talked about a few weeks ago after it released, and it's been a dumpster fire. As a product itself, I think nothing sums up the experience more than the final scene. Besides a lot of the pandering throughout the game, the final scene really just wraps everything up with a nice bow, and it really just represents a lot of beloved IPs being treated really poorly by this game. In the final scene, Harley Quinn boops Batman on the nose and then 5 seconds later shoots him in the face. And unfortunately, those lines from Batman were the final lines of the now late Kevin Conroy's career, and that was someone who was the voice of Batman, a very beloved voice actor and beloved member of this franchise and any related communities, and that was his final line. Just an unfortunate end to an unfortunate IP and game here, and the proof is in the pudding with how gamers are responding to this. Here we are, only a few weeks later, and Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League has less than 1,000 players, which I'm pretty sure that's around the number of hardcore classic WoW right now, even though Season of Discovery is out. That's just to give you an idea of how low that number is for a major release like this. And of course, Warner Bros. Is actually feeling the concerns here. They're feeling the heat because they're losing a lot of money on this one. I think that's no secret, where they have now come out and said that this game has fallen short of their expectations. So the WB has flat out admitted this, that this game was a critical and commercial failure in its attempt to herd its Arkhamverse into a live service game. And as you can see here, here's a quote from the WB CFO, Gunnar Weidenfels, saying that the game had fallen short of their expectations, and there was no numbers shared, but he said that this game created a tough year for their gaming business, and going forward in comparison to last year's smash hit Hogwarts Legacy, that they're going to have to do things differently. And that's not very surprising. Hogwarts Legacy coming out as the #1 selling game of 2023. And then the next thing is Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, which was a big time flop and really scoring horribly for a AAA title. It's just not a good look. And for a lot of people, they look at this situation with Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League and they say, yeah, the consequences of your actions. This was a very underwhelming title from Rocksteady, and really it's just the way it is, and no one really feels sorry for them. And hopefully, again, this serves as a wake up to what gamers actually want, and maybe they'll start changing things in a positive direction. And that's what a lot of people are saying is happening with Square Enix right now. And if that holds true, we'll have to just wait and see. But for now, that's going to do it for this video. I hope you guys enjoyed. As always, share all of your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below, and I'll see you guys next time.
Thank you, Rev. I don't know, a compromise. Let's see.
Point.
Well, you know it's gonna be modded. You know it's definitely gonna get mods. Got the skirt. It's not really like a bikini. It's a good point, I guess. I don't know. The mods are going to be glorious. Whenever they come to PC. Which is just eventually. At some point it will. Duty video. They're going to loot Tifa mod and Reem, of course. Thank God for mods. What is this one? Got a Reddit link. Let's look at the display here. Look out, ladies and gentlemen, we got an edgy boy over here.
I'm going to make an old school joke, so everyone must forgive me for the joke I'm about to make. This is the kind of joke I would have made in 2010. I would have been like, oh, do not worry about the man on my floor. I will lock him in my basement as a personal slave. No one needs to know. Mr. Shelby, be sure not to tell anyone about the man on my floor. I've always wanted my own slave. That's what the kind of joke I would make back then. Uh-oh, dark humor, cancel Phil.
It's not what dark humor
jokes
is.
like that, right? That's how people were.
It's not funny. Like, it's not dark humor. Dark humor is like morbid. It's not just racism. Yeah, you like how his only form of humor is just like owning people? That's his only form of humor. Just like taking away people's personal agency and making them subservient to him. That's what he thinks is funny. It's very telling, isn't it?
Be sure not to tell anyone about the man on my floor. I've always wanted my own slave. Wanted my own slave.
No one's in chat going like, haha, Phil, that's so funny.
That's what the kind of joke I would make back then. Uh-oh, dark humor, cancel Phil because he made jokes like that, right?
He's already been canceled. This is just confirming why you don't have any business relations whatsoever.
Right? That's how people were. You're like, back then people would hear that joke and be like, that's hilarious, ha ha ha, dark humor.
It's not what dark humor is. Dark humor, again, is like morbid. deals with death.
Today it's like
it's not dealing with slavery. Don't even know what humor is.
Oh my!
Let alone dark humor.
God, cancel him. Oh, whatever.
I've already been canceled. You'll never be uncanceled. This is just preventing your ability to not cancel yourself.
Fuck it. Whatever.
Whatever.
I made the jokes are there. And I made it in 2024. And I'm gonna get away with it.
No. Not really. Whatever you mean by getting away with it. Like, what do you think, the cops are gonna kick down your door? What a goofy dipshit. I'm gonna get away with it too. Wow, he's so edgy. What is this? Here's dark humor, Phil.
So now
you're gonna
I'm
die.
going to make it-
You're gonna die sooner than later. There, how about that for dark humor? Gothy VTuber. It's very dark. Wait, your wife is gonna suffer from probably cancer due to her morbid obesity. How's that for dark humor? It's gonna have serious debilitating medical issues that you won't be able to pay for because you blew all your money on sweaty WrestleMan. She's gonna be begging the heavens, God and existence, why her husband doesn't have enough money to get her fucking, like, uterine polyps taken care of. It's gonna have to get, like, half of her insides removed by a surgeon. She won't be able to afford it. And you're gonna be like, hey, Phil, I've been looking at your numbers and it looks like you made like $100,000 a year for like several years. Where's all that money? And you're just gonna be like, yeah, that's you getting away with it. There you go. It's a dark humor. Hey, is this an example? Okay. It's all satire. It's gonna get gout too. That'd be funny. Just the gout twins. Yeah, I did see that. ALT pulled up the latest WWE Champions description. The Sweaty Muscle Men Championship. Pull up your pants and get ready to explode. That'll be Kiwi Tapes. Premieres in 3 minutes. You have to fill dead air with awful dark humor. How many unique viewers do you have, Phil? Accurate. Which anime OP won your heart and Splinter? I have not seen Solo Leveling. I'm so behind on my anime because I've been playing Persona 3 Reloaded. Making a lot of progress. It's a JRPG, so of course it's not a short gaming session. I wonder if DSP's ever going to play it. I wonder, I doubt it. For some reason I doubt he's going to play Persona 3 Reloaded. What do you think? Do you think he's going to play it or not? He hates Atlas. He's afraid they're going to, like, copy strike his channel. He has trauma when it comes to Persona 3 because he rage quit the finale because they were able to charm him. Yeah, the charm salt. Like, I've already dealt with the charm issue. I've gotten 500,000 yen, I guess, from grinding in Tartarus, and I bought the charm that you can buy in the nightclub that makes your main character immune from any sort of status ailment for 500,000. So I can't be charmed. And I have like a bunch of other charms that resist charm. Peacemaker. They've been showing off Peacemaker for Mortal Kombat. I have not watched the Peacemaker series, but Alfred has. He says he's enjoyed it. And he said I wouldn't like it. He knows me pretty well, so I'll take his word for it. He says I'm not going to like the Peacemaker series, so I'm like, all right. I have plenty of other things I want to get caught up on watching anyways. I'd rather not watch it. But it looks pretty cool. I mean, looks like a fun character.
You wish to fight me?
Not fight. Beat senseless. BFD, so you make it cold.
Not cold. Frozen.
Big fucking deal.
Woo, suck on that!
This is no time to smile.
Hell yeah, it is. Fight a fire god is coming off my bucket list. You're the first bangable monster chick I've met.
You think me a monster?
I bet take more effort than beating you will.
I will so enjoy killing you.
The things I could do with your life story.
How about we make it a streaming series? Jesus! What the hell?
There's a lot of personality to it.
Fatality. Peacemaker.
Look like they're having fun with it. Alright, this is premiering. Of course, we got our long intro. Does the character well? Yeah, I mean, I guess. He's a wrestler. Wasn't the first wrestling to actor pipeline that we've got. Yeah, they're having like a free weekend. Next month. Early next month. I might play it then. Give it a little test run. Got edgy Phil here wearing his red fedora and red vest, looking like a rejected detective from a David Cage game. Yeah, it's funny reading the people in the comments. They're like, he absolutely loves this shit. I'm always picturing the sexist, racist, edgelord pig trying to burst through out. It's like, so he always thinks about this stuff. But he has like this filter that's like, it won't let him say all the things that he wants to say. He looks so stupid in that hat, absolute clown. It's a pig at a party hat. Hello, piggy. Regard San Diego, that's a good one. Isaac Heimler knows about the juice hiding under the floor. When he gets the money buff, his true feelings come out. That's a good point. Like, he feels confident enough to say racist, sexist shit when he's got that dollar enema up his butt.
World's angriest Splatoon player.
Okay. Wow.
Give me a break! Jesus Christ! Ah! Give me my points! Stop trying! Now Gito and Rory, ban them!
Damn. Godzilla!
Shawn Nichols, also known as Putz12, is regarded by many as the world's angriest Splatoon player, streaming the game numerous times a week, never failing to have a freak out after losing. But I'm getting way ahead of myself, because though present-day Shawn is very interesting, his past might be even more so. In the year of 2015, a game called Splatoon was released, to much critical and fan acclaim. Though the game was mainly geared towards kids, it also developed a very dedicated fan base who would take ranked matches very seriously. Putz was one of these people. He was so dedicated, in fact, that he would participate in local tournaments. It was during one of these tournaments that Putz's legendary rage became first known to the public. When one of his teammates could not make the tournament for unknown reasons, a substitute was chosen. Since Splatoon is a game geared and marketed towards small children, someone chose their kid to substitute for Putz's team. This poor little girl did not know what she was getting into, because after losing the match, Putz proceeded to have a meltdown, specifically targeting this child with many insults, telling her things like she was worthless and would never be good at the game, including many expletives. She couldn't take it and started to weep in front of everyone. But Putz wasn't done yet. He continued to take out his frustration on the equipment, which was almost damaged during his episode. Putz would be kicked out of the tournament, and I have never heard of him attending another one again. But this would not be the end of his competitive Splatoon journey, because for years he would play in online ranked matches, where players compete head-to-head for points that either increase or decrease their rank. Ranked Splatoon matches are the bane of his existence, and in 2018 when he began streaming them to his YouTube, he cemented himself as the world's angriest Splatoon player, if not one of the angriest gamers of all time.
Come on! You steal my fucking clams! You steal everything!
Not my clams!
I can't get a fucking one! Seriously? I just needed one! Pass me a fucking clam! Stop banking and move up, you motherfucker! Stop banking and move up, you motherfucker!
The fuck?
Stop banking and move up, you motherfucker! Stop banking and move the fuck up! Jesus Christ! We lose again? Game throwing piece of shit! Move! 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 No, I need an ink! I need it! God damn! Are you kidding me? You left me alone again, God damn it! Oh my God! These fuckers are trash!
As I'm sure you've noticed by some of these clips, Putz is very fond of blaming his teammates for all of their losses. Now, I don't know much about Splatoon, so I consulted the subreddits to see if Putz was actually a good player, and the general consensus is that he is terrible, making it even more ironic that his reactions are this intense. Putz will get so angry at his teammates that he will intentionally sabotage matches, going AFK until they eventually lose. The very same thing that he rages out over and accuses them of. It is always either his teammates' fault or the game's fault. I have never seen him take accountability for a loss once. Another thing to note is that Splatoon has no voice chat function. You can only communicate with people through simple commands. So when Putz is screaming at these people, he's literally doing nothing. Well, that is until he starts slamming his desk in rage. Unable to cope with the sheer incompetence of his teammates, he will slam his fists onto the table, Jordy Jordan style. He slams his fists so hard, in fact, that his computer monitor loses signal from his console, creating now what is one of the most infamous memes in the Putz community, no signaling. Now, based on just how intense that event is, you would think that it's a rare thing, but this happens all the time, resulting in wonderful clips like these.
You're not in a position to make a shot, you're not in a position to make a shot, and your other fucker are dead! Goddamn motherfucker! Tired of this shit! Camera broke. Camera officially broke. It ran into
I wonder
40
why.
uncontested. Oh my God! Jesus Christ, dude! No! No! Ah! Now my fucking soda spilled! Coda, please! God damn it! I'm having a really bad fucking day! I don't want to pander to your fucking low signals. God damn it! I got fucking low signal!
Putz has no signaled more times than I can count. And when he began to receive donations, people would even start to demand a no signal for money. Putz would deny them until he lost and did it on his own organically, being so lightning quick that one time he even smashed a fly. You would think that screaming at his teammates and slamming on his desk would be enough to sate Putz's rage. But for Putz 12, enough is never enough. And after losing a match, blaming it all on his teammates, he will block every single one of them on his Nintendo.
This motherfucker is just hacking as far as I'm concerned. There's no latency that can actually fucking do what the fuck he just did. And this bitch, get the fuck out, you fucking...
He sounds a lot like Airsock Fatty.
Putz might have accidentally been the first.
It's like a fat guy voice, I guess. It's very reminiscent.
First person to discover that Nintendo actually had a limit on how many people you could block, with him hitting the limit of 100 every couple months. He will proceed to then unban everybody just so that he can ban more people. He has complained to Nintendo dozens of times over the block list, even calling them on one of his streams, capturing what might be his most iconic moment to date. This poor Nintendo employee has to endure all of Putz's abuse for 20-ish minutes. The levels of patience displayed by this customer service rep are godly. Putz absolutely lays into him for problems that he has no control over. This is just a guy simply doing his job, but Putz is sitting there blaming him for every problem Splatoon has. And so many problems that Splatoon doesn't even have. Putz just perceives it that way because he's the bad player himself. Let me just show you guys some of my favorite clips because this one's a doozy.
My name is Sean.
Hey Sean, let me get the notes pulled up here. What can I help you with today?
Well, I was on hold for 46 minutes to get a hold of you, so that was amazing.
Yeah, we are extremely busy right now. I apologize for that. So what can I help you with?
So I am pretty livid over everything about Nintendo at the moment, so yeah, to get started.
Okay.
Your online system, the pay for online is complete trash.
Yeah.
Like, complete trash. I'm a Splatoon 2 streamer and actually a pretty popular one at that.
Oh, yeah.
And the fact that we had no benefit of actual online services of any kind is absolutely ridiculous. And the fact that I can't block them, ban them, or anything to get rid of them is completely asinine and retarded. Pardon my language, but this is getting out of fucking hand. And I'm so sick and tired of calling in.
I'm gonna have to ask you to stop swearing.
You're gonna have to ask me to stop swearing? I'm gonna have to ask you to please get everything working correctly. Because this is just crazy about the harassment I'm having to deal with every time. And if you can't handle me swearing because I'm getting constantly harassed, then that's a goddamn problem. Now, I am absolutely sick of being harassed online. I'm sick of having no benefits for paying online services from either expanding my block lists, friend lists, and quality of service from the actual connections, just latency, the horrible...
I swear, I am going to have to end the call. Sir, I am trying to help you, but we all have these rules. Anyone would have to tell you the same thing. I would have to end the call if you continue to swear like this.
Ugh. Like, I'm trying not to swear right now, but it's just so bad. And then top it off, horrible, just team comps, the pairing systems, the point systems, and then to top it off, I'm getting harassed with players online that have to come into my lobbies and intentionally lobby snipe me just to throw games. In Japan, they don't have any of this crap.
Believe me, I understand your frustration with all this, and I will be making your comments available to other departments to review.
Poor guy.
I apologize you've been having such a disappointing time. I hope that in the
give me my fucking money.
Can help.
What?
Sorry about that.
Pardon?
Sorry about that. Somebody subbed to me. It's my sub notification. I don't see the point of reporting on the app anymore. Give me my fucking money! God damn it, guys. Yeah, I just don't see
so
it.
funny.
There's just nothing happening with it.
It's kind of funny, but at the same time, it's like...
doesn't require much room for... Give me my fucking money! It doesn't require much room for the system storage or any information to be done, so I don't see why there's a limitation on that to begin with. There just should not be. And that's another big...
Yeah. Dude, turn off your notifications if you're doing this.
Sorry, but I'm gonna have to ask you.
Give me my fucking money!
I think I get going.
Pardon me?
This is really bad.
Pardon me?
I can see that you're streaming right now.
Yep. I am streaming.
Yeah, I'm saying that the distractions are, that the notifications are being pretty distracting, and given the language I am gonna...
Give me my fucking money! Guys, quit subbing for a minute.
Stop it!
Let me see if I can mute that.
Oh, it's literally one click in OBS. Give me a break.
He just ended fucking call!
I could not imagine calling a game company and asking them to bend the rules because I cannot play as well as I thought I would. But Putz isn't just asking, he's demanding, he's screaming that they change the rules. And change the rules they did. In Splatoon 3, you can no longer block people, you can only report them, which Putz does probably more than any other Splatoon player in the game. I'm not even joking when I say he might have reported hundreds of players by now, genuinely endangering them from playing the game just because he doesn't like how well he played. I am not joking when I say that Putz has almost single-handedly made the Splatoon community known as toxic. Granted, there are a number of other elements which I will not get into here, but whenever Splatoon toxicity is mentioned, Putz is almost always referenced. The game doesn't even have a voice chat, which leads me to believe that this is almost single-handedly the Putz streams. But like I've said before, he will always blame his teammates. A prime example of this in-game would be a mode called Rainmaker. Rainmaker is one of the 3 modes of the original Splatoon. The whole premise is that there is one device called the Rainmaker and only one person can control it. It puts out a ton of ink, which goes well with the goal of trying to ink the map. Each team is fighting over the Rainmaker for the whole round. Why I'm mentioning all of this is because it's Putz's favorite weapon. Why does he want it, you ask? Because it's overpowered, and there's only one of them during the entire round. Putz greedily hoards this device, and cannot stand it when anyone else uses it. Some of his most rage-filled moments come from him either losing the Rainmaker, or one of his teammates picking it up.
I hate these f***ers! God damn it, man! Why did you throw so f***ing hard? Like, literally. Literally! You're getting 2/3 the map for half the f***ing game because we had a 6! You son of a bitch! You son of a bitch! You son of a bitch! God damn it! Give me my points! Stop trolling! Stop trolling with everything you got! You asshole! They will not let me grab the f***ing Rainmaker! They will not let me grab it! They will not let me f***ing grab it!
You think he's taking it?
Dumbass! Dumbass! Dumbass!
Is he just venting?
The irony of all of this is that the Rainmaker is probably in better hands with Putz's teammates, despite his reactions to them claiming it. All of this has been going on for almost a decade now, and nearly nothing has changed. Putz has behaved the exact same way since Splatoon 1. The only thing that really changes sometimes is around Christmas. The majority of his streams are without a camera, but in the spirit of Christmas, Putz will face cam up for an event that he calls Putzmas, and it's a crazy thing to see him rage like this on camera, because then you can visualize how all the other moments went as well. To be honest, Putzmas is exactly what you'd expect.
Damn it! Help me! You fucking shoot! Ink, do something! God damn it!
Better hope he lives alone.
27 fucking points! You assholes!
So fat.
You!
It's got like that swollen foot that fat people have.
God damn it!
Balloon foot.
You game throwing pieces of fucking shit! What the fuck are you doing? Fucking 2v1! He's right there to fucking support me! Not one fucking shot lets me die and then lets them go for fucking signal and lets them fucking get it! Without one fucking bit of resistance! Are you fucking kidding me? Are you actually fucking kidding me, you motherfucker? You can't game throw any fucking harder. You can't. You just can't.
But surprisingly, these are not the only times that he has appeared on camera. In fact, there are dozens of hours of that content that he has put on the internet himself. During my research, I came across something that was actually pretty shocking. That Putz, Shawn Nichols, had appeared on Season 7, Episode 9 of Man vs. Food. Putz is a former professional eater, and for this episode, he talked about a challenge that he had completed from a company called Egg Roll Inc., eating a dozen giant egg rolls in an allotted time period. I've seen him compete in rib competitions, taco eating contests, burger contests, you name it. And I honestly think that is a better form of competition for Shawn to be involved with, because after finishing an eating competition, you don't really have the energy to scream your lungs out at your other contestants. Man vs. Food would not be Shawn's last brush with the camera, as he would also feature briefly in an Air-Rack video called I Brought 50 Competitive Eaters to a Buffet. Putz was not only streaming to YouTube, but also uploading his competitive eating videos. But when the world needed him most, he vanished. 1 year ago, Putz stopped uploading to YouTube, but Avatar Easter eggs aside, he moved over to Twitch, where he still streams to this day. Putz 12 is one of the reasons that competitive gameplay is so unappealing to me. Some people that you play will be this invested in that game. I think another prime example of this would be Low Tier God in fighting games, and DSP from EVO. It's players like these that make multiplayer so unpalatable to me, and I would much rather play something like Zombies, or I guess a more current example would be Helldivers 2, where everyone works together towards a common goal. But maybe that's just because I suck at playing the games. And that's all I have on Putz 12 today, guys. Thank you so much for watching, especially till the end. That does wonders for the algorithm. I want to thank you for liking, sharing, subscribing, commenting, all that good stuff. I really appreciate it. A massive shout out to my channel members, the backbone of this channel, the pillars of this community. Love you guys. Thank you for the support. And to whoever's watching this video right now, thank you. Time is the most valuable thing that any of us have, and the fact that you'd spend some of it here with me means the world. I hope that you all have a wonderful night, and be sure to keep it Kiwi.
Yeah, like, if you're stressing out this much over a video game, maybe it's not fulfilling its intended purpose. It's supposed to be stress relief, not stress creation. But I say that as a FromSoft player and a Bloodborne player. I do get some, I do rage out sometimes during those boss fights, but then you defeat the boss, and then all that stress and anger just evaporates away, because you killed it just like you killed the boss. Definitely don't rage out that much, for sure.
A mixer. It's a device I bought.
What's this shit he's wearing? Alright, I'm going to do this face swapping for these wings pictures, and I'm going to do it on my phone, because for some reason Reface works better on phones. Super Level Podcast. Such an awful fucking Free pre-stream.
What is going on, everyone? On today's show,
doing better than you are.
A few updates. We can talk about Capcom Cup, which happened last night, and a $1 million prize was awarded
$1 million
to the best Street Fighter 6 player in the world currently. We got some other gaming updates. I've got some streaming.
What the fuck is that?
For the best Street Fighter 6 player in the world currently.
Okay. Currently. What does that like? Look off to the side. Currently, it's like, yeah. I don't think he's going to be the best player forever, but sure. Like, yeah, it does. This is weird. It's like he makes it sound like, oh, you better look out for your spot. I'm coming for you. It's like, no, you're not.
We got some other gaming updates. I've got some streaming updates right now in regards to volume level, in regards to fan art, and some other stuff.
Volume level.
We got an interesting podcast to talk about today. All this and more.
I'm gonna give away a podcast.
The show. I hope.
Wow, wow.
All right, so how is everyone today? Good
Better
morning.
Than you are.
Welcome to the
Phil.
show. I hope that you're all doing well. Today is Monday, the 26th of February, 2024. Of course, I'm DSP. Welcome here to the Level 1 Podcast.
Say it anyways.
An interesting day today. We got an interesting variety of stuff to talk about. Before we get to my content, before we get to the streams from yesterday, before we get to the schedule, before we get to news, a couple quick things to talk about in regards to the streams here and some tech stuff. So, tech thing number one, okay? Last night on my retro replay stream over on the DSP Throwback channel, I was reacting to the original Heavy Rain playthrough from 2010, and someone commented, isn't there any way that you could raise the volume of your microphone? And I said, well...
Yes, he said he couldn't,
honestly,
though,
the only way that I could raise the volume of my microphone would be to manually raise it over here on my Scarlett device. I don't know what it's called.
No, you go into OBS and you add a gain filter. That's how you do it.
I don't think it's called a mixer. It's a device I bought 10 years ago when people were helping me set up this.
And he still hasn't figured it out 10 years later
with this Audio Technica mic. So I'm not exactly sure what it's called. Okay.
Okay. Cool.
But basically, everything in OBS, which is my capture and streaming software, is max. Like, I cannot actually make this microphone any louder in OBS. It's 100% to the max. Okay? There's no, like, volume booster feature or anything like.
Yes, there is. It's called gain, dipshit. And if that doesn't work, add another gain filter. You can stack the gain filters.
Like that. So that's as loud as I can make it. But people have been telling me for years.
And I've been telling them no.
Ever since I got this mic. 10 years now. My volume's lower than everyone else on the internet. Yeah. Phil, why is the audio on only your videos so ridiculously low, while everyone else's is much louder? To which I answer, I don't know.
Because you're incompetent.
I bought the equipment I was instructed to buy 10 years ago. I set it up exactly as I was instructed to set it up. And for whatever reason, the natural volume level has always been lower.
Ew.
So I don't know why. And the thing is, we've talked about this many times over the years. No one has an answer. The answer, go buy all new equipment. No, there's nothing wrong with this equipment. It sounds great.
Add a gain filter is what they would all say.
Why am I going to go out and buy a whole new microphone, a whole new mixer device, a whole new thing? This works. It's lower volume than I guess everyone else's videos, but it still works, right? So, basically, with everything in my control maxed, this is just where we've left it for years. Every once in a while, I try tweaking stuff. Well, last night, once again, people saying, oh, can you adjust it? I said, well, here's what I'll do. I'm literally just going to go over here, and I'm going to slowly turn the volume up. There's a volume knob on the mixer device. And so I'm just going to slowly, very slowly, nudge it, a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more, okay? And let's see what happens. So I did that. And as I was nudging it, people were like, okay, it is sounding a little better. It's sounding a little better. So as of this morning, this actually should be louder.
Doing?
All right. I did increase it last night. However,
dude, how long is this segment going to take?
Slightly more. But the reason why I'm very
you raise the volume.
That is right now, no
how long does it
exaggeration,
take you to say
orange
this?
and red. Now it's back to green. So what happens is on this mixer device, this Scarlett mixer device, it's a red or maroonish box. It's called Focusrite Scarlett or something like that, okay? And basically, it's what takes in the input of this professional grade mic, converts it to a USB signal, and puts that audio to my PC.
Professional.
It has a little knob that's the volume.
Okay, dude. How many times do you say this?
That lights up. So every time I talk, it blinks green. Okay, but sometimes it's blinking orange or red, which means you're at the level where if it goes any louder, it's going to distort the audio. You know what I'm saying?
No.
Excuse me. So
that's not what happens.
Basically, the way I see it is, I don't really know how else I could improve this. Like some people are saying, well, get closer to the mic. I'm literally less than a foot from the mic. You may not look it because of the camera perspective. This is about a foot. From here to here, from this hand to this hand is about a foot. So if I'm any closer, I'm going to be spitting all over the mic like way too close, distorting my audio. Okay?
Okay.
I'm well aware that my setup looks different than many other people's, but it's pretty much as good as it's going to get for what I do. I don't know what else I could do to improve the mic setup, unless someone has some crazy idea regarding this Focusrite Scarlett device, this Audio Technica mic. Like, I did tweak it last night. You should hear more volume right now. Like, literally, the video should be louder.
Dude, all right, you've been talking about this for way too long. Bored now. Moving on.
All right. The other thing that I have to talk about this morning is the artwork that I run on the beginning of the stream. And in fact, why don't we look at it together a little bit as I talk about this? So here's the artwork that I run at the beginning of the stream. And the weirdest thing is going on regarding this artwork. Something is glitching with it. Okay? And you might say, what does that mean? Let me put it this way. Right now you're looking at artwork and you're probably like, wait a minute, I don't recognize this. What's this? Feasting with the King?
Looping.
What was that other one about consoles and stuff? That's artwork that I've had in the artwork rotation for a while.
Okay.
All right? But you've never seen it. Or you haven't seen it in ages, and you might be saying, why? Okay?
Why are you talking about this?
Hold on.
Why is this a discussion topic?
I do this, and I do that. So what this does, this resets the artwork. So now we're back at the beginning of the artwork playlist that I use when my stream first turns on. You're going to see several pieces of new art. Look at this. This art, I've had this art for like a month. And I added it to the streams a month ago. So you might say, wait a minute, I never saw this stuff. Like, why is this here now, but where was it? Well, basically, here's the deal. And I found out about this years ago. Look how cool this is. And this hasn't been on my stream in ages.
Stupid.
Even though I've had it.
Lame.
It hasn't been on my stream in ages.
Gay.
Look how good that is. Right?
No, it looks like shit. That looks even worse. That looks fucking terrible. So, that looks fucking awful.
I use a broadcasting software called OBS. Open Broadcast Software. It's free. It's open source. Anyone can write for this artwork. Or for this artwork. Anyone can write code for this thing. Anyone can put an add-on for this thing. Okay? However, because it's open source, it frequently has issues. It frequently has updates that don't make sense. I'm going to give you some examples, okay? So a few years ago, I used to have moving artwork in this slideshow. We had art of like Sakura standing outside of the stage of Street Fighter Alpha, and it was all
Sakura,
moving, right? We had all kinds. We had the 3 or 4 different kinds of cool moving artwork that I would have in this slideshow that you would see when I turn on my streams. And you might say, well, I don't understand what happened to the moving artwork. You don't have it anymore. So
I didn't say that.
Out of nowhere one day, OBS did an update. Now this update actually had a lot of important...
Okay, Phil, we get it. You reduced the quality of the JPEGs, and so you're able to load more into the slideshow. We get it, Phil. Holy shit, man. You can turn a 10-second explanation into the 5-minute ramble session. It's called autism. Quit looping.
People are stupid. There were people...
Oh my god. What was that?
It was better.
I can go to bed tonight knowing I don't have to insult people.
Like, when you update software, you should add things to make it better, not take away things, right? So come to find out, it's because people are stupid. There were people who were actually loading so much into slideshows in OBS, it was crashing their computers. There were reported cases where people were idiotically...
Yada. And we're live. All our skip juice is now gone.
No, instead just remove the whole ability to do it. Right? It's like, what? It's kind of like in New York City many years ago, they outlawed large sodas.
They outlawed large.
Like, they made it so that you can't buy a soda of a certain size at a restaurant.
So they bought 2.
Wait, what? Why? Well, because there's too many people who were drinking the large sodas that was very unhealthy
because of the left-wing New York government. That's why.
So let's outlaw it. How about
that's the primary
instead you
reason.
raise awareness of the issue that soda is bad for you, right? and make it so that people for
Says man with gout
make
and
the right
morbidly
choices,
obese wife. Sure.
rather than limit everyone else. This is the equivalent of like there's
a man
one
who's
idiot
overweight
in a classroom
himself
who keeps misbehaving, so you punish the whole class instead of the idiot misbehaving.
We didn't need the analogy.
Right? So that's what OBS did. They changed OBS to make it so that, because some people don't know how to use the slideshow, everyone suffers, just make the slideshow much worse for everyone. So basically, for years now, I've had no animations in my slideshow. I can't. But what happened is, I didn't realize, apparently, several months ago, as I was adding in new fan art to the slideshow, I must have hit the limit of art. And I didn't know that, because OBS doesn't tell you. So I was adding in all these cool new pieces of art.
And you were too stupid to realize that they weren't showing up.
The same 20 to 30 pieces of art that you've seen for like a freaking year. Like, no exaggeration, you were seeing exactly the same art.
Dude, literally all you have to do is compress the JPEGs so that they're smaller. That's all you have to do. I have plenty of slideshows. Like, I had a tally slideshow that was like over 100 images, and a lot of them weren't showing up. And I noticed, I was like, oh, okay. So I looked it up, I Googled it, and it tells you there's a memory limit. And if you go over that memory limit, you're going to have instabilities with OBS. So in order to help people out, it only loads as much up to a limit, because if it goes over that limit, it's going to crash your computer. So, okay. So I ran it through Photoshop batch processing to reduce the quality of the JPEGs and reduce the size to a size that I needed. And a lot more loaded up. There you go. There's your entire explanation. You don't need to go over it over and over and over again like an undiagnosed
over and over.
Spurg.
All work submitted from people that I don't even know what they all are. So I might actually have to, like, figure this out. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
no. You're an idiot.
Annoying,
you're dumb.
For sure. For sure. Why the hell? Ugh.
Why is everything so hard?
Like, right now, I'm sitting here with you guys watching this to try to figure out what art is what. Yeah, I know. People are saying, what about this blue one? Well, this blue one's all right, but I think I'm going to remove that one. Like, what I'm going to have to probably do is go through every piece of art that I have in this thing, see, you know, which ones I like, which ones I don't like, and basically handpick them. Like, handpick the ones that I want to be shown. And that's stupid that I have to do that. But it looks like I may have to do that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways. Back on topic.
All right, so I don't want to waste any more time on that. But you should see different artwork now in the rotation. Which is good. I mean, I'm happy that people have submitted art. You saw there was one that advertises all three of my channels now. I mean, that DSP throwback one was made over a month ago.
I don't know what a rotation looks like.
Slideshow,
do a hand motion so I know what rotations are.
I start looking, I'm like, dude, there's like 20 pieces of art that aren't showing. So anyway,
anyways, moving on.
Pick certain art
again
to have it show, and I'm gonna, you know, it's a
pain in the butt.
What are you gonna do, right?
Cool.
So I apologize.
You're
anyone there
You're dumb.
maybe made some artwork of me and you haven't seen it in ages, or it never showed up on stream, I apologize. I have to work on this thing now and figure this out. Why, you know, it's so dumb that OBS does stuff like that, you know, punish everyone because one idiot didn't know what he was doing and probably fried his computer, adding in like 4K video clips to his slideshow on his stream, and he just destroyed his computer.
You're stupid,
like that, right?
not me though,
like,
who can't figure it out.
Okay.
Anyway,
I got another technical thing, so I hope the mic sounds better.
The fourth or fifth, anyways.
We're good. I'm happy. People have complained about the volume level for years. Hopefully this sounds better for you, okay?
Nope.
All right, so today, we're back into the swing of things with gaming, and we're in the home stretch of my streaming week. That's right. Normally, this would be my halfway point, but this is a shorter streaming week for me. Why? Well, because of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth coming out soon. I actually pre-ordered the game the other day, and it's supposed to preload when available. It has not preloaded yet. So I don't know when it's actually going to be available to pre-download. I hope soon. Because I would love... Purchased. Here it is. I would love to download it, and it is set up to auto-download, but it has not yet. Yeah. Anyway, so because Final Fantasy VII Rebirth comes out Thursday, this is a shorter streaming week for me. And so, today we got a full day of gaming. Tomorrow we got a full day of gaming. And we're off Wednesday. And I'm back on.
DSP is like the only person I know who says anyway instead of anyways. It's another thing he does wrong, like everything.
Thursday for a full day of the Rebirth launch, okay? So, let's talk. Let's talk about yesterday. Let's talk about today in the schedule, and then we will get into game news, because I know some people probably want to hear my opinion on the Capcom Cup winner.
Yeah,
we talked
they didn't
about this
win with
last year.
Ken.
The first
How
ever
amazing.
one.
I thought Ken was the broken character that everyone was going to win Evo with, but apparently not, because Jury won $1 million. Of course, the greedy fuck is just going to autistically fixate on the number of the prize winnings, as if anyone really cares. But if you're obsessed with money, then, oh my god, a guy won $1 million. It's like, so what? All right, good for him. Doesn't affect me at all, but you tell other people to stop worrying about the money that you make.
$1 million prize for someone winning a fighting game tournament, and it happened last night. So I'd like to talk a little bit about that, okay?
Snort.
So
later, Clump Shot. Hope you have a good one.
Yesterday was React Day here on my streams. We had a podcast here on DSP Gaming. Then we went over to my sister channel, DSP Reacts, for my weekly clip show, DSP versus the Internet. And then we went over to the DSP Throwback channel for a retro replay night of Heavy Rain. I had a great time all day. Like, I don't have a complaint. Seriously, the whole day was fun. Good variety on the React show on DSP Reacts. You know, good variety of clips there. Actually ended up watching,
oh boy.
both the trailer for the new Epic Mickey Rebrushed, as well as the Elden Ring DLC trailer, Shadow of the Erd Tree, and actually got to react to it because someone did an analyzation of it. And I was happy to do that, because not only was I essentially reacting to the trailer, but also to the analysis of it. It was really cool. So that was great stuff. And if you missed it, you missed out on a good show. 3 parts as of right now are live. 3 more will be going live over the course of the week. Check them out over on DSP React. And remember, it's the members over there that nominate the clips. So if you become a member today, you'll be able to nominate clips for the show. Now, it has to be either submissions level or higher to do that. If you become an ultra member over there, you're guaranteed to have your clip watched. Please consider it. Like, no exaggeration, pretty much the members are the only reason that I make any money on that channel. I don't get ad revenue on the videos because they all get claimed. Sometimes I make some income on the streams. Sadly, yesterday was a real slow one. So really, it's the memberships. So please consider becoming a member if you like that kind of stuff. I've been enjoying it a lot. And I cannot wait for more next week.
Okay. Huh? What about the tips?
Now let's talk about DSP Throwback last night. Here's what I'm finding. The DSP Throwback channel is appealing to a certain group of people. Basically, longtime fans of mine who really liked my content over the years and are now actually coming back in order to basically support my content because they like it so much, and they're so happy to see that I'm still here on the internet, still making content, still loving what I do. Even though I'm small time now, I'm still successful, and they're happy to see that. So every time that I've done one of these retro replay streams, we get people who, you know, maybe 300-400 people tops. You know, by the end of the stream, sometimes it goes down to 200. But these people are very engaged and having a great time. Last night, we had people come, you know, to the stream who were like, "Wow, I haven't been around in ages." But you know, when I first saw your Heavy Rain playthrough, I was a young person going through crazy times in my life, and this entertained me and put a smile on my face. Here we are, 14 years later, and I'm an adult. I got a life, a job. You know, I'm stable, and I'm happy to see you. So here you go. Here's a contribution, and I want to say thank you so much for everything over the years. And that's the.
I watched you back when I was a little kid and you were begging for money. Now I got a job and I'm established and I have money to give to other people. And then I tune in to watch you and you're still begging. So here's some money, you pathetic waste of space.
The kind of feedback I'm getting from the Throwback channel.
Isn't that kind of weird, Phil? All these people aren't begging and you are still from the day that they watched you? No self-awareness, no ability to self-reflect, of course.
Which is amazing. It's amazing to me that, you know, when I started way back when on YouTube, YouTube was not a place to have a living. There was no one making careers on YouTube at the time. It was just a hobby, right? I never intended for anything I ever did on YouTube to take off, blow up, get popular. I certainly never saw any way that I was ever going to do YouTube for a job or a living because it didn't exist. You couldn't even monetize gameplay videos back then.
That's why you begged for
essentially
Patreon
I was just dicking
contributions. You
That's
begged
it.
since
I
day
was just
one.
dicking around. And the fact that somehow just me being myself and dicking around entertained so many, gave so many a smile on their
he
face
took himself
in
way
times
too
of their life when they
seriously.
really needed it, right? That's awesome. It totally was unintended, but it's awesome to hear.
Unintended.
And it's cool to see people.
He was begging since day one, telling people, please click on the ad so if hopefully I can make some money off of this. But he didn't take it seriously. Of course, like he gets wailed out, so he just has to jack himself off on stream. Skip ahead, buddy. Come on.
So for me to go back and do this for the first time, I mean, think of it this way.
Too much self.
Someone who's been around as long as me,
masturbation,
this
man.
kind of legacy content was bound to happen, right? Where people are going to get nostalgic about the old stuff, and then we can go back and watch it together. That's the cool thing about being around for 15 plus years.
Nobody actually cares.
Right? So I'm having a great time with it. And it got to the point where like everyone's like, yeah, can we still continue to do this once a week? We really like this. So I said, here's what we'll do. As long as people are enjoying it and want it, I'll keep doing it once a week. But I want to be sure people still want it and enjoy it. I'm not going to keep doing it once a week if then it gets boring and tired and no one wants it.
I love how all this...
Right now it's hot.
I love how all the websites that used to do like AI face swapping has suddenly gone over to pay models. Like it's not free anymore like it used to be like, fucking 5 months ago. Awesome. I love when things start out free and then suddenly people want you to pay money for it. Cool.
People are really enjoying it and they want more. So we're going to do it again next weekend. All right. So Heavy Rain, I think we're at the part 19 of the playthrough, and the playthrough is
really
like
confident that the douchebag is going to give him the same amount of money.
Yeah, we're going to do another one next Sunday night, same time, same place. And I made a poll, and the poll is, what do you want to see the next stream be? Okay, and there's many options. So allow me to tell you the options, and let's see how the poll has gone because I don't know. I didn't even check on it yet. So.
Dude, it's like a bubbling cauldron.
Here's the channel. So here's the poll. I posted it last night. All right.
All right.
The Retro React streams continue to do very well. So we're going to do another one here on Sunday night, March 3rd at 6:45 p.m. Pacific time. What game would you like to see me react to this time? We have 2 returning continuing games plus 2 new ones this week, so be sure to vote and good luck. Dark Souls 1, continuing. Heavy Rain, continuing. Bully, the 2013 run, or Bioshock, the original 2009 run. That's right, for those who don't know, my first playthrough ever of Bioshock is incredibly old. 2009. That's even before the other stuff we've done on the channel. It's before Final Fantasy 13, before Red Dead, before any of them. Okay? So that's some of the oldest content I've done on the internet. The poll has only been live for 13 hours. And this poll will run all week long. But here are the initial results. Continue Dark Souls 1, 16%. Bully, 13%. Bioshock, 13%. Continue with Heavy Rain, 58%. I take it you guys are really liking my reaction to Heavy Rain then, right? Now keep in mind, only 232 people have voted. Lots more can vote. In fact, these polls have been around 400 or 500 votes by the end of the week. So I would expect a lot more people to vote over the course of the week. And if you haven't yet, check it out on DSP Throwback. It's youtube.com/@DSP Throwback. Community tab. Boom, right there. There's the poll.
Boom.
Okay? So give it a look. Consider voting if you haven't. And I will check on this time to time over the course of the week.
Yo.
But right now, Heavy Rain is way in the lead. Way in the lead. Which I'm fine with. You know, we've had a blast so far with the playthrough. I think if you do the math, we're around 3 to 3.5 hours into the playthrough. And it's about a 10-hour game, roughly.
Way to skew the results of the poll.
So probably another, 4 streams, and we would probably
So you can't even trust the results.
Dependent.
Cool.
You know, I don't actually remember...
Just
I don't
close
actually
the poll
remember
now, then, if you're...
everything about my first run. Like, I know about the game, and I know the different alternate courses you could take, and who lives and who dies, and how the ending pans out. I don't remember how my original run panned out. I don't remember the exact ending that I got. So I guess it'll be interesting to see together live as we do this.
Kicked you
so next week,
said
On Sunday night, just like last night, we're going to do another Retro React. Please vote. We'll see what it is. But as it works now, okay, one part will go live a day. So one part went live last night at 10 p.m. And then another part for the next 4 days. I did 5 parts last night, each around 30 minutes long. You can watch those on demand every day on DSP Throwback. Or if you become a member on the channel, you have instant access to any stream that I do as soon as the stream goes offline. It's like we could watch the whole archive stream. So it's a reason to consider doing or becoming a member. Now, Fed Roger just said something. He said, I thought you were starting work on like taxes and patron videos next week. I'm going to do it another night. I'll probably do it Monday night. I'll probably take away from one of the other night streams I was going to do because you guys are liking the Retro React so much. It makes more sense to do the Retro React and then take a different night off than to take the Sunday night off and not do the Retro React. Okay? So there you go. I'll probably have like Monday night of that week. And I don't mean tonight. I mean next Monday. I'll probably have that night off to do personal stuff. Okay?
Insufferable.
Cool.
Cool. No, it isn't.
So yeah, man, it went well last night. I had a great time with all of you. I hope that you enjoyed. And we continue on positively. Today we're back to gaming. All right, so let's talk about the schedule now. Today it's Tekken 8 with Yoshimitsu, and I'm excited, and here's why. Last night, I watched 2 pro Yoshimitsu players play. And as I'm watching them play,
oh, by the way,
I realized that they're utilizing a couple things that I'm not. Some of them are using the unblockable, where Yoshimitsu sticks out his hand and he has his sword in his hand, but it's a robot hand. So the hand spins like a helicopter blade, and it's an unblockable. I'm like, I don't know how to do that. I knew how to do it in previous Tekkens. It used to be back, and left punch, but they don't have it like that in this game. So what the hell's the input?
Thought you didn't have time to do anything.
Then I noticed that people were doing this kick. It's like a quick kick forward and then a sword swipe. It's good. It's quick 2 hits. It can interrupt attacks. It could be a combo finisher. That some of them were using this. And I'm like, how do you do that? So I'm watching this and I'm getting frustrated because I'm like, you know, I feel like if I knew more moves now, I'd actually be doing better. But I don't know all the moves. And the thing with Tekken is so complex. Okay, Street Fighter, like you might say, okay, Street Fighter has 6 buttons. And so there's a jumping version, a crouching version, and a standing version of every attack. Then you hold directions, and some of them are a little different. And then you have special moves. No. In Tekken, you got neutral, up, down, left, right, up, left, down, back, down, right. All of those could be a different move just with one button. Then you've got double taps. Then you got double tap holds. Then you've got double button inputs. So no exaggeration, Tekken probably has the most moves of any fighting game. Okay? And Yoshimitsu has an insanely huge repertoire of moves. So even though I'm playing with Yoshimitsu, I'm getting better every time I play, and I'm in the red ranks right now. Like, I'm actually doing pretty good. I definitely could be doing even better if I knew some of these other moves. So I actually went, after watching these pro matches last night, I went and I looked up, someone literally just went through the Yoshimitsu moves list and just showed a demo of each move of how it looks and what it is. And I watched it. It took 10 minutes. And I was like, I learned like 3 different moves that I want to use. So he has 2 versions of that unblockable. One version comes out really fast, but only spins like once. So it has to hit. The other version is a little bit slower to come out, but the helicopter literally just stays out there as you're holding the buttons. So I'm going to try both of those today, because what you can do, one of the strategies people are doing is you get the opponent to the corner, you wait just a tiny second, and then you do the unblockable. And as they try to get up, they walk right into it. It's another extra hit to knock the enemy down. Like, aha, I could use that.
Good for you, buddy.
That little kick stab move, that I want to implement as well. But outside of that, you know, just a few other strategies. For example, I always use the command throw at Yoshimitsu, where you grab them, you lift them, and slam them down. Well, there's a move you can do. It's like forward with 2 punches.
Cool, kid.
And it's just a really cool walk forward slash with the sword. Normally, it's not that useful. But in this case, if they're getting up after that throw, and they do anything but just wait, like if they do any get up move or anything, this slash catches them and hits them for a big counter hit damage.
Again, it's like a little kid who just wants to tell you about something that he cares about, but nobody else cares about. It's like, cool, kid. Wow, awesome.
And I saw a pro player do it like 3 times. I was like, oh, man, that's good.
Wow,
so I'm watching
cool, kid.
people, I'm
tell me more about your Pokemon.
More. Like, this is excellent, right? This
There's
is so
Pokemon
cool.
Fly.
Back in the day. You guys don't even know because you weren't there,
Can
right?
he spit
Back
water?
in the day, to play fighting games competitively,
cool, kid.
you had to go to arcades. you had to play against a wide variety of people to absorb tech.
Wow.
But if those people weren't good or didn't know enough tech, you didn't learn. How are you going to learn if you're not playing people that challenge you to learn new things, right? So you had to start traveling. You had to go to tournaments. You had to do all that. There was no online resources.
Yes, there was.
For anything.
Yes, there was.
You know what I'm saying?
No.
So because of that, it was a lot of experience and a lot of learning. Now, here we are a month into Tekken, right? It's been about a month since it came out. And all these resources are now online. And I can just look at these videos and learn these techniques. Now, to some extent, sadly, this means that games advance way faster now. And it means that within a couple of months, the meta of Tekken 8 will be discovered, and you'll already know what the top tier gameplay is, and then that's it. It used to take years and years for fighting games to reach that point. Like, for example, Marvel vs. Capcom 2. The whole first year was different than the whole second year, was different than the whole third year, and really the game didn't reach its peak point of the meta of what the game was until its fourth year in existence. That's when all of a sudden everything became the massive rushdown, rich mix-up juggle combos with Magneto, the fly-unfly combos with Sentinel. You didn't get that till like year 4, okay?
I doubt it.
Today, you go online, and within a week, you've seen all the top-tier strategies for the game. You've seen all insane combos and everything, right?
Wrong. I don't know.
It's just pretty crazy. And
unverified.
Now, it's fun to be able to learn a game like me with Tekken 8. I'm turboing through this game and getting better because of the online resources.
How can you turbo through an online competitive game?
At the same time, the whole world is advancing that fast too. Like, I feel right now, I'm better at Tekken than I've ever been before in my life. I mean that. Like, playing Tekken 8, this is the best I've ever been playing Tekken competitively. And I'm 41 years old, and I'm not even as good or as fast or anything that I used to be, right? Like, but I'm the best I've ever been. Why? Because of all the resources online, and I'm absorbing and playing, I'm learning and getting better. That's pretty crazy to think about that. As a 41-year-old, I'm better than back when I was in my teens or 20s, you know? But I am.
Sure, whatever. Whatever you got to tell yourself. You're better than ever before.
So there you go.
Midlife crisis averted. Anyways. Blah.
I'm having a good time with Tekken. I'm excited today to jump into the game again and try these unblockables and try the kick stab setup and try the other slash setup.
I'm sure you won't be excited if you don't make any money off of it.
And another thing I need to keep doing, which I keep forgetting, if you tap left kick, right kick fast, he does this kind of flip kick. It's really good. All the pro players use it. It catches things.
Cool.
It leads you into a setup where you could transition into a stance. Like, I need to do it more, and I'm not.
Snort.
So I need to start implementing that in my gameplay as well. So, anyway, I'm excited for a 3-hour Tekken ranked stream today in the red ranks. I'm hoping to level up. Maybe we can get to purple today. I don't think so. I don't think we will. But I think I'm going to do good, and we're going to have tougher matches. We're going to have people who have learned the online strategies for these characters. A lot of these characters are button mashers. You know, Yoshimitsu is not a button masher character. You mash with him, you die. I mean, you try to mash buttons, do something fast, you'll get the wrong move, the wrong stance. He'll stab himself in the chest and commit suicide because he has a move to do that. He's definitely not a button masher. But man, there are a lot of characters in this game that are very mashable, very spammable, very repeatable move over and over kind of deal online. And I need to learn how to counter that. Right now, I am losing to it. Why? Lack of knowledge. I need to keep playing, and then I'll get better. Okay?
You could do that right now instead of talking.
So, continuing on, tonight on the late stream will be more Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth at 6:45 p.m. Pacific Time. We are continuing on with the push to quest. And what I mean by that is, no, we're not grinding. No, we're not leveling up. No, we're not doing side mini game stuff. We're doing story missions, and we're doing side quest missions. We're trying to get questing done and advance plot lines, okay? And we did that the entire last stream, and it was a really good one. So I'm excited to do more of that tonight. I hope you'll join me for a nice late night chill stream vibe, okay?
Nah.
Now,
no.
Tomorrow, Tuesday the 27th, is my final consecutive streaming day of the week. It is, ladies and gentlemen, the final major stream of Baldur's Gate 3 until the game goes on a hiatus. What I mean by that?
He doesn't even finish the game. That's so funny.
Way, way, way less. We got to make room for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Everyone's excited for it. Everyone's pumped for it. The reviewers have reviewed the hell out of it positively.
Get fucked,
Gamers
1 minute
are hyped
man,
for
you
it. It's actually one of my most anticipated games of this year.
You're
I'm
unbelievable.
so stoked to play it on Thursday with you and to start that journey. Okay.
All those tips with advice, and he's just like, you know what? I'm just gonna stop playing.
Baldur's
How about
Gate 3
How about that
will
1 minute
likely
man?
only get played like
fuck
once
the game.
a week.
Fuck you.
All right. The good news is We are in the end game of the game. Like, we're in Act 3. We're at Baldur's Gate. We're doing the final quest lines and things in the area before we eventually get to the finale of the game and its story. So,
like a play.
Basically, I'm excited for this.
Basically. But I'm going to quit.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot
I'm so
more.
excited that I'm going to quit playing
now,
it.
By the way, Jimmy John says, how did you decide on Baldur's Gate 3 versus Like a Dragon going on hiatus? Here's the deal. They're going to be played almost equally, right? Baldur's Gate 3 will be 1 daytime stream a week. That's 3 hours. Like a Dragon will be 2 night streams a week. That's 4 hours. It's almost the same. There's no hiatus. It's not like one went on ultra hiatus and one didn't. It's that Final Fantasy VII is taking preference over everything. Right? It's going to take precedence. Everyone wants to see it more. That's the major game moving forward. That's the deal. Okay? All right. So, tomorrow, Baldur's Gate 3, Act 3, at Baldur's Gate, doing content, unlocking stuff, having fun. Come join us.
No.
For the final major Baldur's Gate stream until it goes on like a big reduction of how much it's played, all right? It's going to almost be like kind of a send-off for it. I've been playing this game for over 2 months now as the major daytime stream. It has been by far the most featured game I've played for over 2 months, okay? So, is it sad? Yes and no. It's sad to play it less, but at the same time, I'm still going to be playing it. We're just making room for the new games. So I'm not sad about it. It's more kind of bittersweet, I guess you could say. I'm happy that we'll keep playing it, and we are eventually going to beat it. Okay? All right, so.
Sure, just like
tomorrow,
Sea of Stars.
Come join me. Final Baldur's Gate 3 stream until next week when I basically play it like once a week moving forward.
Blur, blur.
So, and of course, tomorrow night, more Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. Okay? What's funny is you got someone like Noct Foss. He says, who wants Final Fantasy VII? People have been supporting Baldur's Gate 3 more than any other playthrough. You're right.
Who wants to see Final Fantasy VII more? I don't know a single person. The BG3 playthrough has been one of the most supported in years. Seems silly to put it on hiatus.
Right. The
Get
200
fucked,
people.
Stupid.
That's it. Everyone, if you haven't noticed, the views for the streams are dwindling and terrible. The views on the on-demand videos are also terrible. But there's a bunch of supportive people who support the playthrough. That's great. But I have to at least start playing stuff people want to watch again. You know, Final Fantasy VII is the most hyped game to come out in months. People have been anticipating this so much. They loved my original remake playthrough. They've been waiting for my Rebirth playthrough. I've been waiting for the Rebirth playthrough. People want new games. I've been playing the same games for 2 months now. Really. They just want something fresh and new and different, and that's what this is going to be. So, all right. So I'm off on Wednesday from streaming. Thursday, all day long. Both streams, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Friday, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Friday Night Fights, Tekken 8, more Yoshimitsu in red ranked, hopefully hitting purple eventually.
This video's done.
Saturday,
completed.
Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Like a Dragon. Sunday, React Day. DSP versus the Internet on DSP Reacts. Retro replay of whatever you vote for on DSP Throwback. Monday, more Final Fantasy VII. And Monday night, I'm taking off from streaming to officially work on private stuff. Whether it's taxes, whether it's Patreon videos, I don't know yet. But I'm going to be doing stuff offline. I need the time to do it. So Monday night is the night I'm taking off. Tuesday, Final Fantasy VII and Tekken. Wednesday, my final streaming day of the week. This is not this Wednesday, but next Wednesday. Final Fantasy VII. No, Baldur's Gate 3. And Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. So there will be one Baldur's Gate 3 stream at the end of the week. And that's how I'm planning on doing it. Final Fantasy VII is the daytime stream, 4 streams with a React stream in the middle, and then the final stream of the week is Baldur's Gate 3. That's when it gets its time in the sun to continue, basically. Okay? So, I hope you guys will join. I hope you guys will enjoy. I hope you guys will support, and I hope you guys will come by, because a lot of people have not been coming by recently because they're tired of the same games. Final Fantasy VII is the big new one. Then in 2 weeks after that, you got the new Battlefront collection coming out. A week after that, you got Rise of the Ronin and Dragon's Dogma 2, and then we're going to have like non-stop new games for a while. That's why I'm actually intending to get as far in Final Fantasy VII as I can.
Don't hear any Persona in that.
I figure we can almost finish it, so that way it's not another game stuck in limbo, never finishing before new games come out. Okay?
Terrible. Awful. Bad idea. Continue.
Okay. There you have it.
Okay.
That's the schedule. Ladies and gentlemen.
The end.
It is time for my favorite segment. It's time for your favorite segment. It's time for everyone's favorite segment here on the Level 1 podcast. It's a little show I like to call...
I thought that was Phil's day off.
I'm just kidding. DSP News. Are you... Because we have two... Well, I take it back. I think we have 3 pieces of news today. Let me take a look here.
Let me look at my Twitter. At the favorited tweets.
3 pieces of news. First of all, I think we should get to the big piece of news, Capcom Cup. Yes, after almost a year now, right? Like, Street Fighter 6 came out in June of last year. So we're talking, what, 10 months it's been out? 8 months? 8 months it's been out?
I wonder if he's going to be like, and did I watch the match? And the guy wasn't even doing anything impressive. I'm like, this is the guy who won $1 million? Wow, I bet I could do it. Let me guess.
About 8 months, 9 months now.
He wasn't even doing anything impressive. He was just like walking back and forth and stuff.
Players from all around the world competed and qualified for this tournament. The $1 million prize cup for first place for Street Fighter 6. Sadly, it kind of went down exactly how I thought it would. What do I mean? Basically, unless you were like one of the top 5 characters in the game, you had no chance of winning Capcom Cup. That's literally what I said last year. All right? Last year, when everyone's like, oh, Capcom Cup, or people hyped for Capcom Cup, I said, why would you be hyped for Capcom Cup? Do you not understand how this works? Number one, the only people who have a chance of winning Capcom Cup are pro players. People who are signed on a team, have the ability to play this game full time, travel all around the world.
The only people who are going to win are people who are good at the game. Whoa, you predicted that? Whoa, you're like a mind reader. You can see into the future like Madam Web.
The means to play that much.
The only people who are going to win are people who are in the FTC. Just watch. Tell me if I'm wrong.
Cinderella story, right? Who's going to come out of nowhere. Like, oh, the winner of Capcom Cup was John Arnold from Hoboken, New Jersey, playing in his parents' basement, and now he's the world champion. That's never going to happen.
Ew.
The way that these games go now,
it's never going to happen, but he predicted that it wasn't going to happen.
The only way that you can get good and win these tournaments is to be in a pro situation, signed to a team, sponsorships out the butt to pay for your travel, to pay for everything so you can constantly play. Pro players play games 5 to 10 hours a day. I'm not exaggerating. They play these fighting games 5 to 10 hours a day, okay?
How dare they?
And if you take a look at who made it into Capcom Cup.
Even if that's true, right? So what?
Literally all pro
if you practice, you get good at the game. Oh no.
Players all signed to teams and stuff like that. Who were the people? Like 10 Lukes, 8 Kens, 5 or 6 juries, 5 DJs. Now, these aren't exact numbers, but this is pretty much exact, what I was trying to tell you guys. This is how it will be. All the easy top tiers, way overly going to be, expected to be represented. All the mid to low tiers completely underrepresented, and sadly Capcom Cup will be incredibly boring to watch. Guess what? Capcom Cup was incredibly fucking boring to watch. It was literally every single fight. Ken, Luke, Jury, DJ, Ken, Luke, Jury, DJ, Ken.
How is that
Luke,
boring?
Jury, there was so few.
Why is that boring?
Matches that weren't those characters. You were falling asleep. Really, like it was just shitty. And that sucks because it just shows the game does not have good balance, okay?
Is it a good game or a bad game?
And
usually you would say
I said this once the top tiers were determined in the game. What did I say? I said the problem with this game is that the top tiers are too easy to play with. All right? If you had a character, like let's say Dalzim was the best character in the game. At least then it would make sense. He's the best character in the game because he's one of the hardest to play. So even though he's outstanding and he dominates, you're not going to have as many people using him. The problem with Street Fighter 6 is the top tier characters are the easiest to play in the game. They have every fucking advantage and almost no disadvantages. They can continuously rush down with absolutely no risk-reward ratio at all. It's all reward. It's literally just wait for an opening. Wait for the one hit. Get it? Boom. Win. That's not fun. That's not good competitive gameplay. That was Capcom Cup. You had Snake Eyes, the best
Snake Eyes.
The best Zangief in the world gets put into a pool with 2 DJs. He can't win because that's insane counter match. No matter how perfect he plays, he's going to lose, right? We had no E Hondas, no Minoes, no Lilies, right? None of these characters that would have added variety. None of them made it to Capcom Cup because the top tiers are too dominant in this game and too fucking easy to play. I'm going to give you an example here. Okay? Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo.
No.
For the longest time, everyone thought that old Sagat was the best character in the game. Why? Because he's the easiest to play, but he's very dominant. But over time, gameplay evolved. You want to know who actually is probably the best character in the game? Old T-Hawk. Okay? Now, wait a minute. What does that mean? Old T-Hawk is an alternate version of T-Hawk. You have to put a code in to get him on the select screen. Old T-Hawk has the best throws in the game, the best command throw. He actually has situations where he can trap you with little tick moves, like tick jabs, and then immediately go into a throw, and there's literally nothing you can do. You lose. Okay? Now, people didn't know that old T-Hawk was good for the longest time. Why? Because he was hard to play. But once people figured out, wow, if you play perfectly and you master this character, he's one of, if not the best character in the game, it completely changed the face of Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo. Now when you play Super Turbo, no exaggeration, almost every character can be played at a high competitive level. There's some exceptions, like Blanca, he sucks. And it's unfortunate. I like Blanca a ton. He's just terrible in Super Turbo, okay?
Ew.
But basically,
you're terrible.
That game is super fun because you can play an easy-to-play character like Old Sagat, or you can play the hardest character in the game to play, Old T-Hawk, and they all have a competitive chance. In Street Fighter 6, only about 7 characters have a competitive chance because they're too fucking easy to play and the game's too skewed towards them. All right? Can you win with Honda? Sure. Could you win a match with Lily? Yes. Are you ever going to get a significant streak of wins with them? No. Are you going to win a tournament with them? No. Sad. Because that's how it is in good fighting games. In good fighting games, on any given day, anyone can win. In Street Fighter 6, that's not the case. They kind of fucked it up. They made it so that it was easy to play. What it is they wanted accessibility. They wanted any Joe Nobody to be able to play Street Fighter 6 and learn a basic pattern with these top tiers and be able to beat people. But they made it too easy. So with no actual hurdle to access the game at a competitive level, you've got these dominant tiers that just aren't fun to watch. Do you really want to watch Capcom Cup? It's the same 5 characters for fucking 4 hours.
Yes, because they all play differently.
You can do that at home. Right?
No, you can't watch pro players.
Now, the winner of Capcom Cup's name was Uma, and he's a jury player.
I have no clue what you're talking about.
And it was hilarious because
making no sense.
I saw reactions online like, oh, thank God the jury won instead of the army of Lukes. And you know, take this, you jury haters. What jury haters? Jury is dominantly one of the top tier characters in the game.
You're a jury hater.
A triple tie. Ken, Luke, Jury are probably the top 3, with DJ right there, maybe top, maybe a long tie, or maybe just under. And then you arguably have 1 or 2 characters like JP or whatever just under that, right? And then you've got everybody else. No one was saying that Jury sucked. No one was saying that Jury was an underdog. Why would you even say that? If you said it, you're a fucking idiot. She's a great character.
That's not what they said.
Yeah, she plays differently than maybe spammable Luke, but she's still a great character, and everyone knows she's top tier.
Ew.
So it's just funny to me because this is exactly what I said was going to happen last year. I said, based on what I'm seeing, you're not going to have anyone who's not signed to a team be able to do anything in this game, and I was correct. The only people who are placing, winning, and doing significantly well in Street Fighter 6 are people who are on these professional teams, literally playing the game full time. I said, once this game's meta is developed, you're going to see because these rush-down characters are too easy to play and too overpowered. This is all you're going to see. And everyone said, oh, you're just over-exaggerating.
Dude, this, like, jacking himself off over these just basic as shit predictions is unbelievable.
I predicted there wouldn't be an unknown prodigy to come out of nowhere and win the match. Pretty cool, aren't I? I predicted that the top tier characters were going to be the people that people picked. Bet you didn't think I'd guess that, right? Aren't I smart? I'm so cool.
You just saw Capcom Cup.
Okay.
How many Kens? How many Lukes? How many Juries? How many DJs? Exactly as I said when I played.
Oh my god. Fighting games have tier lists. Whoa.
The game online is exactly what came to pass in the biggest tournament of the year.
No, fighting games have tier lists. Whoa.
I hate to say it, sadly, I feel
Mind
like we've
blown.
kind of reached that level where that's all we're going to see in the game until they rebalance it. So I'm hoping they're going to fix this. I don't want Street Fighter 6 from now on to be
fighting
Juri,
games have tier
Ken,
lists.
Luke,
Whoa.
DJ, JP. I don't want it to be a 5-character game, but that's what's happening right now. And now that Capcom Cup has happened, oh, you bet your stars and garters that everyone's going to jump on the Juri bandwagon. 5,000 online pattern play spammable juries that you can't beat because the character's overpowered, right?
This guy's simultaneously a man-child and a boomer. Oh, my stars and garters.
Uh-huh. So, they will
the
eventually
man-child boomer.
fix the game, I feel. They always do. Like, Season 2
Great,
will
Caesar's
likely be
Ghost.
after all the DLC characters are released. So you got Ed next week. Or actually, you got Ed tomorrow, right? Ed is tomorrow. Holy shit, time flies. And then you've got...
Yeah, and you're going to ignore it.
Blanca, wow. Akuma coming out in a couple of months. And after that, then they'll probably do the Season 2 balance patch. And God, they better make it so that, number one, these characters at the bottom have a chance, or else no one's ever going to touch them again. And number two, they've got to nerf these top tiers that are just so stupidly easy to play and too brokenly overpowered. So that would be how they're going to fix it, in my opinion. But let's see what happens, okay?
We'll see. I guess we'll see.
So congratulations to Uma. No one's going to take away from the fact that the people who are good at this game
like
put
he
in
needed
insane
your
amounts of time,
congratulations
dedication, and have insane amounts of skill. No one. It's just sad that Capcom Cup literally was how I explained it would be. No variety, no real fun.
He's
the same pattern
Nostradamus.
shit over and over in a circle. Boring as shit. Don't want to see the same 5 characters for the rest of the game's life cycle, right? Okay.
It's called the tier list, buddy.
Continuing on with the fighting game news, Tekken 8 in 1 month has sold over 2 million copies. That is incredibly,
I don't care.
Incredibly good.
It's just a pointless number
for a fighting game. That's really, really good.
That's
now,
the news.
do I remember if that's how good Street Fighter 6 did? No, I forgot. I didn't document that.
Oh my god,
but
bro.
Man, it's great to see it sell 2 million copies in only 1 month. And,
why?
You know,
Why is
I hate
that
to
great?
say it, but I think some of the wind got taken out of the sales of Tekken 8 because of Capcom Cup. Like the timing of Capcom Cup made it so that right now when everyone's talking about
billion
Tekken 8, all of a sudden for
gajillion
like
copies.
a week,
Cool,
everyone's talking about
huh?
Street Fighter 6
Like,
again,
I don't care.
right?
Cool. Snort.
So it is better than Street Fighter 6. People are saying it took Street Fighter 6 2 months.
It sold a
to hit 2 million.
billion copies.
Well, there you go.
Cool.
I'm happy for that. I like Tekken 8 a lot. I really do. I'm loving the game.
How many
I'm having a
copies
great time with
did
it. It deserves
a
it.
game that you
it's
rage
well
quit?
designed, has tons of content for everyone. Again, story mode, character story. Character stories to play. An arcade simulation mode. All that's offline content that they didn't have to put in the game, and they did, and it adds content. But then, online play is good. So I'm having a great time with Tekken. I can't wait for more. I'm glad to see that it's a success story for them. Lastly, there's a new Game Pass game hitting the market in
Holy
April
shit,
25th.
you're annoying.
Ladies and gentlemen, is the most revolutionary game I've ever heard.
Sarcasm.
Of. Aggro Crab. It's supposed to be, get this, I'm not kidding you, a Crush-themed Souls-like game. It's coming to Switch, Steam, and other consoles, but it's on Game Pass. I know you've always wanted to play Dark Souls with a killer crab. Now you can. All right? So on April 25th, you better be
Dry
ready.
as fuck sarcasm.
Yeah, I know. People are like, what? I know. I just randomly saw this.
No one cares.
On Twitter this morning, and I was like, what? And I started watching video of it, and it really is. It has some interesting mechanics, and it's very cartoony. But it actually,
like, Pal World sold way more than Tekken 8, but he just rage quit it. So, I mean, it sold a lot of copies, Phil. Is that a good game? Should I play it because it sold a lot of copies? Or not? Or is the amount of copies sold meaningless? In case you don't want it to be meaningless.
actually does play like a Dark Souls game with crabs and crustacean creatures and undersea
Crustacean creatures. Snort.
So, I might try it. I don't know. It's a Game Pass game. I might try it in late April on a whim, and if it ends up being entertaining, maybe I'll keep playing it. I don't know. It's just something that dropped into my feed. So check it out. Aggro Crab, April 25th. And I'll probably look into that in the future. Okay. One final thing. I do bring this stuff up from time to time. All right? But I feel like I should bring it up again because a lot of people aren't aware that this kind of stuff happens. So, FYI, YouTube has always had an ongoing issue with subscriptions. Here's what I mean by that. And by the way, I guess we can end the news segment now.
The crying
you like
about
someone's
YouTube
content,
segment.
you subscribe to their YouTube channel, right? So you expect that when this person uploads videos, those videos are going to end up in your feed, right? You're going to know when they're doing new content and stuff like that. But it doesn't always work like that, okay? Just so you guys know, FYI, YouTube has issues with subscriptions and always has. This was an infamous issue many years ago, and YouTube insisted that there was no issue, but then supposedly fixed it. Anyway, even though there was no issue and they couldn't figure out or replicate the issue, there was an issue and they fixed it. The issue I'm talking about is you'll subscribe to a channel and then YouTube, unbeknownst to you, without your knowledge and without any kind of contact or any reasoning or your willingness to do it,
would
will
unsubscribe you
a
from the
YouTube channel for no
channel.
good reason. Okay? I know this happens because people told me about it over the years. Here's the thing, I never really harp on subscription numbers. People used to, like back in the day, the amount of subscribers you had on YouTube was like a direct measurement of your success. That was the measuring stick. How many subscribers you had equates to like success on YouTube.
Somebody beat this man
Now,
with a
it's
measuring
complete bullshit.
stick.
You could easily fudge those numbers. You could fuck with them. You could do things to mess with them. It doesn't mean anything. It's just an arbitrary number. So, the amount of subscribers you had is not representative of your popularity on YouTube at all. However, that's how people always judged it. All right? So, back in the day, people used to talk about, oh, God, when my subscriber numbers dip.
My subscriber numbers.
But really,
My
the problem
subscriber
is
numbers.
when you're someone who maybe isn't someone who
okay.
checks out someone's content all the time, but then every once in a while you do, just to find out that you've been unsubscribed. So I was just reached out to by one of my longest running fans and viewers. This is someone who's been with me for over a decade. I know. I recognize the name. I've spoken with this person directly many times over the years. Okay?
Derek.
And they just wrote me an email and said, hey, I just wanted to let you know, I basically been away for a little bit. Like the last month I've been very busy. I haven't really been watching YouTube at all. I came back to YouTube to get caught up on your stuff. And I looked and I said, what happened here? None of Phil's videos are in my subscriber box. So I went and looked and they unsubscribed me. He's like, me? And I've been around, for over a decade watching your stuff pretty much daily. And it just so happens the 1 month that I didn't watch your stuff because I was busy. And now I come back to watch, I'm unsubscribed to you. And he said, by the way, it wasn't just you. It was all the big channels that he followed were all unsubscribed from. So apparently there's this weird thing on YouTube. If you don't use YouTube for a bit, it just unsubscribes you from everything automatically without your permission. Now again, is it
Why
a big
do I
deal?
care?
No.
No,
I don't
but we're going to
care
talk about it
subscriber
over and
numbers.
over
They're
again.
not a big determining factor of my level of success or anything like that.
No,
okay?
it's how much you beg.
But FYI, it could happen. So if you're someone who is subscribing to my channels and you're curious what's going on, check out the channel. All right? This does happen from time to time. Do not rely on the YouTube sub box at all for any kind of information. It's not valid. Half the time it doesn't even show the things properly. I've heard people saying, oh, I checked it off. Notify me about videos. Doesn't notify you about the videos, so you don't know they exist. All kinds of stuff. The thing for me is, it's not a big deal. I put out tons of content. Every day I got a podcast, 5 pieces of gameplay, a daily wrap.
Except for the days
Sometimes
when
I
you
have
don't.
content on the throwback channel. Sometimes I have content on the react channel. I got content everywhere. It's not like, oh, I put out 1 video a week, and if you miss it, you've missed all my content for the week. Some people are like that. I'm not, okay? So, FYI, it's not a big deal, but at the same time, this person who's a longtime fan of mine wrote me concern, being like, yeah, this sucks because I would have been watching some of your stuff. I thought maybe, something had happened, and that's when I checked and saw, no, you're uploading. They just unsubscribed me. So, FYI, keep your eyes peeled for that kind of stuff. Yes, YouTube is still flawed. It's all run by AI that doesn't know what it's doing. It always has been. It's always been run by the algorithm, right?
Why is that in quotations?
The algorithm has always been flawed. So you can't trust YouTube for nothing. To this day, people still tell me when I go online with my streams, they don't get a notification, despite the fact they've always clicked on notify me for when the stream goes live, and they still don't get it.
Because nobody wants to be spammed with notifications.
There you go.
That's why.
Okay. That's what I got to talk about today. Let's do some shout outs. So it looks like SD Chargers.
Wow, what a jam-packed gaming news segment. What a great podcast.
Super chat. He said your Scarlett is called an audio interface. That's right. We said about that earlier, that I guess this device is called an audio interface. And that is what allows me to use this studio style mic for my PC setup. Thank you, SD Chargers, for the super chat. Outside of that, let's see here. Hold on. I received a $25 tip
from One Minute Man. And he says, Phil, I'm glad you're dropping Baldur's Gate 3. I hate that game. That's the worst game ever. I don't like it. Here's some tips on how to beat it. Hello? I like... He's so suspicious of this dude.
In regards to my suggestion yesterday, not a big issue, but I wasn't really trying to say that you should have played off camera or edit or anything like that, but you responded as if I did. Yeah, but your suggestion was to basically play Baldur's Gate 3 in a way where, like, I separate the story from the side quests. And like I explained, the only way I could do that would have been, number one, to spoil myself on it, to know what's a story mission, what's a side quest, where in the game they are, right? And number two, to have to, like, split it. Like, how could I have done that? Like I said, again, I'm really confused about your suggestion, because if I had done it on camera,
dude,
then it had to be raw and
hey, just be like, hey, Phil, take my suggestion seriously or I'm going to stop giving you $25 every day. And then he'll fucking listen to you.
Cut, and I wouldn't have been able to do it. The only way I think I would have been able to do it was off camera.
Spineless worm.
So that way I can record and edit and split the content. I don't know. It was a confusing suggestion, and the thing is, I know what you're saying because I know other YouTubers do it like that. But because I'm a full-time streamer, it just doesn't seem very viable that I could have done
what you
suggested in Baldur's Gate 3. All right. So anyway, he also says, FYI, you're in the end game of Baldur's Gate 3 if you mean 40 hours left. And that is what I mean. Like, basically, when I say end game, everything we do now is pushing to the end of the game, right? Like, all the quests that we're going to find, we've already started and we're, like, getting to the end of them now. All these are involving the character arcs or the actual resolution of the game. It doesn't feel like, oh, you're in the middle of the game and giant new plot points will open that's starting up new stories or anything like that. At this point, it's basically pushing towards the end of the game, right? And regardless that it might take 40 hours, which people have said that basically it's a 140-hour game and I'm at hour 100, so I still have 40 hours to go. Yeah, I would actually consider this end game of the game because everything is pushing towards the finale, right? And that's exactly why I wanted to get as far as I did in the game. I didn't want to be stuck in Act 2, and then we put the game on hiatus. It's like, now what is it going to take? Another 8 months to beat it? In which case, what's the point? In this case, because we've gotten so far
supporter
in
for the $20. Let's get your $25 on the leaderboard.
Feel like we're pushing further towards the end of the game with more advancement and more plots moving forward towards that resolution for everyone too. Because, you know, we've kind of gotten a plot resolution for Will, right? Like, it's like his plot has kind of ended. We have one more thing to do for him, and I think it's like 100% done. But outside of that, everyone else, you know, still has
you stupid
these
idiot.
dangling, lingering
Get
plot
fucked.
lines, right?
You're dumb.
Some of which are really
your suggestions are bad,
God, right? So we've got to get to the ends of those as well, right?
Warning: he gets up and does something nasty. Okay. Oh no! Oh no! Prepare yourself.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So that's what I got to talk about, guys. We have a little bit of extra time. So if you guys would like to tag me in the chat and do a little bit of Q&A, I would be happy to do that. Before we take a break and then we get set up for Tekken 8 online with Yoshimitsu today. Again,
let me guess.
On Block, I have 2 different...
Let me guess. He does the Ace Ventura thing where he, like, talks out of his butt. He just gets up and, like, points his butt at the microphone and, like, opens his butt cheeks and is like, I'm talking out of my butt.
Unblockable, I want to try. They're the same move, but they
If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. If I'm right...
differently. Plus that other kick into stab move and another move after my throw. I have a few things to implement today, see if I can get better. So, no, we're not doing suggestion box with only 10 minutes left. Jasper is good. He was around. He was around earlier. I pet him live on the stream here. He was laying on the ground over there before. He's gone. He's basically been in and out, in and out. I have no idea where he is right now. Let me check.
Look at the button-up shirt with the pajama pants. That's so crazy. Like, that little quote-unquote office that he has is so small. You can see the entrance door and the wall. Unlike this. Oh, he pulled out a wedgie? I didn't even notice.
Where he is right. I have no idea where he is right now. Let me check.
I don't think he.
Where he is right now. Let me check.
It's not really. I guess.
I have no idea where he is right now. Let me check.
He just tugged at his pajama pants. Rewind more?
He's gone. He's basically been in and out, in and out. I have no idea where he is right now. Let me check.
Yeah, he just pulls it out of his butt. What are we doing? Hey, Baxter Zevchenko put out a video about his Elden Ring take. And the Gundam video on Buffalo Billin is almost 200,000 views. I didn't think it would blow up that much.
Did you look at my moose?
I finished the video for the song. I'll show it.
Well.
What?
I don't know if you could hear that. He's on the dresser, rolling around, super happy, licking me, purring as I pet him. He's in a good mood today. Probably because it's nice, cool weather. I got the air at the window.
I don't believe you. But whatever you gotta tell yourself.
Excuse me. So Jasper's good.
Nah. He was vomiting all night. But sure, he's super happy. He's licking you because that's what cats do. They lick people. Weird.
What has influenced you to choose Hanes over other brands of undies? Nothing.
Ew.
I think I own some Hanes, but I own some others too. Like I have some Calvin Klein. I have some Hanes. I have those ones that I found in the closet a year and a half ago. Remember? I found unused underwear, travel underwear that are made of like that spandex material. So I have those too. But probably they were the only underwear available. Like you probably saw on the waistband that it says Hanes, right? It sticks out a little bit when I stand up sometimes.
Ew.
Oh, excuse me. But no, it's just probably that's all they had. You know, I prefer regular boxer shorts. Really, right now, what's in style is those boxer briefs. I don't like boxer briefs. I don't like anything constricting on my ball sack. I like to have nice loops. So I use regular boxer shorts.
Too much information.
They're hard to find these days. Like if you go to the store right now, you can barely find regular boxer shorts. It's like everyone wants ultra constriction on the balls.
Stop.
Like, what is that? This is a whole new generation of people who just like their balls super tight all the time. Boxer briefs. You understand?
How long are you going to talk about this, man? Don't care. You're gross.
In truth,
you're gross and perverted.
Like, briefs for a long time.
Fucking degenerate.
I started wearing boxer shorts like in high school. Always.
How long do I have to skip ahead before you stop talking about balls? Fucking fruit.
I'm gay. I'm gay, and that's okay. I don't have to hide.
I'm not gay.
That was like 5 minutes of underwear talk, and now he's like giggling at himself because he's so proud of himself.
Well, I've done it now. All right. Any last questions you guys like to ask?
That's
and by
gross.
the way, please support today's Tekken stream. I love playing Tekken. I love it as a fighting game. I want to keep a fighting game in the rotation. This is actually the last major Tekken stream as a day stream we're going to do. Now it's going to become night streams exclusively because we need the time for Final Fantasy VII and other new releases. So please support today's stream. I love it. I want to keep going. But I've noticed very much dwindling support for fighting games recently. And obviously, I don't want them to have to go by the wayside for other games. So please support today if you like it.
He's threatening to
I've never been to
stop
Mount
the
St. Helens.
playthrough.
No, I've never thought about the possibility of an eruption. What's up, Jade? How you doing? Jade says he's waiting to see some Yoshi today. I'm glad to hear that, Jade. Good to see you.
Is that what he said? What did he actually say? Ew.
No, I've never been aside for other games.
Jade said, "Hey you," with the letter U, and that's all he said.
Stop.
He didn't say anything else. He just said, "Hey you," and DSP is like, "As you can see, Jade is very excited about me playing Yoshimitsu in Tekken 8." No, he just said, hey, you. As you can see, Jade is having a great day and wishes me luck on... And he wishes that all of you give me money. Isn't that right, Jade?
There are too many. It's non-stop at this point. Why the fuck are there so many RPGs coming out in a short period of time? It was never like that.
A lot of video games come out, dude.
And I can't juggle them all. It's too much. So
way more come out than you realize.
No, I don't play King of Fighters anymore. The last two were terrible, so I'm probably not playing it anymore. If anything, that just shows, you know, King of Fighters at one point was a great series, and what's happened is over time, the same people don't work on it anymore. It's probably a whole new dev team and everything, and it just kind of lost the spirit of what it used to be. So I'm just not interested anymore. It doesn't play well as a fighting game. That's why it gets dropped by everyone within like 2 months. Like, no one even talked about it. Yeah, what a waste.
Okay. Like, all fighting games don't do very well. They get dropped very quickly. Okay. Anyway, it's time to ban someone. Okay. No tips?
Would I consider a Marvel vs. Capcom 2 stream? If they ever actually re-released it, remember a few years ago, that was one of the big campaigns by guys like Maximilian, was free MVC2, and what happened? Shut up! Fucking Arcade 1UP got the exclusive rights to have it, sold it in an insanely overpriced arcade cabinet that didn't have functional online play and ripped people off, and now no one's talked about it since. So...
why would an arcade cabinet have
it
online?
Sure would be great if MVC2 would be viable to play in some form, and it's just not. You know, nothing you can really do about it.
Exactly.
It's not widely available to be played anywhere.
Fightcade.
No, I'm not making appearances at any conferences. No one wants to see me anyway. People barely want to see me on my stream on the internet. Why would they want to see me at a conference?
Unironic.
All right? Come on, man.
Unironically true. Nobody wants to see you.
All right, are we good?
All right,
shall we
wrap it up?
Can you play it on Fightcade? Oh, I have no clue. We haven't even gotten Fightcade working, so I have no idea.
You promised you would play Fightcade.
DSPCon would do great numbers at the Renton Convention Center. You know, at the very height of my popularity back in the day, when I really was a top YouTuber, I had an idea that I should maybe team up with other YouTubers, and we could do like a big event, and the event would essentially be like me teaming up with them to have like a con where we each would have our own part of the con. So like, you know, go to a conference room and do a live playthrough with the audience live, like play the game live with them, and people could be yelling stuff as I play and stuff, you know, like that. Or maybe do like almost like karaoke with the people. You know how I had the popular songs and stuff, like everyone like playing, and we all do karaoke of the popular songs and stuff, remixes.
This guy's so delusional.
Like and
this is like a little kid
like
fantasizing.
You could have a marketplace, you could have an arcade.
I have a theme park, and there would be the
really
DSP ride.
But that was when I was at the height of my popularity. At that point, I probably could have got 1,000 people to show up. Right now, I'd be surprised if one person would show up who isn't there just to spit on me. You know, so it's, you know, that's how times change.
Boo-hoo.
I mean, that pretty much is the idea, Tub-Tubs. He says, well, I'm saying once you finish with Tekken this year, maybe get Fightcade and get stuff like MVC or Super Turbo or something streaming. No, that's basically the idea, right? Where
how many times have you said
later this year, you know what's going to happen. Tekken, I'm going to get bored of at some point, or you'll get bored. I mean, it's already kind of happening. I like the game, but you guys aren't liking it as much. Street Fighter 6. I'm going to play it again later this year, probably during the rebalance, but there's going to be times this year where there'll be lulls. And during that time, I would like to get Fightcade up and running and try it out for classics. Now, eventually, if there's other games too on there, but like I'm thinking all the CPS2 games like Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo, the Alpha Series, you know, the versus games, X-Men versus Street Fighter, Marvel vs. Capcom 1.
Yeah, got it.
You know,
all these games you're not going to play.
Like
sure,
2,
wrap it up.
Or like the Third Strikes. I would love to play Third Strike. Yeah, I'd like to play that too. But you know, I have to see what's on there. I don't know what's on there.
Stop it.
You know?
Get some
we were gonna do it in January, but then I realized there was no point in setting all that up just to drop it to play Tekken, right? So there's no point. Now we can work on it later this year.
Blap. 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 Okay, wrap it up.
My nose.
Retard alert, class!
What makes me decide on what games to play all the time? tons of factors: personal
Crossed
interest of the
arms,
audience,
siege mode.
timing, cost. Is it a stream-friendly game? You know, there's a million factors involved. There's certain games I skip on purpose, like Helldivers 2. I don't think it would be a very stream-friendly game for me. That's a game you team up with a friend or two and you stream it online.
I don't have any friends.
If I just drop in with randoms, it's probably not going to be nearly as fun or functional.
Yep, that's what happens when you don't have
I
any
know it's
friends.
a great game. I've heard great things about it. I'm happy that a smaller team is doing very well, but it's probably not a game that would fit my style of content, right? Or RPGs I love.
Like a couple days ago, he said that people need to stop saying that cooperative games are good when they're not. But now he's saying that he's happy that Helldivers 2 is doing well. Okay, sure.
But man, these RPGs are so long that it just takes me too long to really get through them. So now I got to weigh and balance which ones I play and which ones I don't. Like, think of it this way. I'm playing Baldur's Gate 3 and Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, and I was playing Sea of Stars and I put it on hold. I'm playing Final Fantasy VII this Thursday, and I'm being yelled at that I skipped Persona 3 Reloaded, the Grand Blue Fantasy game.
I'm getting
and
yelled
there's another
at.
one too that just came out. I'm getting yelled at that I've skipped 3 of them. Why were there like 7 RPGs within like 3 months?
A lot of games come
How
out.
the fuck am I supposed to play them all?
More than you realize.
So that's what I mean. Like, that's just how it is today. Like, you have to really weigh and balance these factors and stuff to figure this shit out. What's going to work, what's not. I'll be honest, I do feel like this last month, things didn't go as planned. Like, I thought more people would be into Tekken 8, and a lot of people are not. I thought more people would be into Like a Dragon. Most people are not. It seems like the feature on my streams has been Baldur's Gate again, and that has a dwindling audience. So I'm hoping that March, things get reinvigorated with Final Fantasy, with Battlefront, with Rise of the Ronin, and with Dragon's Dogma 2.
Rise of the Ronin.
Those big four
Rise
will
of the
actually be very
Ronin.
exciting and bring more people back.
Back up. Try again.
Excuse me. Oh, yeah, and keep in mind, I skipped Suicide Squad, but I guess that's a good thing. Did you hear that Suicide Squad is, like, pretty much dead now? Like, almost no one's playing it anywhere. Within just a few weeks of it being out, it's pretty much a dead-in-the-water game. And even, I think it was Warner Brothers Games came out and said, yeah, it's a huge, like, disappointment for us. The game is just tanked and it's a waste of time, which is really sad because Rocksteady, again, used to be the top of game development. So what happened there?
You didn't grave dance all over it?
Pretty sad.
Pretty sad. So sad.
Darkwing Duck. Yes, I saw Dead Island 2 is on Game Pass, but it's not a good game. Why would I play it?
It's not a good game.
Darziak says, I wonder which is worse, Suicide Squad or Skull and Bones. I mean, like I said, Skull and Bones doesn't even look like a game. It's like a mobile game. Like Skull and Bones
it's still
is
a game,
essentially
even if it's a mobile game.
That's not on your phone, but they're charging like full price as if it were
Raid
a full
Shadow
game.
Legends
It's just
isn't a game.
So
it's a mobile game.
If you want to pay $70 for a mobile game, there you go. You know,
or you could.
That's pretty much.
Or you could do what your wife did,
is.
and not, and play it by subscribing to.
See, here's the thing, Big Papa Phil. I'd be interested in the Princess Peach game, but number one, it comes out the same day as Rise of the Ronin and Dragon's Dogma 2. And number two, as you've seen recently, like with games like Super Mario Wonder, I can't really get attention for Nintendo games on my channels anymore. I try, and people just like don't care. So, as much as I'm interested in the game because it looks good to me, I don't think people would care that much if I played it, and it's going to take time away from the other releases, so I'm probably not going to play it. By the way, you notice how bright it's getting in here because the sun has come out.
He just doesn't want to play the Princess Peach game for obvious reasons. The LARPers are really going in hard today. Please play the Princess Peach game, Phil.
For the record, all right?
I have no idea why Nintendo games flop on this channel when the games are good.
For the record, today was supposed to be dark, cloudy, and rainy. And we got full sun outside now. So
full sun.
Anyway, I received...
those weather people are so stupid.
$10 tip. We got to wrap up the show. But I received a $10 tip from Big Papa Phil. I'm still enjoying your Tekken coverage. I don't play the game at all. I get my Tekken fix through your coverage, and you've been doing well. It's fun to watch you learn on the fly. Keep it up. Thank you, Big Papa Phil. I'm hoping I can implement this new stuff today. We'll quickly go into like training mode and test out these moves that I saw online and see if I can implement them today. And like I said, we're in red ranks, so tough matches. Hoping that we could do good today. We'll see.
Right into the microphone.
I received a $5 tip from Boulder Shoulders. When you finish your Baldur's Gate playthrough, go back to react on it on your React channel, see what you did wrong, take notes as we watch it, and redo a playthrough with all the new knowledge. Let us know when you're willing to do that. About 10 years. Probably in about 10 years' time, we could go back and do a throwback on that playthrough, because that's about how long it would take for it to be retro, right? That's the whole point of that channel. It's the throwback retro content. So we'll wait about a decade, then we'll go over. I'm down for that. In a decade, you want to go back and watch Baldur's Gate 3? Cool. Anyway, thank you, Glass of Milk, for the suggestion of Sackboy on the PS5. He says, my wife and I play this game together. We have lots of fun playing it. It's a basic platformer. We are aware of it. It's actually quite cheap, too. We've been talking about it. We're looking for a game to do co-op right now. Right now, we wouldn't fit in the schedule regardless, but we're looking maybe in March to do some co-op. And definitely, it looks like Sackboy may be a game we're considering. It's cheap. It's fun. It'd probably be silly co-op together. The game that we saw yesterday, remember on the React show, there was a game called... Now I've completely forgot the name of it. It's a game where two creatures, is a cat and a fish, and they're teaming up to do co-op platforming puzzles and combat together. And it looks really neat. And I thought, oh, that could be a really good game. The problem is it's on Steam only. So we'd have to look into getting it working on the mini PC if we wanted to do a playthrough of that one.
Anyways, wrapping it up.
Okay, all right, guys. Let's end the show. The show's now gone on for quite some time.
Yes.
Thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. Thank you for enjoying.
I didn't enjoy it.
Thank you for everything. I appreciate it. I hope you had a good show with me today.
Lame.
Winter's almost done. In March, I feel like spring will have sprung. You know what I'm saying? In just a few days, we're going to be heading into the springtime push.
It's so gay.
And get out of this winter funk. So I hope that you'll all be along for that ride with me. Hope you're enjoying this.
Ooh, it's just my face in front of a game screenshot.
Unlock Final Fantasy VII Rebirth on Thursday. And I hope to see you then.
Kill your enthusiasm. That's what I meant to say. All right, let's check out Time for Lotion featuring Gundam, Keem, and Wings. Play.
They go ahead, the guys, I hear it all the time. BSP's at the beggar every time I come online. He want it on stream, you just that one time. So I play some mobile games, is that like some crime? I post a picture of my wife, but I need a bigger side scroller. When we string together, I get the stool because I couldn't hold her. The mic comes over looking for attention. Waste his time a few K, and now he's like bitches. Chat's going crazy, why does him alone around? Acting like the employees in the cat, and I gotta go and go out. Oh, okay, it looks like we have a guest on the stream.
Big cats in the house, well nursed but just barely. DoorDash and Ms. Burnell so fat that it's scary. Trolls always talking about DSP. What about me? Phil got banned off of Twitch, but I was banned with DoorDash. Suspicious activity. I know everyone says be Phil, but I'm just not that courageous. But rest assured that I haven't had sex in ages.
Honey, why thinking man, why is that you love me daily and the trolls should surely fry? Oh, I just got a notification from YouTube, but it didn't say your channel's banned for hateful slurs. What the fuck? Then no way, never done anything like that. Look at my face, that's what you get for letting Jews in space. I'm the OG stream star, what work for Kickstar. I stream it to some retards, subs gifted from Madagascar. 3 wheels on my wife's car. 5 minutes, have to stroke 4 days. King of stream times. Time for WWE, PayPal, money low to spend my wife's job money. Pulling some Hogan, saying it's not my fault, just like it's my slogan. Now excuse me, I think it's time for the little shot. It's a Gundam!
It's a Gundam here and I'm ready to roast Daddy Phil, although his career is already toast. Set up the doc with Club who talks to me, you become a ghost. Too late, he did the wife reveal already, which made me laugh the most. Daddy DSPS really enjoy making money on your broadcast. I'm sure Cat's on tenant, but don't worry, it's safe. She's a hard pass. It's just time to you're banned off of YouTube. Else watch making more money on your content than you do. Don't worry, Phil, I've got what you need to stream next. The fucking light talk, supply of lotion, clean next. Brag about losing decades ago like it's some flex. Give it up, get it chopped, you generate next show.
That's right, it's the real deal. It's the man of the scene. Everyone make way for King. Phil now way is still begging, yeah, I'm watching your stream. Don't mind me, just living the life of your dream. Hey Phil, sorry, crash side scroller. Your wife looks nice, although I'm sure I couldn't hold her. Here I thought, stop begging, but instead you get bolder. Shocking, you broke, come cry on my shoulder.
I hear you, DSP, you can't get over strife. While everyone I touch blows up like your wife. Oh, am I sorry, my words cutting like a knife. Here, you can't ban me, haha, that's just life. Hey, Trolls and Phil, how you doing? It's your boy Wings. I rolls fat rides, we need to talk about many things. I'm flat money in my trailer while I'm laughing at your streams. In truth, your boy straight needs you and the antics that it brings. Showing me I'm boogie and fat, fuck man, like a cat. Got 50 raps, so what you strap, blue more, and got your games. Facts. Even Boogie took a shot, fang, making money up and I could get on what was kinda lame. Instead of explaining your wife and your feelings, you got no shame. The thing said no talent, no respect, and based on cat, no game. Lame.
OG stream star won't work for Keemstar. Stream it to some guitar. Subs gifted from Madagascar. 3 wheels on my wife's car. Fapping and didn't have to stroke far. DSP king of stream stars. Talk for WWE. Take come money low to spend my wife's job. Money pulling some Hogans. It's not my fault, just like it's my slogan. Now excuse me, I think it's time for the vote. Jasper, no. Jasper, get down. That's a bad kitty. It's not my fault, just like it's my slogan.
Hope you liked it. That's the 4-minute long version of the song that's going to be submitted for the King of the Ring on behalf of Get the Lotion Radio. It's not even the song that I'm working on. I think I'll make progress on that song tomorrow. But that was the Super Level Podcast, and that was the song to end it on. We got Baxter with Baxter Bits. Let's check this out.
Hello everyone. It is in fact your boy, Discount Steve of the Dead, back with another video. The one video per year that you're gonna get. Because I'm lazy, and I don't like DSP. And that means I don't like talking about them as well. Welcome to this installment. I'm gonna call these videos something now. I had to give them a title because it's basically the second video that I made about them talking about video games right now. So I'm gonna call this Baxter's Bits, where facts trump Philip. As you know, in the last week, DSP made some pretty spicy arguments. The Shadow of the Erdtree expansion, which is an expansion for Elden Ring. So I've basically edited down the pre-streams in my trusty program, DaVinci Resolve, which is a free editing tool that DSP can download right now, but he won't because he's fucking lazy. I summarized the most important parts. We're not gonna go through the entire pre-stream, obviously, because both of them are in total 3 hours long, and that's just way too long. Additionally, before I start, I wanted to state that I have absolutely zero stonks in Souls or Soulspawn games. I played Dark Souls 1 Remastered, didn't enjoy it, didn't feel like playing the other installments, so I gained absolutely nothing by defending Elden Ring, FromSoft, or Miyazaki. With that being said, let's get right into the February 22nd pre-stream.
Because it's time to get reamed up the butt once more by Elden Ring's DLC, The Shadow of the Erdtree.
Yeah, of course, we're gonna start out with some nice scat, obviously. So, whenever I summarize the section of DSP's pre-stream, I wrote myself some notes so I know what he actually talked about in the section that I'm going to skip next. So then he talks about the trailer and his theories. He calls a theory from one commenter a vault of bullshit. Very nice. And talks about his second run and when and where to continue. Obviously asks people to submit the trailer for a react. The react actually happened yesterday and I think someone submitted a trailer analysis. I didn't watch it. Let's skip this part and go to the actual first argument that DSP brings forward.
But the thing that really gets me, and I think everyone right now is scratching our heads about, okay? The DLC is $39.99.
Yeah, and?
It's the most expensive DLC FromSoft has ever sold.
Okay.
So, that being said,
big ups. Shout out.
With that price tag on it, right? You have to believe it's going to be incredibly long. If the main game was $70 and was 80 to 100 hours long, obviously you would expect that a DLC that's $40 is going to probably be around 40 hours long.
Amazing. So we're already into the first segment, and I already got to correct DSP because this is where facts trump Philip. And let's go into the fucking facts. And the facts are, in fact, Elden Ring Shadows of the Erdtree is not a DLC. Shocking, I know. But in the description of the product on a digital storefront called Steam, the developers described the game as follows. The Shadow of the Erdtree expansion. Features and all yada yada yada. So it's an expansion, it's not a DLC. Great job. We already got this one wrong. Second of all, of course, there is a stigma that greedy developers charge more for less content, but this doesn't seem to be the case for a company which never had a history of doing that in the past, right? But DSP is a neurotic person. He loves being negative about things. He loves shitting on things. He loves complaining about things. So we see a price hike, we immediately gotta assume that someone is doing something wrong, right? It's not that you're gonna get more content for this increased price, right? No. We gotta be negative, and this negativity is gonna land him into a spicy situation.
Now, you could be wrong. Maybe they're gonna rip everybody off. Maybe because they took 2 years to make it, and they've decided to beat it, to blow it up as much as they have, hype it up this much. Maybe they're just gonna rip everybody off and overcharge. I don't know.
Yo, what?
But I'll tell you this: if you buy that sucker and you beat it in 10 hours, people are gonna be pissed as shit. Like, are you out of your fucking mind? You charge just $40 for 10 hours of content, right? And that's the thing, like typical DLCs for FromSoft games clock in around 10 hours long, right? Take a look at the expansions for Dark Souls 2 or Dark Souls 3. They're not that lengthy. They're good, but they're not that lengthy. Typically, they've gone for around 20 bucks. So for this one to be 40, that's a big ask.
Why the fuck are we even going down this hypothetical? It's like, it's so unnecessary and useless. I could talk about how I'm going to have a car accident tomorrow. Why would I ruminate on that? Why would I think about that? DSP, your fucking head could explode tomorrow. Your son Jasper could be dead because of a fucking, I don't know, an accident at your house. Your wife actually kills your cat. It could happen. Why are we talking about this? Absolutely useless to go down this route. It's also not that big of an ask when all signs actually point towards FromSoft being a reputable software developer. Also, I want to add that the metric of measuring game hours versus dollars spent is sometimes useful, yes, but it is definitely not a universal tool to measure how good or bad video game content is. There is focused single-player games for $30, which have 10 hours of gameplay content, which are objectively better, or sometimes just subjectively better to more people, than live service games that cost $60 and have 100 hours of content. But the content you're doing inside the game is repetition. Tons of repetition. Taking the same checkpoints, fighting the same enemies, the same enemy types, just rehashed. Not a good look here. Let's continue.
Okay, now also, they're selling a special edition of the game that includes the original Elden Ring, also packaged with the DLC, and that's going to sell for $79.99. Okay, so that's $80 for the complete package of Elden Ring.
Yeah.
But the weird part about that is you can buy Elden Ring for like $10, $5.
Where?
You can find discs of it everywhere online for cheap.
Oh, everywhere.
You know what I mean?
No, in fact, I actually don't know what the fuck you mean. Because,
everywhere.
First of all, special editions like this are pretty common practice. Like, see Cyberpunk, when the complete edition came out for Cyberpunk 2077.
Thank you, Lonely Solly. I'm glad you liked it. Hopefully it does well in the competition.
It was $30.
Even though the longer version can't be submitted. It's just going to be the first couple verses.
Base game plus $30 expansion, which is a pretty reasonable ask. Where the hell can you find Elden Ring and buy it for about $5 to $10 according to DSP? Well, I actually did the fucking research, so let's go down that rabbit hole, shall we? So here is the SteamDB page for Elden Ring. 92% positive ratings, 71,000 people in game right now. Big ups, Elden Ringers. And we go down to the price history of that game. Since release, that game has been a consistent €60, which is the equivalent in dollars. Since release, consistent €60, and the lowest recorded sales price was the last winter sale, 40% off at €36. Okay, you might say, not convinced, that's just Steam, maybe PSN is different. All right, let's go to a key reseller, which is All Key Shop. Elden Ring for PC, a key that you can activate in Europe, costs 42 euros. You're gonna add some headroom to that, so it's likely more 45 euros. And we can even look in the history. The pale blue line, or the gray line, is the official storefront prices, while the light blue line is the key reselling prices. And the cheapest recorded key selling price from one key shop was almost on New Year's Eve, December 30th, from Bitcodes for 18 euros. With some headroom, probably 20 euros. So we're nowhere near fucking 10 euros at this point. You might not be convinced, you say. This is still PC. You're right, but there's also a PS5 section right here. And in the PS5 section, 39 euros. And this is when, for this you only get an account, which means you get the credentials sent to you, and then you can play Elden Ring on said account. It's not like you get the code or you get money that you can spend on the game. And even if we look at the history here, in fact, this is funny. The official stores have been consistently cheaper than the key selling shops or the account selling shops. It's been fluctuating a lot since last fall. I don't know why that is the case. Again, we're nowhere near close $10. You might still not be convinced. So let's go through all the listings that we have on eBay. The first one is a boosting service. The second one is a boosting service. Now here we have one, a new listing for PlayStation 4. That's the wrong console. Standard edition for $30, again for the wrong console. PS5. Here we have one, trending auction. No, that's still, it's in the PS5 box, but it says PlayStation 4. Great job, dude. Okay, then we have GameStop pre-order things, which is 10 euros. Then we have some kind of premium collector's edition, brand new sealed for 2,000. Best offers. Then we have Game and Extra, brand new sealed for $60. Then we have PS4 games for $30. Then we have another boosting service for $10. And then we have the first PS5 copy of the game, which is $36 at 18 bits. We are not even getting close to the price right here. These are empty boxes. Wow, empty, no game. Wow, why are they doing $10 for that? Dude, DSP could have made money instead of just giving away the boxes. Duh. Anyway, that's about it. Yeah, they're even selling the case for fucking $7. Wow, amazing. If you're a case collector, there you go. You still might not be convinced. Let's go to Amazon. Oh, but we can see. Shadow of the Erdtree Edition, $80. Base game, $50. PS4, $40. Xbox, $50. So where the fuck is this argument coming from? This is the absurdest case of trust me, bro. My sources that I made it the fuck up. Let's continue.
So essentially, they're overinflating the value of the original game back to $40 just because you need the original game to access the DLC. And I don't know if I agree with that. I do feel like that's kind of a dirty trick. You know, if you're someone who played the original, good for you. You could just easily you go right back to the spot to access the DLC for free. But what about people who maybe now I'm jumping on? So now I gotta pay $80 to play the full game? Why? The original game is supposed to be like $5-10, and then if I bought the DLC, so this should be $35. You know what I'm saying? So what they're doing, they are monstrously inflating the value. In fact.
So number one, bad math. He said that the base game, which would be €5 in his mind, in his pipe dream, plus the expansion would be $35 when it would be $45, since the expansion is $40, not $30. Alas, he is the business finance major here with his A certification, a piece of paper he can wipe his fucking ass with. Anyway, the spicy boy that he is, DSP of course claims that FromSoft is purposely inflating the value of the base game when the base game has never been sold for less than $36 officially and less than $20 unofficially. What actually might have happened here is DSP saw a listing on eBay for an Elden Ring PS5 case, might not even be the game, for $5 as a bid. The starting bid was probably like $5. And he say, oh, look, didn't read the description, probably didn't even read the title, and thought, hey, look, people can buy this game on eBay for $5. Duh. And finally, I feel like I'm defending FromSoft too much, but $80 for the special edition, in conclusion, is actually a pretty fair price, because it's the lowest recorded sales price for the base game, which is 33% off at $40, plus $40 for the expansion for everyone who hasn't played Elden Ring yet. So that's actually pretty reasonable. DSP is, of course, he's a professional time waster, and I love people who waste my time. So we're gonna skip, and this is his next argument.
I can tell you this: they already put them on here. It's already here. Holy shit! Yeah. So, Shadow of the Erdtree Edition is $79.99, and they have a Shadow of the Erdtree Deluxe Edition, which also includes a digital art book and OST.
Look at his hand.
It's just a digital art.
Like, look at his hand here.
Edition.
I get that it's sitting on his knee and his knee is just shaking, but like, it looks so fucking rickety.
Which also includes a digital art book and OST. That's it. It's just a digital art book and OST, and it's fucking $20 more.
Yeah. Additional content.
That's just crazy. It's already there.
Additional content costs more.
The trailer came out like 5 hours ago. It's already fucking here.
Yeah, what are they supposed to do? Wait 3 days before the release date in order to open pre-orders? Like, of course they're gonna cash in on the hype. Marketing 101 here. Jesus Christ. Let's go for the final argument.
So anyway, yeah, so there you have it. I don't know how much they're maybe they're gonna charge $40 again. Maybe they reinflated the cost of Elden Ring, because I know it wasn't $40. Last time I checked, that thing was going for real cheap. And now it sounds like they're reinflating the value of the game again for no good reason besides they want extra money because the DLC's coming out.
And now we're touching the ground of slander. Why the fuck would you say that FromSoft purposely raises their unofficial price of the base game? Unofficial. It's not the actual price. Unofficial prices, like resellers on eBay and key resellers, don't dictate market prices of a game. The digital storefronts do. But according to him, the lowest recorded key reseller or disc reseller price, can't believe I'm saying this, should be the base price of the game. When your game has been on eBay and been sold for $10, that's the actual value of your game right now. It has been sold once for $10, that means all other copies should also be sold at $10. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? And now he's going off on his wrong assumption that he just built up to accuse the developers of greed. The very same thing that he's being accused of. By the way, I feel the need to remind you of this. The expansion hasn't even released yet. Why are we judging? Anyway, let's move on. Of course, for the rest of this segment, he talks about the collector's editions, respecking talents, when his second run resumes, and he is of course excited. Don't forget about T. Just imagine me in a Los Santos cap with a denim vest for like a second while I do this sound. There you go. I think I pulled it off quite nicely. I want to actually measure how long the segment was in total. So right now we can see 38 minutes on the starting segment. That's when he starts. And the rest of the Elden Ring segment goes until here. So that's 54 minutes. We do quick forbidden math. And that's actually about 16 minutes. So that segment is 16 minutes long. Remember this because we're going to come back to it and it's going to be interesting. Now, let's go further down the rabbit hole. Of course, someone had to pick up the slack and actually made fun of DSP for stating the things that we just talked about. And it was Dear Josh Prime Gaming. Thank you very much for that, by the way. He releases a video riffing on DSP for the arguments that we've just seen. And in summary, Josh argues that FromSoft's additional content under Miyazaki has always been worth their money in the past. The expansion has the same disk size of 60 gigabytes as the base game, plus Miyazaki is a serial underseller. Miyazaki has said in the past that the base game takes around 20 to 30 hours to complete. While that is far from the truth, average completion times are between 60 and 100 hours. Also, Josh is pointing out that the game has never been sold on digital storefronts for less than $10 in the past. DSP, he's getting negative comments on his pre-stream, catches wind that someone talked about him negatively on the internet again, so he pre-copes in a nice tweet that I have up right here. By the way, Relaxing Gaming is back. I didn't think that Relaxing Gaming was gone. I think it must have come back with the milk. Anyway, let's read the tweet together. Apparently my podcast discussing the Elden Ring DLC, not a DLC, only 4 hours after it was announced, before more info is known, wrong, is being passed around as if I was ignorant or purposefully ignoring known facts, which of course is wrong. I'll discuss it and far more on Friday's show. Well, it's not a show, it's a pre-stream. And in the timeline, that's the February 23rd. So we're gonna get right into what DSP has to say about it.
How about we start at the beginning, meaning going back to Wednesday, because I want to address something that apparently happened on my day off that I wasn't aware of, but happens all the time. As you know, there's a ton of people on the internet who just basically are out to always make me look bad no matter what it is I say and do. I'm constantly misrepresented, I'm constantly misreferenced, and I'm constantly held in a negative light, even though there's really no valid reason for it. Now, if there's a valid reason for it, that's one thing. But we've got a case here where literally, apparently, there's a group of people who are really angry with me. And I don't know why, because literally what they're angry at me for didn't happen.
If that's the case, it absolutely sounds like that you probably didn't even listen to that criticism.
Okay? Let's recap and go back to Wednesday's show. All right? On this very show, the Level 1 podcast back on Wednesday, I had a big segment about Elden Ring's DLC, The Shadow of the Erd Tree. At that moment when I record the podcast, which starts around 11 a.m., okay, 11 a.m. Pacific time, all right, I talked about everything that was known at the time about this DLC. The price, the features, because we had seen some of those features shown in the release trailer, and speculation. At that point, 11 a.m. Pacific time, the trailer for this DLC had only been present on the internet for 4 hours. It had released around 7 a.m. There was no other information. Everything was speculation. Now, what ended up happening was, over the course of the day, more information was released because Miyazaki, the guy behind Elden Ring and other FromSoft games, was interviewed. And when he was interviewed, he gave a ton of additional information about the DLC that was all positive stuff that, number one, is exactly what Elden Ring fans are looking for, and number two, actually answered a lot of the questions that we posed together when we were talking about this DLC back on Wednesday.
So of course he goes to the fence to saying, I didn't have enough information because there was no interview available at the time, right? Well, guess what? We got the fucking facts. The trailer released at 7 a.m. PST, and the exclusive interview with Hidetaki Miyazaki from IGN FanFest 2024 released an hour later at 8 a.m. How do I know this? Well, we're gonna employ a little thing called forbidden math. As you can see, we are on the IGN website for the interview. We scroll down a bit, and we see that it has been posted on February 2024, 5 p.m. Oh, but my dear viewers, don't fret. This is local time, and I'm living in Central Europe. And Central Europe, as you might know, if you employ something called forbidden math, is 9 hours ahead of Pacific Standard Time. So you take 5, it's 12 p.m. now. You take 4 off, then you have the 9-hour difference, and it's 8 a.m. Ooh, what does that mean? That means that the information that DSP could have was available at the time that he flopped out of bed and got late onto on stream, possibly because due to a traffic jam in his hallway. Thanks, Cat, I guess. Then he has an irrelevant recap of the last restream. We just get right to the next argument.
This was my border on Wednesday. Now, if you don't think that I'm hyped for this DLC and I'm positive about it, why would I make my whole border characters from FromSoft games with Elden Ring at the top? If you're not even aware, which you might not be, Elden Ring was my runner-up for Game of the Year when it came out. It was a very close battle that year for what game was going to win Game of the Year for me. I love Elden Ring.
I love Elden Ring. Minimalist form of defense that he can bring up against the argument brought before him, right? So in order to deflect from the actual criticism, he changes what the criticism is about, basically builds a straw man saying, oh, these are just Elden Ring defenders who think that I said something negative about their game, which they like. Wait a second, now that I think about it, this actually happened before. Oh wait, it actually did happen before. Remember Metal Gear Solid 3? People were actually criticizing the way DSP was playing the game badly. And then he reinterpreted that criticism as the people criticizing him, disliking him because they are rabid Kojima fanboys. Of course. What does the narcissistic mind go to as the easiest form of defense? The meme of the internet that has died. It's the "no you" meme. So then we have more irrelevant second run discussion, and we get into the next argument.
So I'm under the impression that most of the things I said about the Elden Ring DLC on Wednesday were very, very positive, right? The one thing that was a question mark for me was the price. It's a $40 DLC. That's the most expensive ever expansion for a FromSoft game, or I should say a Elden Ring, a Soulsborne style game. And in previous iterations, if you looked at the price of DLCs that they had released, I think the most expensive one had been like 20. Don't quote me on that because I might be wrong, and usually the DLCs would be around 10 to 15 hours long. So I'm thinking, man, if this DLC is $40, you've got to think it's probably going to be pretty lengthy. Like if the original game was $70, well, if it was 60, I can't remember. And the original game was, 80 to 100 hours long, then you would think that this DLC would probably minimum be 40 hours long, right? Maybe even longer than that, right? But again, my question was, I don't know. I'm curious.
That's not a question.
How long this DLC will be. Hopefully it's not a ripoff. Hopefully it's not, because we realize there's so much hype for this DLC that we're going to charge whatever we want, right?
And we are at the same point that we were at the first pre-stream. He is still speculating about, maybe he's still catastrophizing about the game. Maybe it could be a ripoff. I just don't hope that I pay $40 and it's just 10 hours of content. There is absolutely zero indication that FromSoft, a reputable game developer, would like to rip you off now that they've made tons of money from Elden Ring. Let's continue.
Now, I know for a fact that Elden Ring has been very inexpensive to buy. I just don't think it's been the digital version, but I know that Elden Ring's been inexpensive to buy because I've seen copies of it listed online for very cheap, like 10 or 20 bucks, okay?
Where?
What happens is these digital marketplaces overinflate the price of the games and never drop them. So,
no.
During the actual show, I attempted to go into the store and see what's the price, and I couldn't figure it out, and people revealed, it's still $40. I'm like, wow, that's kind of a lot. 2 years later.
No, it's not $40. That's the lowest recorded sales price. The actual price is still 60.
To be charging $40 for this game, all right?
They're not charging 40, they're charging 60. You're wrong again.
But actually, if you look online, you could get copies used for like 10, 20 bucks. I've seen it actually like clearance on sale online for like 10, 20 bucks new.
Where?
But it depends on the time of
again, the sources just made it. I made it the fuck up.
Year and where you're buying it from, okay?
My God, dude, I can't even. Why? No, just continue.
But anyway, so this is what we talked about on the show on Wednesday. Very, very positive. I'm excited for this DLC. It looks great to me, and I'm very much looking forward to it. I'm already making plans to return to Elden Ring in May because of it. So that's where we left it, right? So yesterday, as you know, I check comments that are coming in on my videos from time to time. I have to approve a bunch of them. And I start to notice a pattern. All of a sudden, I start seeing a bunch of really negative comments coming in on my podcast from yesterday.
Oh, no.
What is going on? Where are all these negative comments coming from? All right. And they're all around the same topic. Okay. You are misinformed about the Elden Ring DLC. Why are you spreading mass information about the Elden Ring DLC? What is this hot take that...
What the fuck is mass information?
...that you have about the Elden Ring DLC? It's completely wrong. You're an old dinosaur who doesn't know what he's talking about, and you're just trying to create clickbait.
Oh, he gets super hung up about that. He is pissy about that.
What? So I went back and I looked at the video. The title of the video is like huge gaming news, Elden Ring DLC. It doesn't say Elden Ring DLC sucks. Elden Ring DLC is a ripoff. It doesn't say any of that. It's actually a very positive titling of the video.
I love how he's looking towards the ceiling for help. Whenever he's imagining something, you gotta notice this. This is one of his tells. Either he's making up bullshit or he's trying to think about making up shit on the fly. He's looking towards the ceiling. Huge news is not really a positive titling, my dude. Huge news can be both positive and negative, so it's pretty neutral. At the same time, I'm not sure how you can actually be surprised about this. Like, he told a lie about FromSoft. He accused them of greed, and people are rightfully angry with him. Yeah, I don't think I trust you and you really enjoy this game. You enjoy that this game is being enjoyed by your viewers giving you monies. Of course, the clickbait argument doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't know where that one came from. It might be something he made up, or people are just, they just went a step too far.
If you actually look at the description of the video, there's timestamps. It'll tell you directly where to start watching my segment about the Elden Ring DLC.
And this show wouldn't be called Where Facts Trump Philip if we wouldn't have the facts, because you can actually go onto the original video right now. Shout out to Meerkat Mob, streaming about Elden Ring shit right now, which I'm talking about. And you can go down into the description, and as of this day, which is fucking 5 days later, there are no timestamps. Dude, you are lacking. What the fuck are you talking about? There are no timestamps. Additionally, there is no OP Boon in the comments. Thin ice, dude. Thin ice. You gotta get that fucking comment right up in there. Okay, let's continue.
Okay, so there's really no excuse for someone to be misinformed about what's said in the podcast. It doesn't have a clickbait title that's erroneous or negative for the sake of getting people to click on it. And you can easily access that segment of the show by looking at the timestamp in the description.
No, there are no timestamps.
And so I'm like, I'm really confused.
So am I.
I continue to read the comments, and it's so ridiculous. It's like, so you're slamming the Elden Ring DLC for being $40, but how dare you slam a DLC that's 60 gigabytes in size?
Yeah.
The size of the entirety of the map of Limgrave.
Yeah.
DLC with 10 boss fights, 8 new weapons, blah blah blah, and it keeps going on. And all of the comments are kind of like saying this now. And I'm not saying one or two. There's like dozens of comments are coming in like this. And I'm like,
millions even.
I'm thinking to myself, what happened? I'm like, I think I know what happened.
Oh.
Someone, of course, probably one of my idiotic haters, probably posted up an out of context clip or reference to my podcast. Basically, maybe taking the one segment where I was speculating and saying, man, I hope it's worth $40 because it could be a ripoff. Maybe they're going to just overcharge for it because you've been waiting for so long and they know there's so much hype.
Yeah, then why even talk about it? Fucking don't mention it. Why even bring it up?
Now, that was one tiny moment of speculation amongst a giant segment of my podcast that was incredibly positive about this DLC. But how much do you want to bet that's the clip that was taken? And likely they went to, like, for example, what do you call it? They probably went to like a Reddit or something, right? Like a fan Reddit or something like that, and posted it up there.
No. Tiny segment in a huge portion of the podcast. We did the math. It's 5 minutes of talking about the speculation about the Erd-Tree expansion versus 16 minutes of talking about the Erd-Tree expansion in total. So it's around a third. I wouldn't call that a tiny segment. Like a third is a sizable proportion. So anyway, he has an irrelevant Elden Ring recap, brain fart. I don't know why he brings this even up. He even realizes that he's talking bullshit. So let's get to the next segment.
So what really happened, right? And exactly, Agent Coop says you even started a second run. How could anyone say there's Elden Ring hate on this channel?
I wouldn't say there's Elden Ring love as well.
But again, this is exactly the situation I live in. You guys got to understand, especially those of you who maybe are newer comers here, and you ask questions such as, why do so many people hate Darkside Phil? This is why. Because completely out of my power, completely out of the realm of anything that I've done wrong or can control.
Nothing he could do. He did everything correct.
People always misrepresent me in the eyes of...
Always, by the way. Always. Nobody has ever quoted him correctly. Everyone who quotes DSP always quotes him wrong. Even his own mother.
The public. And they'll say that I did things I didn't do. They'll say I said things I didn't say. They'll take things out of context, right? They'll take rage moments from me playing a night of fighting games where maybe twice I rage, and they'll say that was the whole stream, right? That's what they do.
I mean, it's not the entirety of the stream. Like, it's a compilation. These things are called rage compilations. Of course, people trim the fat, which is like the boring bits. So, anyway, you do get angry about these games, so shut the fuck up. Anyway, obviously he moves on to full victim mode. I'm always the one being targeted. I'm always the one being misrepresented. They always misrepresent me when I never did anything wrong. Well, guess what, DSP? In this case, you actually did something wrong. Next one.
Where did this come from, right? I hate to say it, people on the internet are far too leaning towards being so into defending things they like.
There we go. People on the internet are far too defensive these days. We got it. Yeah, modern times argument.
For no good reason, all right? You don't need to defend Elden Ring. Everyone knows it's good, right? I don't think anyone's gonna
You don't need to talk shit about its expansion when it's not even out yet either.
sit here and say, wow, Elden Ring is terrible. Who's gonna say that? It's objectively good. It may not be everyone's favorite game, but it's still objectively good. You don't need to go defend it, especially on a podcast like mine. So, I don't get a ton of views. I'm not a popular guy. No one's really listening to my opinions as a revelation of something they didn't realize before. So it doesn't even make much sense to me that this would be a big thing.
And of course now he's coping by saying that, oh, I'm just a small guy. People don't actually listen to me, so you don't have to listen to anything I say. Then why post it on the fucking internet, dude? Why go down the rabbit hole of saying that the Elden Ring expansion might be a ripoff? Just don't talk about it. I've read somewhere or someone told me a great part of good conversation and great charisma, most of the time, like 90% of that is just knowing what not to say. That part that you said about the FromSoft purposefully inflating the price of their base game because it might be $40 for 10 hours of content is just one of those 90% of things that you shouldn't have said in that situation. Just apologize and say, I shouldn't have speculated. I shouldn't have said that. And I do not believe that they are greedy developers. And the situation would be done and over with. But alas, he is a lol cow. He gotta farm the drama.
And I don't understand why people fall for it either. Because it's a trick, is what it is. It's, oh, you fell into the black hole of hating on Darkside Phil because Philman tricked you into thinking he said something he didn't do. Because in truth,
there's no trick.
Again, the comments people were leaving on the podcast don't even make sense. They're acting like I don't like Elden Ring. If you actually just watched the podcast, you would know I do. I say right in the podcast, I'm doing a
the example comments that, by the way, could have been completely made up. Even the comments that he made up to tell you what they were, none of them said, oh, how dare you hate on Elden Ring and say it's a bad game. Like, even the ones that he decided to tell you about didn't say that.
second run, can't wait to get back into it. So many positives, excited to jump back in. How could you think I hate the game?
It's just strawmanning
or
people.
misrepresenting the game in a negative light on purpose for clickbait views. What clickbait views did I get?
This is only part of the argument, and the clickbait thing is just a straw man.
I don't even understand what they're talking about. But the thing that really kills me.
The thing that really kills me is that you cannot stop fucking snorting. Of course, he's trying to bring it all around to what I said earlier. If you listen to the wrong people, you're completely wrong about the things that you ever said about DSP. Even if you are wrong only on one occasion, it makes all the rest of the arguments incorrect as well. Like, there's no black hole of hating on DSP. Rather, there is a multitude of reasons to dislike him for. I mean, ask different people. Of course, you get different opinions or reasons why they dislike DSP. Not that deep, as Mr. Moist would say.
Okay, is a lot of the things that people reference to say, oh, you were wrong, is information that wasn't publicly available when I did my podcast on Wednesday. Right now, it's 11:26 a.m. This
Do I actually need to get out this fucking sound again? There you go.
Podcast starts between 11 and 11:10 a.m. At 11:10 a.m. on Wednesday, the 21st of February, none of the information about this DLC that people are using to reference and say, oh, you're wrong, was available. No one knew it was 60 gigabytes in size. No one knew the map would be the size of Limgrave from the original game. No one knew there were 10 bosses. Nope.
Great video.
There were 8 new weapons. No. No one knew anything.
Sorry for the spam, but it had to be done. It had to be done.
This came out in an interview with Miyazaki later in the day. I think it was IGN, but don't quote me on that. I think it was. But it came out and then it's like, wow, this is all awesome. Positive information about the DLC.
As you have heard with the incredibly annoying incorrect buzzer spam, of course this, I'm going to reiterate. The trailer released at 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. The article came out at 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. And DSP is being a fucking lolcow on stream 6 days a week, starting at 11:15 a.m. Pacific Time. So then we have some irrelevant hype beasting, which we're going to skip. And we're finally at the last argument. Thankfully, let's go.
But as for these people who are misinformed, all I can say is, please do more research before you come crap on someone.
How about you? Do your research.
My first reaction is,
else he wouldn't have said
this.
this.
Bunch of trolls. But then as I start to read more of the comments, I realize it's not. These are people who actually really like Elden Ring, and they're pissed at me for something I didn't do. Nothing I ever said. I'm really head scratching. Like, why would you be so adamant to jump down someone's throat and defend something when you don't even know what they said? You just immediately go into defense mode before even watching the podcast you're commenting on. That's pretty insane.
Yeah, it's also pretty insane that you immediately go into the fucking projection and accuse people of not doing enough research when all the available information that was available to him at the time was right there, and you just would have needed to look it up and not be a fucking irresponsible speculator. Of course, this all resulted in another tiny clap back from the King of Hate, which we have in form of a comment on his initial pre-stream about the topic. So let's read it together. To all the people being censored by a hack YouTuber who purposefully edited this podcast,
I don't have to insult people
to make it seem like I said Elden Ring DLC is not a DLC. I did not. Never happens anywhere in this video. Speculation that it could be a scam, but also could be amazing, is not the equivalent of the clickbait BS that the idiot made about me. Yeah, just don't say that developers are scammers out of nowhere. Leaving comments on this video is a waste of your time, because they will not be punished and you'll be promptly banned.
You mean published?
Perhaps actually watch my real podcast here, which isn't edited to exclude 30 minutes of me being hype over the DLC, planning to resume my second run to make content around it, and you understand how stupid you look right now. Thanks. Of course we know that's a lie. It's not 30 minutes, it's 16 minutes, and 5 of those were the misinformation at best and outright slander at worst about the pricing of the base game, not the content of it. So in conclusion, what can we learn from this situation? So in conclusion, he talked about the Elden Ring expansion and tried to say that FromSoft might scam people. Now you may ask yourself, why would he say that? Well, I have the answer for you. Because he reads malice in questionable intent due to his rampant neuroticism. You can think of it like this. As much as he questions every questionable chat message, he also does this with reputable entities. A company that has sold DLC for $20 suddenly raises their price for their next additional content for their game to double the price of before. DSP is not like, oh, of course I'm gonna get more content out of this. No, or maybe they're trying to rip everyone off. This would get out after the fact, like, what the hell? Anyway, but he doesn't think that far. His future thinking is hindered. He doesn't think that far. He's gonna make an assumption. He's gonna make an accusation. And of course, when people rightly criticize him for it, he's gonna deflect. There is no indication that FromSoft would rip people off, like I said, and it hasn't been the case in the past, and the expansion isn't even out yet. Golden rule, you shouldn't judge something that hasn't even been released yet, but unfortunately he can't keep his mouth shut. So what happens? He tries to twist the argument into Elden Ring defenders are mad at me because they think I said something that I didn't say, when that is only a convenient half-truth. Because that half-truth goes in tandem with the argument that he stated that FromSoft is purposely inflating the price of the base game when that's just not the case, accusing the developers of scamming their customers. Then he projects that other people need to do more research when all the research necessary to avoid being called out like this would have been available to him. Unfortunately, his intellectual horizon of information sourcing is limited to Twitter, headlines, and YouTube chat. So he tries to lie about it post hoc instead of apologizing, refuses to see how he's wrong, builds up a straw man instead and attacks it, sidesteps the criticism by trying to refute part of the criticism, a fallacy of composition, where saying that if part of something is wrong, the whole must be wrong as well, and ends on seemingly being the victor of the situation. Issue being, he ends up looking like a pigeon that tried to play chess, knocked over all the chess pieces, crapped over all of the board, and then declared himself the winner. So that's essentially what DSP did. Now, as a special ending, we're going to do something that PewDiePie has done a lot in the past, so this might actually work, it might not work, let's see. Bonus cope. Let's go.
Well, the only thing that I will say about this, and this is not personally towards Rich or anyone, but here's what I really don't get. So I'll be on a stream talking very normally about a topic, and somehow it gets skewed into drama. And now it's drama for everyone for like a week, and everyone's talking about it. I'm like, but what are you even talking about? There was like no drama. Like, just perfect example. The whole Elden Ring DLC situation from Wednesday, where literally I said nothing negative, and somehow people think it was negative and sent people, they misposted it, misrepresented me, and now it's drama, right? There's other content creators who constantly have drama stuff happen, and no one ever covers it like that. Ever. Right?
How do you know?
Like every once in a while, someone tries to get me to hear. Did you hear about the drama about Wings? Did you hear about the drama about Review Tech? Did you hear about the drama about this guy or that guy? And I'm like, no, I don't pay attention. But the stuff that it sounds like that's going on with them is way more drama or any. So you would think.
How would you know if you don't know anything about it?
Shit, right? But they're not. They're just not.
Yes, they are.
It's me, if I fart on stream, it's like,
of course.
oh my god, did you
Scat.
hear that Phil dropped a nuclear bomb on his stream?
Scat.
Right? Like, it's a normal thing that people do. You know, it's a natural occurrence. It's
Okay, dude. All right, move on. Come on. Okay, dude, we get it. You can move on, though.
That I did something like that. But then another creator does something insanely overdramatic, bad drama, but it's gone in 10 seconds. Not a big deal. Right? It's just, it kills me.
Wrong.
You know? I don't get it. Like, there's been
Of course you don't get it, because you don't know what you're talking about.
That have been way more drama-esque, than anything I've ever done. But I'm the one that gets all the ire of the internet.
I'm the one.
So this is essentially what you would call a bona fide rationalization. People are all over that shit. Wings is constantly being talked about being an enjoyer of children. LTG has recently been accused of the same. I think that Daniel Larson has been incarcerated, don't quote me on that. Christian is still being followed. Rakita is regularly being made fun of, RTU is being made fun of and constantly talked about. So again, this is all just in his mind. And the rest of the podcast is essentially him just coping about not being a drama streamer, saying that he didn't make drama streams about side-scrollers. He did. And he mentioned them all throughout 2023 and also just mentioned them again. Good job, DSP. DSP, the remaining last bastion against lolcowism. Deeply convinced that he's absolutely not a lolcow. Making up reality as it goes. Well, you know what they say. Let snorting pigs lie and just call them out on your video because you make too much money from that, even though my video is not monetized. Anyway, that's it. Thanks so much for watching, and I hope I see you again this year, hopefully, in one of Meerkat's streams or on Discord. Always try to be the best version of yourself, and have a great day.
Thank you, Baxter. Let's take a look at this Pippa clip here, because it was shared.
The Pharah thinking that she would take down like the Bastion and shit that were right there, and that it would keep them staggered while we were currently down our second healer. But nothing. Nothing! Nothing! Fucking nothing! God. Fucking. What am I shooting at? What am I shooting at? What am I shooting at? Ow. Thank you. God damn. Hit a shot, please? Hold on. Let me just adjust something. Users that can type on this channel. Where did you go? Where did your thing go? Hi, Die. Bye, Die. Put user in timeout. See you in 24 hours. Bye-bye. 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 You will not be missed.
Damn.
Okay. Hey. Mwah! Mwah! Okay, get out of here. Get out.
Savage. What's this? The race to McDonald's.
McDonald's sauce now. Now? Huh? The race to McDonald's is on! I will win!
Welcome! I guess we both win. Try new savory chili McDonald's sauce, only at McDonald's. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba, go!
Okay. McDonald's is making an anime. I guess because their tweet campaign is being so well received. Just Japanese things, yeah. Cyrex compares death to trolling. I'm gonna have to check that out later. We haven't checked in on Cyrex lately, have we? He's a gross dude. A lot of things in the recommends. This is from a channel, Anime Slayer. This guy posts a lot of different types of videos, like workout update videos, in between DSP videos. So if you sub to him, you'll get some weird stuff in your sub box sometimes. Let's check out what this one's all about. DSP, a lifelong Street Fighter player. Pull this up.
Ultra, fuck you. Oh, what?
Oh.
It stops the Ultra.
Stuffed.
Oh my god, what a scrub. Alright, no more fucking around. Just dominate him now.
Dominate him, Phil.
Come on. No uppercut, okay.
Nice.
Oh, his beat's mine, what?
Wow.
Oh my god, look at the lag! Ah, he's inducing lag. He's inducing lag. Oh, gee, I wonder why
Enough
I lost.
fucking around.
He fucking induced lag at the end. This is PSN, yes! Yes, PSN gameplay. This is probably the
battle turn. Fight!
Okay. How the hell do I dodge that? Fuck that shit.
Incredible technique!
I'm gay.
I smell it. This can't be
Wrong button. Oh my god, did you see that bullshit?
Now's your chance! A counter!
Okay. What?
How longer can this
Good
go
roll,
on?
What the fuck, dude? That's such bullshit. That's complete and utter bullshit right there.
It all comes down to this. Fight! This has been recorded. This is it. The fight we've all been waiting for. Anything can happen.
Fucking bullshit ain't that either.
You're ready. This is it.
Wow. Through my meaty clap.
Absolutely. It's now or never.
Okay. How do I can't dodge it?
Too smart for that.
Okay. What? Dude, I did EX air throw, didn't come out. I didn't dash. Whatever. Terrible. Terrible.
Cammy wins.
Move.
Here's the channel, by the way, Anime Slayer. Again, he posts a lot of different things, not all DSP content, but I like shouting out smaller channels. 108 subscribers.
I can't do anything. This guy sucks.
Good night, Appy. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out. Have a good one.
Oh, yeah, uh-huh. I didn't wall jump, you stupid game. I lost because of fucking stupid bullshit. I didn't fucking wall jump. What I was trying to do, if you just keep jumping, you can get behind Guile and bait him to do stuff, And the game fucking gives me a move I didn't do. Of course. What the hell? Couldn't do anything. He's fucking dropping frames. It pisses me the fuck off. I can't concentrate. What? My jump kick never came out. I can't block. Block! Can't block. Dude, come the fuck on. Why does it punch beat my jumping? What the fuck? What the fuck this? That was a terrible match. It was
I'm surprised he even chose to play as Karin.
Absolutely terrible fucking match. You lose. Garbage. All he did was the same kick into overhead, and then he mixed it up a little bit. So okay, that's fine.
There he is, the Blanca.
No combo again. I can't do it tonight. The combo will not come out.
Wow.
I can't win matches tonight. The combo will not come out.
Blanca ball right into it.
It will not come out for me.
Nope.
Not good enough. Pay attention.
Perfect.
Real wins.
Wow, you really fucking outplayed me. Fucking piece of shit.
Jesus.
This piece of fucking shit.
Well, you got
Can't win
perfected.
because the fucking combos will not come out all fucking night. The guy sucks. And I can't beat him because the combo drops again and again.
So weird. He's like, I don't have to insult people.
Again and again.
You don't have to insult people.
Come on. Fucking piece of shit.
Let's pull it up again.
Here comes a new challenge.
Yeah, I'm fucking pissed. I should have been 3-star diamond 2 hours ago. But every fucking game, it drops the combo now. Every fucking...
No, it's not on pigpiggo.re yet. Insult people? No. Just not updated, I guess. It's like, I don't have to insult people. Do you just not realize it when you do it? Are you just that lacking in self-awareness? Yeah, that was a good compilation video, a couple matches. Oh, we got some time here. It's a good one. 192k views in like 2 days. It's pretty good. Let's check this out.
They actually did tell Orlando.
Styled Moth Wilkins is a VTuber who covers lolcow stuff. Interesting.
To a victory. I actually, now that you mention that, I'm glad you brought that up. Oh, and instead of arresting me, that pig, that corrupt pig that arrested me, he didn't have a reason to arrest me. He wanted to arrest me. Why? Because he got tired of dealing with me. Because I actually called them on me for not doing their job.
Hello everyone, welcome to a new video today, yes indeed. So I decided that I want to try out something new with the whole Cyrax content because there's so much to cover about the little guy and he says so much crap that is very, very hard to keep track of each little thing that he says. So I decided, why don't I make some short videos talking about specific things that he's said that are astronomically dumb and narcissistic and terrible as a short bite, let's just say. You know, I'm thinking about calling this series Cyrax Says if I really want to keep on continuing it. However, I digress. Let's get into the content today.
And you want to know how they're not doing their job? Think about this. Back in 2016, when my best friend Zach was shot and killed at his family's pizza shop, they were quick as, and I mean quick as fuck, to go statewide and across state lines to find the motherfucker that shot and killed him. But yet, when it comes to me being harassed and attacked, they don't want to do shit.
You just heard it right there, folks. Zach Hussein's death is equivalent to Cyrax being messed with on the internet. You know, Cyrax cannot grasp on the kind of detrimental thing that is Zach Hussein's death. I mean, his family is probably still mourning for years. Whenever somebody loses another member of the family, that is a devastating, tragic event in their life that they'll remember forever, man. It's a very tough thing to see that happen, especially when it's so unexpected, like a shooting or you know, he was so young too. It was never meant to happen, but it did. You know, and Cyrus is using this tragedy to ward off the trolls and say that the police should go after the trolls, and you know, these two things are the same thing to Cyrax. You know, Zach Hussein getting murdered and then Cyrax being messed with on the internet. Those two things are the same thing to him. And when I was listening to this, I was just like so shocked. I was just like, what? How could he say this? And if you're feeling the same way, you know, you're a perfectly functioning human being. Because trolling is not the same thing as like murder, literally. I mean, Cyrax has no understanding about any of this or how awful it is for such an event to occur. Because he's like, I think, you know, without a shadow of a doubt, he's probably some sort of psychopath, sociopath kind of guy. I mean, there's no doubt about it at this point.
They don't want to do that, but yet when one of my best friends gets shot and murdered, they're willing to cross the state lines. Don't you find that a little bit weird?
No, Cyrax, nobody finds that weird. That's just normal. That's not anything, you know, to compare. You're comparing apples to oranges here, dude. This is not the same thing. You being messed with on the internet is not equivalent to like an investigation that should be done. No, not at all. Not even close. These are not the same things. And yet you're trying to compare them like they are the same thing. And this is why people have so many issues with you, Cyrax. You are so puffed up. You're tooting your own horn 24/7. You think that you're the ultimate, very important person, VIP on the planet. You're a fool. You're a fool if you think this, and you're not only a fool, but you're a terrible person if you really believe in this. My God, you have no value for human life. You don't understand how valuable a human life is. You only think about yourself and how you are getting messed with on the internet and how people are bullying you, as you say anyway. You're not getting bullied, Cyrax. You are getting harassed. You know, bullying happens to children, Cyrax. I mean, it's just what happens. You know, I'm sure there's bullying that could happen in the workplace, you know, between hierarchies and stuff, management, supervisors and stuff. You get what I'm trying to say. But other than that, there's not really any bullying happening here. Cyrax is just putting himself in these situations where he looks like a fool, and I'm here to talk about him, and so is everybody else.
And trust me, Shadow, they would. You wanna know how I know? These motherfuckers followed my family to and from court. When I went to jail back in June, you know what they did? They followed me and my family to and from court. They followed me. They followed my family. And then they proceeded to post it all over social media. So yeah, me doing a regular job, never gonna happen.
Well, Cyrax, you're never gonna try and even get a regular job, even when you had the chance, dude. Even before Marty and the trolls started following you around, back in like 2018 when the whole Marty stuff found you, you know, Marty found you in 2018. Even before that, you didn't even have a job. In 2014, you didn't have a job when you went over to Florida. You never had a job, Cyrax. You had plenty of chances. You were in your early mid-20s, my guy. There was some place that was gonna hire you. Retail, McDonald's, whatever, you know, any place, really. However, you know, I feel like if Cyrax were to get a job, he probably would get fired anyway. Even if he wasn't aggressive, he still doesn't shower. And I guarantee you, there's going to be lots of complaints between employees that my coworker smells like crap. He's got scabs all over his head. You know, that kind of deal, And management would have to get involved with Cyrax, and Cyrax would probably argue with them on why he shouldn't take showers.
You got scabs on your head.
I mean, it's just what would happen. Cyrax, you don't want a normal job anyway. You've already made that clear enough. You only want a job on the internet because you think that you deserve praise and glory that you never earned. So, you know, give yourself a pat on the back, Cyrax, because that's all you ever do.
Especially because these motherfuckers sit there and follow me and my family around. And Shane can even tell you, Shane himself, that they got his son, my friend, who was like a little brother to me, fired from his job. And why? Because he was friends with me. They got my biological father fired from his job because they thought that it would be funny. Oh, yes, they did follow me from my house. One of them actually did follow me from our house to the courthouse the one day. Dude, every child...
Cyrex, if you really dislike PDF files as much as you claim you do, you would have said your dad getting fired was sort of like a neutral thing. I get it, you know, everybody wants to defend their dad. That's been a statement that, you know, has been said enough. However, you know, he is a PDF file, and you should probably disown him from being your father. You know, you've been so quick to disown Gordon. You know, whatever you think about Gordon, Cyrex still did, you know, disowned him, you know, his ex-stepdad, whatever. But he still holds Rupel, the guy who was on a park trail and did things undesirable. Cyrax, do you not understand that you are literally defending a PDF file? Like, do you really want to die on that hill and you wonder why people dislike you and why people follow you around in public like they do? It's because you do stuff like this all the time. You're not a good person. You're always trying to pull one on us, you know, you're always trying to manipulate the situation, trying to sound like you're grandstanding, that you're up there while we're down here in the gutter. Meanwhile, you're like 10 feet under in the deepest sludge and bile that you can ever imagine, Cyrax.
You know what's funny? At one point, I actually did have a regular job. I was actually an audio engineer for a very good friend's company who was a game development company. They were small time.
Audio
and I was
engineer.
actually making about 150 a week, too.
Listen to his microphone. You can tell how much of an audio engineer he was.
That. But guess what? Because of these trolls and doing what they did to me, I ended up getting...
And this is probably cleaned up by someone else.
Fired. I was on a professional and actual legitimate real record label. And guess what? I ended up getting let go.
So there we have it. Sykes is, you know, I mean, this is old news, obviously. This is an older video that I just wanted to talk about today because of what he said about Zach Hussein. That's really what kind of pushed my buttons to make today's video. And it is a shorter video. It's not exactly new news tonight. If you really want to go look at news about Cyrex tonight, you can find me streaming between 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time. I'll be over there streaming Cyrax, Cobes, and some other lolcows, whatever catches my interest. You can find me on there. However, I'm gonna bounce, you know, chill out, have a good time. It's Monday, it's the first day of the week, and now before I bounce, I got some shout outs to make. I would like to thank Cloak, Bucky, over.
That is Styled Moth Wilkins, a VTuber who covers Cyrax as well as some other things, I think. No, mostly Cyrax. Yeah, mostly Cyrax. Other lolcow stuff. But yeah, I should be subscribed. We like our VTubers. That's about it. We covered a lot of things today. We covered Putz, the angriest Splatoon streamer. Looked at some Cyrax stuff. Looked at Josh. We watched a terrible pre-stream podcast. I think tomorrow and the day after I'll finish my entry for the King of the Ring. The Wings styled song. I'll probably get another project sent to me to edit for Mr. Gundam. But let's go raid Dingus. We haven't raided Dingus here in a while. See what he's doing. I'm probably going to get an ad in my face, aren't I? Close these. Say hey to our favorite Shy Guy. Later, Lonely Sully. Thank you. Thank you, Lonely Sully. Billy, Samurai Sansa, Appy, Bearded Biscuit. Thank you, Ann Late, for the 2 gifted subs. Thank you, Daltonki, Red Animator, Dragon Slayer. Everyone who stopped by and hung out and watched the premiere of the Lotion song. It's gonna be a good one. It's gonna be on the channel on Thursday. You too, Samurai Sansa. Have a good rest of your day. Raid Swollen. 2 underscores. Dingus. May the good blood guide your way. As always.
Bye bye.
obesity finds a way, let me tell you.
Damn, PPP.
But, you know, the problem with this too, with this rebound up and down in weight, he'd be better off just staying fat because this is gonna—
Whoa, it's a Ludwig